Good morning, guys. We are in the supercar street racing beautiful sunroom. You can see the beautiful water right behind us right there. And we are here to talk about the OXS 3.2.1 Dolby Atmos soundbar. OXS contacted Supercar Street Racing, wanted to know if we were interested in getting this thing in for you guys to take a look at and review. And I had the perfect place to put this right where we're standing right now in the Supercar Street Racing sunroom. Now every day I get out here in the Supercar Street Racing sunroom and I am doing an hour of work on my treadmill you can see right here below me. And when I do that, I go ahead and put on YouTube on the TV there to give me something to do for an hour while I exercise. But there's one big problem. This television here is not designed for sound quality. This is a Hisense television, and the last thing on their mind when they made this TV was putting great speakers into it. You can tell when you crank up the audio. And so every day I grab these K-Video headphones, I put them on, and I watch YouTube right here as I work out. But I need a better solution. Sometimes people come over and they want to watch sports out here in the sunroom when it's nice outside. And when they do, this speaker is not good enough to handle that amount of sound. Also, there is no surround sound in this sunroom area. So this will add Dolby Atmos processing at least to the soundbar and some Dolby Atmos speakers. Now the OXS soundbar has 6 drivers in it for a total of 230 watts. That's a lot for a little soundbar. This thing has the center channel, the upward firing Dolby Atmos, and the subwoofer all built into one piece, which is awesome. The whole system in conjunction with each other offers less than 1% THD. Now the OXS audio claims that the subwoofer will reach down to 53 Hz, meaning the subwoofer range goes low. The smaller the driver, the harder it is to produce low frequency sounds. Now this guy does decode Dolby Atmos, which is awesome. It provides home theater quality sound in a soundbar. Now the way this guy produces high quality 3D surround-like experiences is it projects the sound all the way around you. Now that we've explored all of the cool features of the OXS soundbar, let's go ahead and get this thing unboxed and see what they gave us and see the quality and the packaging on the OXS soundbar. All right, we're right in front of the OXS soundbar now, and right in front of me you see the box here, and on the front of the box it does say that it supports eARC. It has a feature called Sky Channel, and that apparently is the speakers that fire upward into the ceiling. You can see it's 3.1.2 on the front there. Also noted right here that it is HDMI compatible and also Dolby Atmos. And on the side of the box it just does say OXS, and I correct myself, it does have a Bluetooth thing on the side here saying that it does support Bluetooth. It does support eARC, optical, auxiliary, USB player, or HDMI, and it does have a remote. And that's about it for the box. There's just a picture of the thing on the back. But let's go ahead and flip this over now. And right here on the back you can see that it does say immersive sound and experience with 3D technology. Dialogue technology makes everything stand out, and then flexible bass with a sub built in. It does have 5 different EQ settings for you to choose from: standard, voice, music, or movie, or night as well. All right, inside of the box with the OXS soundbar, immediately on top you can see an accessories package right here. Looks like it has a few things included with it, like a power supply, maybe a power cable, maybe an optical cable, it looks like maybe an HDMI cable, some screws, some batteries, and a remote. So let's go ahead and remove this packaging. We don't need that where we're going. Or this. And right inside, that is in fact the accessory box right there that we did pull right out of the OXS audio packaging. And directly on top you see a short optical cable, probably, I don't know, 2 feet optical cable. That's nice that they gave you an optical cable with it. There is also one HDMI cable, so if you're using eARC, you've got your HDMI cable right there. There is the remote control for it. That's what the remote control looks like. Here is a power supply, an actual power supply, and it uses that standard appliance type cord on the end. And on the other side it has the pin tube type power supply. There is a installation instruction manual, a quick start guide kind of here in there. And then there is the actual power cable right here. Like I said, it's the appliance type cable. I forgot the actual name of this connector on the end. And then some lovely screws to mount this with, and some awesome batteries. They gave you a set of batteries as well. Let's go ahead and get these batteries into the remote. Go ahead and open this remote up and get this thing batteried up. Batteries are installed in the OXS remote. Now for the soundbar itself, I think we should get it out of the packaging and get this box off the table. And it did come out of the packaging easy, and included was this nice template for you to go ahead and drill your pilot holes to install this into your wall. All you have to do is level this out and then go ahead and drill where it says pilot hole, and you can hang this directly from your wall. Now there is a full instruction manual right here as well included. There's the OXS soundbar, looking so fly and so fresh. Very high quality looking soundbar. I do like it. You can see on the back, the subwoofer, it does have the, looks like a 4-inch sub right here on the back. A little bit of packaging, and it does have a little diagram of the bass port on the back, which is interesting. It actually shows you that the bass flows through and out of this little tuned horn part right there on the back. And then the inputs are very clearly visible here. Let's spin that around for you guys. You have a variety of inputs here. You have the power input here. You have an auxiliary, a USB, an optical, an in, and an out. So basically, if you want to connect a device directly to this, you will come in and then you'll go out to your TV. If you're going to use eARC, all you have to do is connect the HDMI cable to your TV's eARC, and then your actual device or your television itself will play into this soundbar. And then on the front, you can see this Dolby Atmos logo here, and then also the OXS logo. And on top, it looks like you have a volume control, a power button, a Bluetooth on, and then I think an input indicator here. So you would click this through to go through the actual inputs on the soundbar. Now, if we flip the soundbar over, you can clearly see the wall mounts here, and you can see that the pilot holes will match up with your holes on the back. All you have to do is drill at that spot, and you should be able to hang your OXS soundbar from a screw. Now, don't forget, if you do have drywall, you cannot just use drywall screws if you don't go into a stud. So you will have to use drywall inserts. Those were included with the soundbar's mounting kit right there. You can see 2 drywall anchors right there for your pleasure and your mounting enjoyment. And that is all that we can see here on the OXS audio. If you kind of look closely on top, you can see the Dolby Atmos speakers poking right there. Pretty cool. They're right here on top. Very neat. All right, let's look at our install options for the OXS soundbar in our specialty install area right here in the sunroom. It is not an ideal location for installation. I will show you guys that next. All right, we just unpackaged the OXS soundbar. You saw all of the included options with the soundbar. The packaging was awesome. The included accessories were very cool. Now it's time to get this thing connected to this television right here and see if it makes a big difference in our sound quality in the sunroom. All right, we're right here in front of Supercar Street Racing Video Jukebox playing 24/7. Make sure you check that out if you haven't already. But right here you can see this Hisense television does not have a great sound quality record. Now, one of the things I want to do in the future is put a 5.1 surround sound system in the sunroom and move the sound and everything up to the ceiling, and mount a TV up here in the ceiling as well. But for now, we're going to go ahead and use this OXS soundbar to improve the sound quality of this Hisense television. When they made this television, the last thing that they ever cared about was sound quality. They wanted to get a good, cheap television to the market, and that's exactly what they did. Now you can see my corner mounting technique here. All I did was screw the Hisense directly to this shelf. And then this other side just is hanging off like willy-nilly into nowhere. So we have to look at our options for inputs on the soundbar now. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we have on the TV as options. All right, since it's very hard to get to the back of the TV, I've got the phone right here ready to go to record what's back here. Let's see if we can even see that now. There's the inputs. I'm gonna go ahead and look at all of the inputs now, but it looks like 2 HDMIs, a VGA. Oh, there's more inputs at the bottom and an optical audio output. That's what it is. There is more at the bottom. All right, now we know what we have. We went ahead and checked out our options for installing the OXS soundbar on the TV, and it looks like we have many options. The easiest option might be the optical port if I can get the actual connector in there. This will not fit, as you can clearly see, will not fit right there. It would have to go right here. Let's go ahead and get this TV unbolted from where it is, and we're just going to simply move it to the regular position right here. Let's get this TV unbolted and go ahead and move it over and just go ahead and do the soundbar like that, since we don't use that area very much right now. Boy, I used the long screw on that one. Was that necessary? Maybe not. When I installed this television, I simply bolted right through the foot here. This wise cam will also have to move, and this TV should just simply move now. Oh, we might not have room for the sound bar. But now that we have the TV disconnected, we can go ahead and use the optical cable. All right, it is connected, and we do have a signal now. And what we're going to do now is put our soundbar up here. All right, I'm hooking up the optical cable now. I clearly saw an optical light in the port, and I saw optical out. I see light on this side of the port. Let's swap the input to optical. Okay, I'm an idiot. I realize now that I did have Bluetooth on from the headphones. Let's go ahead and turn off the internal speakers. 3,000 watt. And here's 1,000 watt. It is on. There's the volume control on the sound bar. We have a bass up and down control, and you definitely feel the bass when you turn that up. There's the presets. It is on standard now. I put it on movie, and I have the bass all the way up on the control. Sounds good. There's enough volume to override the, it is not wide open yet. The volume's very clear. The dialogue's awesome.
His inaction is difficult for me to accept.
The bass is good. Very impressive.
Dirty work.
The volume is on 50 right now, I believe. And it's set for movie. That's volume 60. Sounds great. It's got really good bass, nice high frequencies. There's the treble. Treble is accessible from this little snowflake on the menu. Okay, we just connected the OXS soundbar right here in the sunroom and took a listen to it. You guys heard what I thought about it when we got it connected. Now it's time to see how you guys can pick one up for yourself. Let's throw it out to the Supercar Street Racing Studio A and look at this soundbar online and see where you can buy your own. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. On the end of this video, we love to show you guys what you can get on Amazon, and right in front of me, we have the OXS soundbar. Now, this soundbar does have 230 watts of power. It has 6 drivers. It has 2 on top, 2 on the front, a center channel, and a 4-inch subwoofer with an awesome bass port. So basically, this subwoofer gives you the ability to have Dolby Atmos type sound, where you only have have room for a sound bar. And checking right here, you can see this guy has 4.3 star reviews, 25 reviews. I absolutely love this thing. It sounded great. It has a bass and treble adjustment. If you don't want to do bass and treble, it has 5 different EQ settings that you could take advantage of, a remote control, every possible type of input you could want. You can go in with ARC, meaning your TV feeds the audio to the soundbar. You can go HDMI in and then feed this to your TV. You can go optical, you can go auxiliary, or you can go Bluetooth, all in this one awesome soundbar from OXS. Right here in front of us, you can see the drivers here. There's 2 on top, 2 in the front, 1 in the center, and 1 sub, and OXS has really outdone themselves in this thing. I played a Dolby Atmos movie on it. I played Dune 2 while I was sitting there working out, and this thing absolutely sounded great. It drowned out the noise from my actual treadmill and gave me the ability to not have to use those bulky, uncomfortable headphones while I'm on the treadmill. You can see right here how this guy produces 3D sound. It creates sound by projecting it from all around you, and it includes above, side, and front. This is showing you the 6 ways you can connect this guy to your TV or computer. This can actually just be a Bluetooth speaker. It does not have a battery, so you will have to have power, but still, you can just use this as a Bluetooth speaker if you want to. So go down to the link in the description. There will be an official link to go ahead and purchase your OXS S5 soundbar. Go ahead and grab one for Supercar Street Racing. And thank you so much for 101,000 subscribers. We had a nice subscriber party yesterday when we did it, and my family was in there. It was the most awesome thing ever. Support Supercar Street Racing, support our vendors, like and subscribe, buy your soundbar or any other thing you want through that official link. You can buy anything you want. Click the link in the description, get anything you want from Amazon, and it helps us out so greatly. But we got to get out of here right now. We got to go to Cliffs and we need a Uber. Let's get out of here. Hey, Uber, are you here yet? Uber. Not here. Today's Thursday, and today we're going to pick up the car from All Set Auto. Welcome to Supercar Street Racing.
Have a look.
welcome back, guys. We're here at All Set Auto to pick up the Model S Plaid. So let's go in and check it out and see if it's all ready to go. All right, All Set Auto. We're back.
Morning, Brad.
Good morning. So how long has it been? About a week and a half, 2 weeks since we dropped it off?
About a week and a half, yeah.
Yeah, and so you guys made some progress?
Oh yeah, it's done.
To say the least, right?
Oh yeah.
All right, well, let's go check it out, man. I'm hyped. Let's see.
Have a look.
Wow. Look at this thing. It's almost like you breathless. You don't know what to say. It's just so good.
It's definitely been a transformation, for sure.
So how many hours do you think this took total?
I'd say a complete 5 days of labor dedicated to this car specifically.
Did you have any challenges on the way that you weren't expecting, or was everything pretty much par for the course when you do a wrap?
Multiple.
Multiple challenges, okay.
Although, you know, I only do 4 different models of cars. I do your car and the other 3 models that Tesla makes.
Right.
Every car is different though. So things are just gonna have different effects on the paint, how it was sprayed, when it was sprayed, things like that. I had a little bit of difficulty getting this area to tack right here. We actually did this bumper twice. This was a redo. There was something going on with the paint here. I actually had it, we pulled off the PPF because it didn't want to tack. It was a little bit of a texture in the paint.
Okay.
So I had Jorge spend a few hours with the buffer on it and get it nice and polished and get us a good bonding surface before we redid it.
Right, and we did notice quite a few paint issues from the factory, which Tesla attempted to correct, and they made another issue with the paint that they didn't want to correct. So we did the best we could with what we had without taking the car to the body shop again to get the one little thing fixed. So also we added some carbon fiber bits to this guy. So this is a carbon fiber V, and it is about, I want to say it's about $300 to add that. And also we added the carbon fiber mirror caps here, flat carbon, and also the door carbon fiber, which actually breaks up a lot of the wrap on the side, in my opinion, and it looks fantastic, and it actually matches the factory matte carbon fiber rear lip.
I'm excited for you to bring me that front lip.
We're getting, so yeah, we ordered from T Sportline, we ordered the front, what's it called? Front apron, carbon fiber apron. It's about a $1,400 part, and it 3Ms onto the car, and they added a little bit of that dual epoxy stuff as well when they put it on. They have a video showing you exactly how to do it. So that'll be coming, and we have a checkup here in a couple weeks to make sure that the wrap is doing what it's supposed to do. And I think that's just water. That we'll take a look at. Yeah, I think that's like exactly where the line is. This little line here on the back, just the way it is. Okay. And there's a good look at the side where you can actually see it in the light. The wheels were also ceramic coated. And we didn't talk about that. This car is fully ceramic coated on top of the wrap, so we can probably expect some easier maintenance, right?
It'll be a lot easier. Things are going to want to stick to the car, so you're not going to be washing it nearly as often. When you do, it's going to be a lot easier. And I'm glad you brought that up because I have a gift for you.
Okay.
Check this out. So this is your trio pack.
Okay.
And in it, you have 3 different products. This first one here, the blue, it's called Cyber Soap.
Okay.
Has gloss enhancers in it. And this is your car wash soap.
Okay.
It's a pH balanced soap. They do have ceramic additives in there. It'll help you get the best life out of your ceramic coating on there for sure.
Okay.
The white stuff here, this is your interior protectant. It's called Cyber Seal. Very self-explanatory. Spray, wipe, it's clean, it smells great.
You can use that on any surface on the inside of the car?
Any surface on the entire interior of the car.
Awesome. Okay.
And then finally, the purple stuff, this is your go-to. This is one we just included the sprayer on because you're going to be using this one probably more often than anything else. And this is your ceramic top coat. Cyber Slick, it's our in-house brand, by the way.
Okay.
And this is a ceramic top coat or a detail spray. So when if you get a little fingerprint on there, a smudge, or you just want to get that nice and glossy, use that stuff on there. It's very hydrophobic. I recommend you use it on the windshield too. It works better than Rain-X.
And so this is not designed to clean the car when it's dirty. That's designed just to take out little smudges and everything, right? Correct. You don't want to From what I've been told, you don't ever want to use wet detail spray on a really dirty car because it scratches the paint or scratches the wrap.
For most of the cars on the road, yes. In your case, I mean, obviously there's a line we don't want to cross there with it being too dirty.
You can actually mess it up if you try.
Way away with a lot more than most people can.
Okay,
when it comes
cool.
to wiping off their car. If this car was dirty and I sprayed that detail spray on there and just took a rag and wiped it off, you'd be just fine. If you did happen to put some scratches in the PPF, it'll heal itself up. And if you do nothing, it's in the middle of summer right now. It's you know, it's July. It'll take maybe an hour or two and it'll be gone.
Okay. All right. Cool. I don't plan on driving the car a ton, and I don't even really want to drive it in the rain. That's how weird I am about the car. But we know that if we want to, there's that added protection to have the ceramic coating done on top of the wrap. And yeah, the car just looks amazing. So we're going to get some glamour shots here momentarily. Just walk around the car, make sure everything's good, and then we will be right back with you guys.
To Sesame Boulevard.
What's up, guys? And the navigation just went off, and you guys just saw we picked up the Model S Plaid from All Set Auto about 10 minutes ago. Just make sure you stick around to the end and like and comment.
Turn right onto Arlington Expressway.
We will. And we just parked the Model S Plaid in its final resting spot forever, and I'll never drive it again. And you see it has the full satin PPF applied here, and the BC Forged matte black HBO4 wheels, and the car looks absolutely crazy. And I just put enough air pressure in the new wheels and tires to stop the TPMS from complaining at 42 PSI. Parked it, and now we have another exterior mod coming up that you don't know about yet, and you cannot know about it until about a week and a half or 2 weeks. And that is going to do it for a killer episode of Supercar Street Racing. Please like and subscribe and buy all your products from Amazon through any of our links. You don't have to click on the actual product in my description. Click on anything, light went off, click on anything, buy anything, and that helps my channel so much by giving me a tiny bit of money to offset the cost of this beast. Have a great day, guys. We'll see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. What's up, guys? Welcome to the channel, and today we have a very close look at the WIM Ultra that is sitting right behind me in my whole home audio system. We did go ahead and decide not to use a regular receiver with our whole home audio system this time. We went ahead and got the WIM Ultra and a big 8-zone amp for the whole house. So check it out. We're going to talk about this today on the channel. Stick around. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. I am so glad to have you guys back with me on the channel. And today we're going to touch base on the WIM Ultra that we purchased right here for the whole home audio system. We were going to use a receiver, but we decided to go ahead and get this instead. We're going to look at this today, so hang out with us. We got the WIM Ultra in front of me, and I hope it's pronounced WIM. It looks like WIM or WIM. And this is a digital hub for all your music. It is a preamplifier only. This does not have any amplification in it. It does high-res audio, Spotify, Tidal, Chromecast, and of course, if I say this, it'll wake up, but you know what that is from Amazon. And then on the side, it says it looks good, sounds great, your magic home theater, and it's simplified, and it does effortless multi-room audio. I am super hyped for the WIM Ultra sitting right here, so fresh and so fly in front of me on the table. And on the back of the box, it just says Dolby Audio and HDMI, and then tells you what actually is included in the box. Now, this is for the whole home audio closet to wrap up that project right here. I've been waiting on this. So let's get this thing unboxed and see what's inside. I am super duper hyped for this. Unboxing the WIM Ultra is as simple as just pulling on this little plastic tab right there. You have to be smarter than the box, and I failed at that because there was one on each side, guys. So the box did beat me on that. And now the WIM Ultra is looking so fresh and fly in front of you with no box on top of it. It is completely naked. It is gray, as you can see right here with the peel sat. It is inside of a entire condom here. Let's get it out. First thing I notice is the weight. It does have some weight to it. It came out of the box just like that, and you can see how stylish it is, and the connections on the back and on the front. There looks like a headphone jack, a control knob, and there is a screen there, and it is, I believe, a color LCD screen, and there might be fuel sat, maybe not. But anyway, that is the WIM Ultra. You can see there on the bottom it says Dolby and HDMI. There's nothing on the side. It's just a nice, I think it's called space gray. And on the back, we have input, output, just regular analog RCA cables. We have a phono input, a phono ground. We have a subwoofer out, which I'm super hyped about. We have a coax out, so this is digital coax. We have a trigger out, not sure what that is for. We have optical toslink out and in. We have HDMI ARC in. This is an input, not an output. We have a Ethernet jack here. We have a USB jack here, and then we have our power right there on the back. So that is what the inputs all look like on the WIM Ultra. There is a WIM Ultra manual here, pretty thick. It is also available for PDF download, and then right here they give you some sort of cables we need to open up and see what's inside. Now, they didn't even have to do this, but they provided an HDMI cable, a very nice one actually, a nice RCA cable as well, and also a Toslink cable. Unusual for them to include an optical cable, but it is right there. All right, we did show you guys the unboxing of the WIM Ultra and some of the features on the back. We have not shown you yet the app or how it works or this guy in action. So you can see right here in front of me the WIM Ultra sitting on top of the whole home 8-zone amplifier. I have gone ahead and wired up my whole home audio system and done all of the cable management here, and this thing is rocking and ready to go. And now I wanted to show you guys this very cool touchscreen WIM device because it does so much. It is such a great value for anyone that is looking for a preamplifier for a home system. Now that could be a preamplifier for anything. If you just want some bookshelf speakers and you want to stream, or you want to do a whole home audio system like I did, the WIM Ultra has so many cool features. It does have this neat touchscreen, and we can go home right there, and it has apps on it. But the best part about this thing is that it has very high audio quality, and it does have a variety of outputs and inputs, including a subwoofer output, which is one thing that really drew me to the WIM Ultra. It does do streaming from a lot of different sources, including Bluetooth, so you can use your phone, and so far I have been able to go out through the whole entire house, and I have not had any issues streaming to the WIM at all. And you can see right here on the front of the WIM, you are able to change the front display to a few different things. You can look at your presets, there is a full screen of what you're playing, or you can do it like this where it actually shows you the title of whatever's playing. And right now this is Sinfera on Soma FM, which I cannot play for you guys because it is copyrighted music. But this thing looks so cool. It is in space gray. As you can see, it comes in two different colors. I opted for the space gray. It does have a remote right here, a wireless remote with voice that allows you to control it remotely, or you can also control this guy with your smart home. So either the Amazon ecosystem or the Google ecosystem can control the WIM Ultra. Now, you guys already did see in my whole home audio closet refurb video here, which looks so fly. You already saw the inputs and outputs for the WIM, but I wanted to go ahead and just get a quick shot of the back and show you that the wiring is very clean. I tried to make sure that I did everything right this time when I did the wiring, and I am using the RCA inputs from the dot here. So the input to the WIM is from this dot so that you can do smart home features with the dot right there. Now the output of my WIM right here is actually feeding this Juke Audio whole home amplifier, which I will have a separate video of that on. This is an 8-zone amplifier with 40 watts per channel to all 8 zones. And so far so good. It just gets warm to the touch, nothing hot. So you can put the WIM on top of it. The WIM does have some little offsets right there that would allow cooling, so no big deal to put it on top of the Juke, which doesn't even hardly get warm. Now the subwoofer outputs of the WIM are feeding this Behringer Ultra bass right here. This is our subharmonic processor for the entire house, and that in turn is feeding this distribution amplifier, and that sends bass to the entire house. So we have bass in our bathrooms, we have bass down here, and we have bass in the living room over here. There are 2 subs in the living room, 1 in the kitchen, 1 here, 2 in the back closet, and 1 in the office over there. Now if we go back to the home screen on the WIM Ultra right here, you can see that you're allowed to have presets. So some of the favorite things that you like, you can go ahead and put in a preset, and you can see right now I have that empty. I have not done anything to that yet. Now if we go to info, you can see the device name, the IP address. It is connected via Ethernet, which I failed to mention. This guy does have the capability to do Wi-Fi, but I went ahead and ran Cat 6 Ethernet to the closet, and this is a 2.5G switch. Here are the settings for the screen that you can access right from the front menu. You can turn on adaptive and things like that. There is an equalizer that you can go ahead and select from the screen, but there is a more comprehensive one inside of the WIM app, which we will show you guys a little bit later. And if we go back to player, this is what I was listening to last, and you can see the input here is VTuner is the input that it is using. And of course you can select the input and the output. You can select by Ethernet, which that is what it's using now. Bluetooth, you can go the HDMI input, the phono in, the line in, or the optical in. And of course the output, we are using the line outputs. So that is all we're using. It does have a Bluetooth out, a coax digital out, a optical in and out, and a headphone out. And that is all that you can do from the front, except for this nifty dial that spins, which does volume, and also a play button right in the center of the dial as well. All right, we're back in front of the WIM Ultra now, and as you can see, we have our app up. All we did to go ahead and install the WIM was just hit add device. It was very simple. It found the device right away, and it did update the firmware. Now going into the actual device here, you can see that the device is playing Sinfera. It is on pause right now, but if we go to the settings part, this is where really all the meat and potatoes is of the device. We can go in here and we can rename the device. We have it named what we want to now. It's just named WIM Ultra C322. We can go ahead and rename that Whole Home Audio WIM. All right, we did rename it. You can see right there on the screen, it says Whole Home Audio WIM. Now we can go into device info and we can see things like our SSID, we can see things like our MAC address, our firmware version, and we can check for updates. This thing is fully updated in the firmware already. There is an alarm clock that you can set up in here. There are presets, and you can hit edit here. Now there is a network status. You can see that we are connected via Ethernet to our network, and we are at 192.168.0.167. right now. Our preferred DNS server is set to Google is 8.8.8.8 and IPv6 is turned on at this time. Now if we go to standby mode here, it is set to go into standby after use has stopped for 5 minutes. Now you have to pair the remote when you get the device, so I have already paired my remote. It is already right here. WIM voice remote is what it says. Now screen settings are interesting. You can go into brightness level and you can change it to adaptive brightness, or you can leave it on whatever setting you want. I have adaptive off and I have it set for full blast. Now when we go to standby screen, this is really cool. This is where you can customize your standby screen. If you hit customize here, you are able to actually upload pictures. You can see it comes with some stock designs down here, but I uploaded some pictures of the house and the Tesla and things like that that are more interesting to me. Now down here is where we get into the meat and the potatoes of the sound. So your first choice that you can do is an EQ here. Now you can see right here, you can have a different EQ for each one of your sources. Like you can have an EQ for Ethernet, one for Bluetooth, one for TV, one for line in, one for optical, and one for phono, which is very cool. You can customize just that single input, which makes it awesome. And you can see right now it is fully on flat for all of them, and I do not have it enabled. Or you can use some of their preset, such as pop, rock, or some of those. So EQ is very cool. Now this is called room correction, and what that allows you to do is fine tune your speakers to match your space. It analyzes the sound and adjusts the EQ for you. Pretty awesome feature that you don't find in a lot of other devices. I've not done it yet on my house. And here is the settings for room correction. And so once you do setting, you will see that you will have some different readouts than I do based on your specific home. It even has subwoofer settings. Now this is the audio settings part of it. This is where you can have a preamp output based on the volume control, or you can go to a fixed output. You can set your voltage for your line out level and your volume limit. And then you can set the resolution of your digital outs, which is the SPDIF and the coax. You can set what bit rate you want your digital outputs to be. You can set it for either stereo, mono, left, or right. You can set the balance right there to left or right. And you can set this thing to fade in and fade out smooth transitions between tracks to eliminate clicks and pops like on a phonograph. All right, now this is your audio output. Basically, you are able to set up which output you are using, and right now you can see we are set to line out. And then also you can change what kind of digital audio converting filter you want. Right now it's set to linear phase, but there are 5 or 6 different types of audio filters you can actually use with your WIM. Now this is a subwoofer out. This is one of the reasons that I bought the WIM. I wanted a preamplifier with a sub out. You can see the gain here is turned pretty wide open because we have multiple subs right here and in the house. So I'm feeding a lot more gain to the subs. We have our subs all crossed over at 80 Hertz. You have the capability to turn the subs out of phase. If they are out of phase already, you can flip that phase over. You can sync your subs and your speakers, which is important because if you have a long run of cable going to your subs around the house, you might have to delay that, so you can actually do an automatic sync of your sub and your speakers if there's some delay problems. You can bypass your subwoofer, and you can also tell it to send bass through the main line outputs, which I have on. I want bass to be sent to all of my in-ceiling speakers up here, not just to the sub, because there's not a sub in every room. Now, right now, we're currently just using the Ethernet input, which is network. You can set it to auto sense the optical in an HDMI and switch to that. Optical HDMI denoising. This thing can control the device that is connected to it via HDMI with CEC. And the line input resolution is set to 16 bits and 48 kilohertz, and you can go all the way up to 24 and 192. Now this is cool. This is a pre-source volume control, meaning if all your sources are different in volume level, you can set up each one independently. Now this is to keep the audio in sync. They have an auto or a manual sync. All right, so there is your Amazon settings. I don't want to say it because it'll wake everything up. Here is your Chromecast audio settings. You can stream with Chromecast on, off, and there is a reboot for your device. Now looking at the front of the app here, you can actually search for something. You can find your favorite music on all of your services. Or if you hit browse here, I wanted to show you guys what is available here. You can see right here, you have Amazon Music available, you have BBC Radio available, you have Calm Radio here, Deezer, iHeartRadio, KKBox, Napster, the Open Network Stream option to just stream directly from the network. And that would be, I guess, if you have a network server available. You have Pandora available. You have Plex, which is also like a network server. You have Quobuzz, Radio Paradise, Room Ready, not sure what that is, SoundCloud, Sound Machine, Spotify, Soundtrack Your Brand, Tidal, TuneIn, and VTuner. And the ones that I like the best are TuneIn and VTuner because I like internet radio stations. Then you have Amazon Alexa to stream from, and it's going to wake up. And you have Chromecast there. Now here's an important one. You also have Bluetooth streaming, so you can stream from any Bluetooth device, and this thing can also stream to a Bluetooth device. It has a receiver and a transmitter built in. So if I put this on Bluetooth now, I could stream from my phone or a tablet or any other device that does Bluetooth. The TV input is the HDMI input, right? So that is just providing audio from a source that has HDMI. Line in is RCA input, so it's analog. You've got your optical input as well, which is the digital input. And then you have a input for a phono as well. Now let's say that I want to go to the VTuner and I want to search for something like Soma FM. So it found all the Soma stations, and now let's say I want to listen to one. Let's say I find one that I like. I can go ahead and add it to my favorites here. I can go ahead and play it, or I can add it to my favorites when it is actually playing on that screen. Like this is one of my favorites. After it was muted and we go here, you can see on the phone, it shows you a whole display of it. You are able to then favorite it right here, which I just did. It was successful. And then on our display on our device, pretty cool. You can go to the left and you can see the playback screen of what is currently playing. So it also has some good information here about the line output on the screen. And up here, it shows you the bit rate, all your sampling rates and your bit rates right here on the screen for the station that we are currently listening to. So now that is added to my favorites, meaning when I go back to favorites here, it will show up on the bottom of the app there like all these other ones are, and we can play it directly from there as well. All right, guys, I hope you liked an overview of the WIM Ultra. This is one of my favorite devices that I have ever purchased, sitting so fly and so fresh right behind me. I highly recommend the WIM Ultra if you have a need for a whole home audio or just a bookshelf system or to stream to a couple of rooms. This thing is pretty cool, and it will just get better as the firmware updates keep getting released. You could see on my WIM Ultra back here, it is connected to my whole home audio system, and it is serving the entire house via the app whenever I need it. It plays back through all of these speakers, and I will do a separate whole home audio tour again since I updated this with every room being shown. But for now, that is going to do it from this part of the tour of the WIM Ultra. Now we need to go back into the office or the studio, not sure which one we're going to go to yet, and take a look at this online with Brad in the studio or the office, one of the two. I can't decide. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. You have Brad here, and I am so happy to have you on the channel today. If you are a returning subscriber or a new watcher, please like and subscribe, and thank you so much for the support. Right in front of us today, we have the WIM music streamer. I absolutely love this thing. I can't say enough good things about it, and also the internet feels the same way I do because it is at a 4.5 star review. So go ahead and pick up yourself a WIM Ultra device for your house. It is $329 right now. Go ahead and grab it while you can, and make sure you please click through the affiliate links at the bottom of the description. It helps us out just a little bit because we don't make money on the channel. So grab your WIM Ultra and support Supercar Street Racing. You're going to love this thing, I promise you. It does everything you need if you don't need a built-in amplifier. We are at 23,000 subscriptions, which is fantastic. 8,300 in the last 28 days. I'm really hoping to get this thing up to 100,000 soon because I want that plaque to hang up in the house. But I got to get out of here. I'm going to dinner with my buddies Todd and Joe at Cliff's. The Peel Sat, we got the garage door keypad, we got the sham board, and we got the garage door keypad. And we got the peel. Let's go with the peel set. That peel set's actually so good with the sham board and the garage door opener. What's up, everybody? Supercar Street Racing Brad here. Little update, quick update on installing the battery tender junior. You can pick this up on Amazon. Very cheap. I think it's like $25. And it comes with a end that has alligator clips like this. But what we are doing today is we're going to permanently install these so that all I have to do is plug it in to charge the battery. I'll show you that here in a second. Got my socket wrench here. I'm going to pull this top connector off the negative. There's that one. Pull this one off the positive. That is very tight. Very tight. That almost stripped. I'm going to go find the correct size. Got these battery posts off. Now mine are different from some because I have the top post. So I am going to take this battery tender junior connector right here. Comes with a permanent loop for it. I'm going to put I got the caps off of the posts, the top caps, nuts, sorry, was looking for the correct word. And now the battery tender junior has these posts here that just go right on them, and you can pull this out if you need more width. I'm going to go ahead and connect those to the back there and run the wire on the side, and I'll be right back. I got the battery tender junior installed here. All I have to do now is tighten these nuts up, and shouldn't be a big deal after that to run the wiring back behind there. I'm going to go ahead and tighten these two up, and then I'll show you guys how I am going to route the wiring. Alright, we got our battery tender junior hooked up right here. So this is $25 on Amazon. I will leave a link in the description. You can see the red light on there. That means it is charging. It will flash green, I think, when it's 75% charged, and then solid green when it's charged. So that means this battery needs to be topped off. Right here we've got that permanently wired to the posts. It runs around the back of the battery and zip tied to the side there. Now all we have to do is just lightly close the hood, and this will keep our battery topped off because I don't drive the car very much, maybe once a week. So good mod for the IS300 from Supercar Street Racing. Check out this dude. He's pink. Dude, what are you doing being all pink in my backyard? I just don't understand what happened to you. Yo, this is crazy. We're driving down the street.
Look at this.
And we're inside of a river. How does this happen?
Oh, hold on. Is it cold? Is it cold?
Yeah, and
it's so cold.
And deep too.
So cold.
And deep. Welcome back to the channel. And today, I know you guys are all curious what the heck an OTG is. So we're going to look into it. I mean, that's one right there. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and you have Brad here, and this is the blue, and we have the appropriate blue light here to celebrate the blue USB-C to USB OTG adapter here. And that is a OTG adapter because it is called a USB on-the-go adapter. Now, taking a look at this USB OTG adapter here closer, you can see here it has a USB Type-C on this end, a male USB Type-C, and on this side it has a USB, it looks like 3.0 because it is blue, And then it has a female USB-C adapter as well. Now, what could this possibly be for? Well, we're going to take a look at that right now. Guys, here we are in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen, and we are going to be trying to figure out what the heck this guy actually is used for. And so we are in front of a charger, and now we are taking this guy right here and we are plugging it into the device that we are actually using right now. And I am telling you guys now that it is plugged in, and I am taking this USB-C charger, and now the USB OTG adapter is glowing blue. You can't see it because we're on the phone, and you cannot see that I am plugging in this charger to the end of the USB OTG adapter, and I'm going to tell you guys what happens. Okay, so on the screen, the charge indicator just went on. That is wonderful. So now the phone is connected to the USB on-the-go adapter. OTG means on the go. And it is glowing blue, and it is charging the phone. Now let's go take a look at what happens next. Guys, in front of me right here, right now, we have the Kingston HyperX Quadcast microphone, which has a USB Type-C connector right here on the back. If you see through here, right there, USB Type-C connector right on it. I don't know why my focus isn't working properly. We have USB Type-C cables here, so USB Type-C on both ends, and we have USB-B to USB-C here. Let me get these open and we'll show you why. We now have one USB-C cable open, one USB-B to C cable open, and we are going to take this USB Type-C cable, plug one end of it into this super fast charger. This is a 10-foot long cable. Now we are plugging the other end into the USB on-the-go adapter, which you cannot see because it is connected to this phone. Let me get that plugged in now. Sorry for the craziness. I'll stop down and do that. Okay, we have the USB-C plugged into the on-the-go adapter, which is then plugged into the phone that we're on now, so we obviously can't show it. But now, what is this guy for? So this also plugs into the phone USB on-the-go adapter that is connected to the phone, but this end actually plugs in to the microphone here, or any USB-C device right there, which I cannot do with one hand most likely, so let me do that now. Okay, we've got our USB Type-B plugged in, or Type-C rather, plugged into the Kingston HyperX. Now the other end goes into the USB on-the-go adapter. Let's see what happens when I plug it in. Absolutely nothing. It's supposed to light up. This might be upside down. So I read somewhere on the instructions that this only works one way. So let me get that turned over. Guys, we have let me turn the mic around. We have this working. It did not work at first, and I thought for sure we were going to have to send this back, but yes. We have the HyperX mic now powered by the phone. Let me go ahead and zoom out. Guys, yes, we have this working. This USB-B to C cable is plugged into the phone. The phone is charging. Yes, I verified it just now. The phone is charging and the microphone should be working now through the phone. Now what that means is we can record directly to the phone, and we don't have to go through the PC to record, and we can charge our phone at the same time because we have this on-the-go adapter plugged into the phone right now, and the mic is plugged into the phone. If you do this without the on-the-go adapter, you're basically just draining your battery and you're running the light on the microphone as well off your battery on your phone. So this allows you to do both. So this is exactly what I wanted you guys to see on this USB Type-C on-the-go adapter for any device, and we will take a look at it online now. Hey guys, welcome back to another unboxing and review, and today we are taking a look at this, whatever it's called, a blue brand, whatever blue brand is, USB-C on-the-go adapter. 2-in-1 USB-C to USB female with 60-watt PD charging port adapter compatible, Samsung Galaxy, blah, 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 Google TV Blue. And this is what it looks like. Now let's go take a look at what USB on the go actually is. USB OTG, USB OTG wiki. So it says right here is a specification that was first used in 2001. So basically it just allows your phone or tablet to be a host, so you can use like flash drives or mice or keyboards or anything like that on your device. I know it sounds weird, but yeah, they won't plug directly in. Now, I don't think all of them will plug directly in. This microphone here that you can't see, this HyperX Quadcast, does work directly connected to my phone with a USB-C to USB-C type cable. Now, the reason that we got the USB-C on-the-go adapter is so we can charge the phone while we have a peripheral hook to it. Now remember, your phone only has one USB port, so how are you going to charge it if you're using the port for something like a USB microphone? So yeah, the USB Type-C on-the-go adapter, it introduced the concept of performing both host and peripheral roles. So wherever two USB devices are connected and one of them is an on-the-go device, they establish a communication link. The device controlling the link is called the host, the other one is called the peripheral. And USB OTG defines roles, USB A and USB B, specifying which side supplies power to the link, which is usually the host. The OTG A device is a power supplier and the B device is a power consumer in the default link configuration. So that is how it works, and that is where USB on the go was initiated. And here is one right there. And it doesn't have a way to charge. So how are you going to charge your phone if you just have that? It needs to have a splitter on it as well. So yeah, you can see here a phone connected with a USB on the go to a bunch of stuff here. They've got a mouse, a keyboard, a charger, and you can even get one that has a HDMI on it, like a hub, and you can display your phone on a monitor. So here's some more information about USB on the go, which I will place in a link in the description. And now let's go back to Amazon and take a look at the one we just got. There is the beautiful blue OTG adapter, is what it says on the box, assuming because it's blue. I don't know, it doesn't say. It's a Asdor. And it has a one USB-C 60-watt charging port, one USB 2.0 port, and it says supporting connecting with the USB port for high data transfer, and USB on the go 480 megabits per second. Use it for things like computer peripherals like flash drives, keyboards, hub, mouse, and more. It says it's widely compatible, and it lists a whole ton of stuff on what you can put this guy on. It says it supports 60-watt PD fast charging. I did not verify that on the phone that it was in fact fast charging. I probably should have done that. And it has nylon braided cable here for you. Taking a look at some of the other things you can purchase that are notable. This one right here is kind of the same exact thing. It just has braided pigtails instead of having it on a dedicated box here. Some questions here like, will it work with an external hard drive? It says yes, it will. Want to connect my mouse on USB port and monitor on C port, but this is not how that works. This is not a Thunderbolt port. This is not Thunderbolt. You cannot put a Thunderbolt monitor on this. USB Type-C is not Thunderbolt. A lot of people don't get that. You can have a USB Type-C port on your computer and it will not always be Thunderbolt. You have to have a specific USB-C Thunderbolt port to use that with Thunderbolt peripherals. There are 53 total questions here, and you should go through these if you're thinking about buying this product. And let's go take a look at some of the reviews. It has 4.3 stars, some of the 1-star reviews. Let's see what those are. OTG port stopped working as soon as power is plugged in. That's not the case for me. The lovely microphone here kept working when I plugged power into the device, and it did charge the phone. It does not work with an Amazon Fire tablet, but please remember, Amazon Fire tablets are not Android tablets. They are specific to Amazon. Yes, they use Android as a base operating system, but they do not have a full Android kernel. Just like GPS doesn't work on my Amazon tablet with some speedometer apps. This says does not work at all. I beg to differ. This is not made for freeing up a USB-C port on the computer. Not at all what it's made for. Terrible review. Doesn't charge and transfer data. Mine does charge and let the microphone work. Unless there's no audio on my phone, which it does. It did say it was recording through the Type-C port. So let's go back and see if there is actually audio on my clip. We are looking for the clip that I just recorded. Let's see. This should have audio in it. Let's open it up in the video player. It's plugged into the phone. The phone is charging. Yes, I verified it just now. The phone is charging and the microphone should be working now through the phone. Now what that means is verified that this review is garbage. At least in this case it was garbage because mine works fine. While it is plugged into power, it does charge the phone and it does let the microphone work. You just heard it. You'll see it on the actual video too. This guy says it was just a charge extender and it didn't do anything else. I beg to differ, so I don't know what these people are having problems with. But let's go to the 5-star reviews. Works as advertised for iPad Pro. Works for a 3D printer. Works for connecting a webcam to Chromecast. Worked with a portable hard drive. I haven't tried a USB stick, but I'm sure it works great. Works for Octave 4. I mean, we could try a USB stick. I have a bunch of USB sticks in here, and I have the on-the-go adapter ready to go. I actually have other things in here as well. I will definitely test that out and let you guys know if it works. I don't know if I have anything on the stick itself. I mean, I guess why not? Let's try it. Okay, I'm gonna get this USB stick fired up and grab the adapter. All right, we got the on-the-go adapter, USB stick. I don't know what's on it. I'm gonna plug it in and see what happens. Aha, we got a USB indicator. But it just says charging connected device via USB, which is not correct. Other USB options, okay. USB controlled by, you can select this device or connected device. Okay, so there's other options. You can actually transfer files, tether, MIDI, other things. I don't know why it wants to charge. USB controlled by if you select USB controlled by this device, you can then transfer files. So it does work. Does work. Awesome. I'm hyped. It is working as intended. So yeah, the USB on-the-go adapter, there will be a link in the description to this. It is from AZDDUR. Guys, please like and subscribe to my videos. Please, even if you're not buying the on-the-go adapter, please click the links in my description and purchase your products through them. It helps me and it doesn't hurt you one bit. You don't pay a commission at all. Amazon will pay me no matter what you buy. I don't make money off the channel. I lose tons of money on the channel. And we love you guys and thank you so much for tuning in to Supercar Street Racing and watching this review of this USB OTG adapter. And we'll see you next time. Welcome back to part 2 of getting my mailbox fixed, guys. And today we are going to be finishing up this project with some landscaping. And we do have everything in the back of Rich's truck right now. So let's get moving. We have successfully gone to Lowe's and gotten new pavers after my old ones got stolen. So today we're going to be reinstalling pavers here. They actually didn't steal them from here, they stole them from the driveway, but that's the mission today on Supercar Street Racing. Let's do it. All right, we're back at Supercar Street Racing and we have our new pavers today. And so this mission is quite simple and cars are going to be coming by, can't help it. All we have to do right here and right now is get these pavers into this area by the mailbox, but first we need to do a little bit of leveling out. You can see there's some humpage right there and some in the front. So I think that what we have to do is just dig a little bit of dirt out here and in the front, but I'm not sure because it looks bad over here, but not right there, if that makes sense. Maybe we should just fill in. No, because this over here is pretty high. All right, I see what I got to do, I think. All right, I'm still kind of figuring this out. I've never done this before, but I think the move is to just try to follow the contour of the ground because there's so many weeds and roots and stuff. So I'm just going to kind of go for it here and start on this corner. But there is a sprinkler head right there, so we can't go over that. Man, the bugs are real. I got to get bug spray. All right, we're back with some bug spray on, and the cars are just going to keep coming. So we kind of have to accept that is our fate. I don't know how you... Kind of just need to raise this side up. And just flat down. That's the move. All right, we got our paver base laid down here. All we got to do now is go get some soil and go ahead and fill this all in with soil and put some flowers and stuff in here and call this dumb project a day. All right, we do have a car coming, but the very first thing we're going to be working on today is we're going to go ahead and get these two plants planted. We can plant more stuff later. They didn't have a whole lot of selection at the store. So I'm going to go ahead and get these two guys in and get this project started while you guys watch. All right, we got our landscape light right here. I cannot for the life of me remember what I did with the bulbs for these, but I do have bulbs that fit it. These should have all come with bulbs, but maybe I didn't even check and I used my own last time. But I have a few of these to put in. Now we just have to figure out the wiring situation and run it to the existing wiring. It looks like there's plenty of slack here. So I'm just gonna do that now. I'm just gonna plant this right between the two plants. Oh, it ain't gonna go there. Just like that. And then I already have connectors on here with enough space to put in way more lights. We could actually do more than one if we want to. I have space for 2 more lights on these connectors. And I am dumbfounded about where the bulbs are for these lights because I know I had them at one point, but such is life, I lost them. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and power these on and test. They are on. They are all on, guys. So these are gonna be for the mailbox to light up, and the other one will light up right in the center of the nice new plants. Now all we have to do is put some topsoil and then rocks in, and we will be good to go. All right, guys, we got some topsoil in here. I really didn't have to put it everywhere, but I wanted to get it kind of leveled out. Now we're gonna go ahead and add our rocks in. Just spoke to the hardware store. They are out except for one bag, and the bag that they have is busted open because that's why I didn't buy it. So what we're going to do right now is go ahead and water all this stuff down. It will turn a nice dark color when it is wet. and we'll go ahead and clean everything and get the dust off. Yes, I have to wait until they get more to finish this project. That is going to be that project. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this little journey of the drunk mailbox shenanigans. And we will see you guys very soon on the next episode. Good morning, everybody. Hope you guys slept well last night. Had a crazy night out last night down in St. Augustine. I went to a cool restaurant with my friend Sarah. And then we went to hear some live music and went to Sangria's. It was really fun. But today we've got some important stuff going on. The driver texted me last night to tell me the new car will be here this morning. So that means I have to go find the money to pay for the transport. And I'm also working today, so I have to kind of get that in there. But the car will be here this morning. My plan is to video the car coming off the trailer, and then you guys will know exactly what's going on with my car situation. Stay tuned, that's all coming up here shortly, in the blink of an eye for you though. Wanted to take a look at the garage right now, show you guys what I did out here. In anticipation of getting the new car, the other day I came through the garage and I completely cleaned out and reorganized the garage. Got all my car prep stuff here with all my microfiber towels. Redid the car parts bin here that has oil and the battery charger and some other stuff in it. And then threw away a bunch of stuff that I didn't need. Scratching my head to try to figure out what happened to my high temperature coating spray, which I can't find anywhere, which I used for the exhaust on the SL65. I usually keep all my spray paint products literally right here, and it is gone. Unless I'm blind as a bat, it is just not here. So I don't know what happened to that stuff. I only used like a little bit of the bottle. But you can see I redid all my paint cans here. Only thing I have to do is get this garbage can back in the back. I keep the garbage cans behind my house when I have two cars. Here's the Accord, my daily driver. My toolbox over here, which I had previously organized and labeled. I keep all my tools here. And here is my workbench and my power tools down here for woodwork and such, and my oil changing. I do have ramps, jack stands. I will be doing a lot of work on the car myself. So I have all that, and I do have an actual hydraulic jack right there. So this is kind of an idea of what the garage looks like now after a nice cleaning, and hopefully this will be enough space for the car. Right here is where it's going. What's up, everybody? Just got a text from the truck, and they are about 2 hours away from me right now. So the ETA is looking like 10:30-ish. Still have to Uber or Lyft over to the place where they're dropping it off. I'm gonna get it dropped off pretty close by at a parking lot. So we'll see you then when I get an update. Headed to the ATM right now. Got to get out $550, unfortunately, to pay for this car to be shipped. So I'm headed up to Bank of America right now. Gonna get out some cash, and then the trucker's 2 hours away, probably about an hour and 45 minutes away now. So we'll have another update here shortly. Let's see what happens. I don't know if it'll let me get this much. Oh, it's gonna let me. Yep.
Out here waiting for the Lyft driver to come around that corner. Just checking out the yard. And grass is doing really good this year so far. It's a lot of work though. That dude should be coming around the corner like any second now. He's gonna drive me up to Winn-Dixie. I figured that would be the easiest spot to unload the car. Nice big parking lot, and I didn't want to take a chance on unloading it on the street here with all the traffic coming, and plus that would give me a minute to drive it to get used to it. And dude should be coming. There he is right there. Out here at Winn-Dixie parking lot waiting for the driver to get here, and just kind of walking towards the road. Figured he would probably pull in right here. This is a really good place to unload. Maybe right along this wall right here, kind of, or the curb. When we do our drives from Mandarin to here for the drift shop, we always line up right here and wait for everybody to kind of regroup. So I figure he will be exiting the freeway momentarily and heading this way. Try to get some video of him coming down the road when he does. All right, I think I see it coming. Yep, that's the one. There it goes, he passed it. I know what you guys are thinking. Mustang. I know you saw that. He went right past it. Let's see if he decides to turn in. Coming back around this way. Looks like he's about to turn in. I don't know if you guys can even tell yet what was on that car trailer. There is a orange car on the back. Could that be mine? It's turning in. And here it comes, guys. There it is. You guys can probably clearly see it now. There it is. There they are. How's it going? I figured like back there would be easy. Yeah, all back there's plenty of room. There's the car. It's not that one. Wow. Really does have great paint. So here goes the somebody else is getting a Mustang, not me. Pretty nice Mustang. Gonna pause this for now so we can get this thing loaded up. Unloaded. Getting the car unloaded right now. Mustang out first. 427 Mustang Roush. Getting the Roush Mustang off the trailer here. This is the easy one to drive. Because it has a regular clutch, I'm sure. But the IS has a twin disc. Directing them off the trailer. They got the boards to prevent any scraping.
Straight back. Straight back. Let it roll straight back. Come on. Come on down all the way. Keep going, bro. Straight back.
He's got it off the trailer.
Good.
Woo, that front is so low.
Good.
Damn.
Good.
Wow. So close. Front air dam, very close on this Roush. So we're gonna see if you can drive a twin disc clutch.
I think you should come up and try.
You want me to do it?
Yeah.
All right, I'll come. I kind of wanted to get video of it coming off though.
I'll video you.
Okay. All right. All right.
Take
It's
your
already
time,
on.
walk up. Yep. There he goes.
Alright.
New owner of his new toy.
Yep. Gonna see if I can even drive it. Awesome.
Yep. Really pretty inside. Look at that.
Yep. Short boy.
Oh, she cranked up really nice.
Warm up over there. Gotta watch this.
You got it? Slow. Yeah. Take your time. Have a little dip. Come on. Come on. Yes, sir. Come on. Come on, keep it coming. Keep it rolling.
It will take E85. You know about the E85 stuff? Yep. About to try to drive this car without stalling it already. It's a little difficult to drive, but managed to get away without stalling so far. It's really off on though, as you can see right there. I'm still getting used to it. Wow, this guy just pulled right in front of me. Girl. So another thing, 6 gears really close to the emergency brake. You can really, it's hard to tell when it's in gear. This is going to take some getting used to. Really feels like a, wow. I did not do a good job slipping it just then. It feels like a really lightweight Supra. It's pretty crazy to drive this after having a single turbo Supra that made, you know, excess of 800 at the wheels. Now this does have the V160 swap, and I do remember I accidentally popped the hood, so I need to pull over and put that hood back down before it flies open. That's really hard to slip at first. hood because I accidentally popped it a little while ago. It's really awkward driving for the first time. Got the car back home sitting in the driveway. Don't know if you guys can see that very well, but here's a good look at the engine bay. This is a fully built 2JZ GTE VVTi motor with AEM V2. Pretty much no expense was spared on this car. It's just has an incredible amount of work done to it. The paint's in pretty good condition. I wouldn't call it perfect. It has scratches here and there, and what looks to be maybe some runs, but it's nothing major. It's in good shape, and I don't know if you can see the flake in the camera, but it does have metal flake. I'm about to polish it up right now, and then take it over to the DMV and get it registered up. So there's going to be some more information about the car at the end of this video, but for now, here's a good look at my 2003 IS300 with a full Toyota Supra swap. It has the 2JZ GTE VVTi engine, fully built top and bottom end, including cams, fully built head. It's running a Precision 6266 turbo, and it makes approximately about 530 wheel horsepower on medium boost on 93 octane fuel, presumably tuned moderately, but this turbo is capable of about 750 to the wheels on E85. So that is the plan, to take the car up to Tracy over at Tuners Inc., throw another fuel pump in. It is only a single fuel pump, and we are going to run E85 in it. The clutch is very, very difficult. It's a twin disc clutch masters with an aluminum flywheel. It'll take some getting used to. The V160 is pretty noisy, right underneath the transmission well right there, but it is definitely a throwback to my old Supra days, and it's going to be fun to take to the shows and drive around. So stay tuned for the next one, and you're going to see so much with this car, you're not even going to believe it. See you guys.
All right, this is day 55 on keto. I have lost 23 pounds on the keto diet from diet and exercise. I am super hyped, guys. 23 pounds. All right, a little update. I got the first wall partially up, and I just put a coat of black paint on it just in case you can see between the foam tiles. And this is just gonna dry real quick, and then I am going to start laying the foam work at the top and see what happens, and hopefully I don't mess it up. I'm just trying to decide whether I should go all the way up or leave a gap for the board at the top. If I go all the way up, the board at the top is going to squish right up against this foam, but I think that's okay as well. I think it will just kind of push it in, but then it'll look like the top layer's gone. So I don't know what I should do, but anyway, got all the electrical finished on this wall. At least for this board. I've got the TV mount. Boy, this was a nightmare with this foam insulation. Didn't think it was going to be this bad, but yeah, it was really tough to put these boxes in because of the foam. But yeah, what I'm going to do next is try out some of these acoustic tiles. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and I just wanted to give a quick update video and let you guys know that we are live online right now on Supercar Street Racing channel with the studio build, but I kind of wanted to go over everything that I have done in here before I keep working. So stepping back towards the door of the studio, this is kind of what it looks like. It's kind of a mess right now, but as you can see here, we basically have all the wiring done for the speakers. So we're gonna have 7.2 audio. So there's speakers. My main speakers are these Harbinger powered monitors that will go up in that corner and that corner. We have a center channel going there. We have side surround here and side surround there. And then we have the rear surround there and in the other corner. You can also see here that we have HDMIs run for the 50-inch 4K monitor there and the 50-inch 4K monitor there. We also have all of our Cat 6 cabling run. So we have all the Cat 6 going up here to the corner where there will be a switch. We have a Netgear, I think 25 port switch that goes up in that corner, and Ethernet runs here for a television there, and I don't know what I'm putting there yet, probably one I already have. It runs back here for 2 workstations, one there, and it runs to the TV up here. Now I had some issues here with the wall box because I had never done it in foam, and now I understand how to do it a lot better. So I've messed that one up completely, but it'll be covered. You won't see it at all. It'll be covered with the wall plate. All right, so yeah, so long story short, 43-inch television here. This power here is for a wall light. So just like a regular, regular old wall light goes there. That's a little bit poking out, but that's okay. It'll be covered too with foam. And this will be a wall light. I still have to do the power for that. I haven't done that yet. That will be power for the Echo Show 15. And I still have to make a mount that comes across here for it. It's going to go right there, Echo Show 15. Down here is the other workstation, and we're going to have HDMI available here. That goes up to this 43-inch TV in case someone wants to have a second monitor, or I want to do a second monitor up here from a workstation. I can do it right there. There's power right there. There's going to be Cat 6 there. Again here, There will be power Cat 6 for that TV. I think I already said that. And up here, this is actually moving. We're going to have a webcam either in that corner or in that corner looking down at the studio all the time so we can go live. And I have all the power pretty much run everywhere. AC unit is going down here at the bottom, right at the very bottom. It is remote controlled, so no big deal. And I want to be able to plug it in right here. So super easy, reach over there, plug in. Futon will go over here. This whole wall will be completely covered. I already started sealing the door up. It is mostly sealed. I foam sealed all the bottoms of the joists down here, all the way across there, and all the way across there, and then out here in the rafters. I ran out of clear silicone caulk, but I started sealing all of these joints up here. You can see it's still kind of wet right there, and it did shrink, so I got to fix that. Yeah, all that was caulked in yesterday. I'll probably come back and do a second coat there. And that is it. There will be power down there, but you can see here all my wiring runs down here where the editing PC will be. The editing PC will sit right here in the center with two 4K monitors and then the two 50-inch monitors there and there. And we'll have 7.2 surround with a 7.2 home theater receiver. So that is what we have going on now. And by the way, the Harbingers are powered. So I ran RCA cables up from the preamp. It's going to hit the preamp output on the receiver to run the front speakers that are powered. And they will actually be hanging from these corners up here with chains and bicycle hooks. This power is for the Harbinger to be powered, and that power up there is for the Harbinger to be powered. Now all I have to do is finish a lot of power work, a lot of no fun cutting of drywall because it's very hard to cut. I don't have the right tools or a nice big long straight edge. I really need to go buy like a drywall T-square super long one, because that was, this cut right here, I got lucky because it's on the ground and it'll be covered up. Oh, I forgot to show you guys. So the plan is for the walls is going to be foam sound insulating tile. Now, yes, I know that this stuff is cheap and it doesn't really insulate sound, but I like the look. And so as soon as the roof gets on, we will start right here on the side and start laying foam tile all the way up against the ceiling, all the way across in one pattern. You know, like we'll start with this pattern and then we'll, on the next row, we'll go up and down like that. And notice it's going to cover the whole wall. It'll be glued on. And then when we get up to these switches, we just literally cut around them or either cut holes in the actual foam. But it looks like we'll be able to just cut around the switches. It'll be pretty easy. These cut with scissors. So that'll be the whole entire studio will be covered with these foam sound tiles, including the ceiling. And that is it. I have ordered a bunch of these already and I wanted to see if they were going to work out, and we're going to add them to the wall with this Super 3M multi-purpose adhesive once all the foam board gets up. So we're attaching the foam board directly to the studs and the ceiling joists, and that is how we are doing the wall covering. And I have been working through electrical because of course now we have wall boxes that are some of them are inset because I did the power ahead of time. So when you put the wall board in, your electrical outlets are too far back. So I have an electrical outlet extension kit that has little extension screws and everything you need to pull the wall outlet out just like that. That one is actually on extensions. And then I use this box here for Ethernet. So that is a I think that's called an old work. I can never remember the difference, but this is the one that kind of bolts and clamps to. This clamping to the foam just fine, but that one I really messed up because I didn't cut the hole big enough and I didn't have a template. I have a nice template for these guys. So that is going to do it. We are live streaming on supercarstreetracing.com, so make sure, not .com, Supercar Street Racing YouTube channel. Make sure you're watching the build live here with us on the channel. There's some nice music playing in the background. And I'm gonna go ahead and get this uploaded, and we will see you guys soon with another update, and we will be moving into the studio within a couple of weeks. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. I'm giving another studio update today, and today we got a lot of work done in the studio, probably another 5 or 6 hours worth of work, so I kind of wanted to go over what I did and what I'm about to do. So I got the TV mounts fixed. So what I did is I spanned across these joists, or actually studs, and I made mounts for the TV that look just like that mount. And so basically on the outside of the foam insulation, the TV will mount directly to these boards, and they are bolted to these boards, and the TVs really don't weigh that much anyway now. So I've got like 4 screws in each one. That should be fine. I've got them bolted to the studs on the side. So I got that done today. I got more Ethernet run. So I made another run from the switch is going to be up here down to where I'm going to have an HDMI cable here running up to the 50-inch monitor and an Ethernet jack, so that you can actually plug in another computer here and feed this monitor. And I also ran Ethernet across here. It's actually down there right now for the same thing on this side. It will basically be a Cat 6 cable and an HDMI port for that TV. So I have all that stuff now. I have all the stuff from Amazon to put that in. I actually connected power today. So I connected power there on that side to all the accessories that are getting power. I connected power over here as well, and also put the female plugs on for the speakers, the powered speakers. The Harbingers are going up here in the corner. You can see the power and the RCA cable for that. This has power in it. The ceiling has power now for the extra lights. And next I am going to be running this USB extension from down here up to that corner for our webcam that's going to be live in the studio. And that is a lot of work today. Got this HDMI also ran for the HDMI and Cat 5 jack down here that you'll be able to tie into this television if you want to. So yeah, got that all done today. It was quite a bit of work. You can see all my Cat 6 cables here for the switch. They're all labeled with numbers and then numbered on this end, and then I will label the actual boxes as I put them in. There's another HDMI and Cat 6 for that monitor to be tied into if somebody wants to park right here. And then there's lights up on the wall to feed sconces or LED type lights there. So I also just got the new Echo Show 15 in. I was waiting for the bracket so that I could make the wall mount for it. So here we have the bracket, and that is going to be how it mounts, just like that. So it will mount just like this, and the power will run right into the wall there, and then the foam will actually, this thing will be kind of flush mounted because the foam is 1 inch thick. So think about with the bracket on top of the foam, the bracket will be on top of the foam, and then I was thinking maybe doing it either way. I don't know if I should put the bracket in now and then cut the foam around the bracket. If I do this on top of the foam, then the actual acoustic foam tile will run up against the side of the show and kind of make it look flush mount. So I think I'm going to do that, but that is the way that is going to be mounted, and there is power for that. So yeah, just a little update. Wanted to keep you guys posted, and I'm still making progress and busting my butt in here trying to get ready to put up. I guess I'm going to do either this foam insulation next or start on the ceiling. I kind of need 2 people to do the ceiling, so I'm holding off on that. But guys, I appreciate you keeping tuned into the video and checking out all the progress on the studio. It'll just take me probably another couple of weeks to get it done, and I'll keep you guys posted. And we're constantly streaming live on the channel as I work, so please tune in and like and subscribe. We'll see you guys again tomorrow. Okay, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, guys. Second update for the day. I've been working really hard today, and we are about ready to test the front channel audio system for the studio. A little background, I got these Harbinger speakers about 3 years ago, and I've used them a total of 1 or 2 times. They are powered speakers. They both have individual inputs, and they are awesome, and they will be fed by a 7.2 receiver that has preamp outputs for the front, and that will be fed by the computer up front, by one of the video outputs on the video card. So we're ready to test the sound. Everything is connected. We're going to listen to some royalty-free music so I don't get copyrighted. And we are going to shut this door with no AC yet, and it's going to be really hot. One sec, guys. All right, sorry about that. It takes 2 hands to close the door. All right, let's test it. We're ready. So this is Purple Planet royalty-free audio. The phone is stereo, so you should hear the actual representation. First overall impressions of the room. It'll be much better when the sound is knocked down with foam. So we still have some reverb going on in here because of the lack of sound insulation. But all that will change, don't worry. They actually sound really good. They're turned down almost all the way. So those will be flying up in that corner. We'll have hooks into the studs there, and they will be flying from the top corner, angled down at you. And then the center channel will be in the ceiling. You'll have side surrounds there, and then rear surrounds back there for the ultimate surround sound studio. And we'll either have, most likely we're gonna have a futon right there for guests, and then 2 workstation setups here for guests if they want to sit. But that was a test of the front stage of the upcoming studio sound. I did get some more wiring done. I got the HDMI cables run for the second output of these monitors to feed a workstation if we want to. Same thing over here, got everything labeled really nicely. And now all we have to do is put the wall boxes in when we put the foam insulation up. Guys, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. We got the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio mouse pad in, and it looks absolutely fantastic. Check it out, guys. Ordered directly from Amazon.com. It came in, and it just looks so good. If any of you guys are interested in one of these, I can hook you up with one. But check it out. Supercar Street Racing has its own custom mouse pad up in here. You're gonna have to go over there and get it. This thing's sick, dude. Let's go. Ah! All right, I'm ready to shoot some video, and man, we got to do something about this. Welcome back to the channel once again, guys. I am so hyped to have you guys here today that I just cannot express it in words. And our mission today is quite simple. This is the home theater room, as you can see here. This is the closet of the home theater room. I need a place to put my charging station and store all of the equipment for supercar street racing, and it is not cutting it in my closet. So our mission today is we are going to get this stuff out of the closet and organize this closet, run power, do all that in order to be able to charge here in the supercar street racing home theater room. So our first step is to get this stuff out of here and get it moved under the bed in the other room so that it can be stored. We don't need these closet doors under here at all. So let's get to work. We got the biggest obstacles out of here. I save a lot of things that I shouldn't, but for example, this projector, I tried to sell this projector a while back. Nobody's interested in it. It does not work. The light is very dim. I tried replacing the bulb. That didn't work. So it has an issue. It can go bye-bye. And here we have a box for the pile speakers. We don't need that anymore. That can go into the burn pile. This is a TP-Link box for the TP-Link router right there. No point in keeping that anymore. Thing's too old to return anyway. Up here we have a, looks like feet for my Fire TV in the bedroom. Probably never use those. Kind of pointless. Up here we have some old sheets, an old Govee RGB ICTV backlight that can be trashed, a Fosmon home theater wall plate that can be trashed, and a mount. I think this was for the Fire TV in my bedroom. No longer needed. The remote for the projector, no longer needed. The actual Nebula Cosmos Max box. This thing is well out of warranty now. We can probably go ahead and make sure there's nothing in the box and go ahead and trash that. And really the only bad thing about this whole area is that I had to cut the wall open to do some work on the plumbing. I sealed it once and then it broke again. So as of right now, there's a hole in the wall. We could probably put something on the back of it to kind of hide that hole. But this is the old bulb for the Epson. Trash. And the rest of this is just clothes and blankets and sheets, which I can redo the top shelf if I want to store blankets and sheets up there. And then down here on the bottom is where we're going to do the actual charging station. So let's get this clothes and blankets and sheets and stuff out of here. Okay, so I got the closet completely cleaned out, and of course the GoPro battery is almost dead after using it for 10 minutes, which is that is my life. So I got the closet cleaned out now, and you can see we have a nice fresh palette to start with here. And what we are going to do right here and right now is we are going to clean this floor thoroughly. So let me go grab the cleaning supplies. Alright, we got the area all nice and clean. I'm thinking about buying an metal access hatchway for that. Not sure at this point, but we are ready now to look at the next steps. And I am going to be moving that table into the closet for a charging station base and pulling power through that wall there and putting a receptacle right there, because I have power in the closet right behind that. And actually there's power right there, but it'll be kind of tough to get through. I guess what I could do is push power through the other side of this and put an outlet there and go from there. But really, honestly, that's probably what I should have done in here when I made the whole home theater closet, is taking power from there, but I wanted power from the attic, so I did it that way. So yeah, so the next step is get this old crappy dilapidated table into here where our charging station is going to exist. Perfect. I'm going to come off of our power in the home theater, the audio closet right next door, and we are also going to do LED strip that runs up the side here and up and around and down this way to light the inside of this. Gonna figure out a cover for this somehow. I don't know what I'll cover it with, maybe just a framed print or something like that, till I can figure out if I want to put an access port in there. And we have storage down here. As you can see, we already have stuff being stored in these pockets that come out of the side, like the TV legs. That all is going to come out, and then the only bummer is I can't really use that side because it's going to be blocked. So yeah, I'll figure it out though, but we have 2 levels here to put stuff on for storage and for the all the stuff for Supercar Street Racing Productions. And then over here we got room to put the tripods and anything larger right there, and then we still have the top shelves for other storage. Okay, this is the wall we'll be making our cut in, and we need to make 100% sure that there is no stud where that thing is going. So we're going to use our stud finder here. Okay, I don't think there's a stud between this. If it is, it's going to be terrible for us. So then we just need to find the center. All right, it's 24, so 12's dead center. We need to know the height, so all we have to do is measure an existing outlet, and the top of the wall plate is generally about, looks like, you guys can't see this over here, but it looks like it's about 17 inches, the very top of the wall plate. You have to take into account that the wall plate also has a little lip on it. So I'm gonna go, actually I'm gonna go a little lower so it hides the outlet. I'm gonna go about right here. Let's see, the table. Table sits at 16. So I want the top of the box below 16. So I'm gonna put the top of the box at 15. So right there. And then the center. So the center, where is my drywall saw? Somewhere in there. Now the center is 12. Got close, not quite. Okay, we are back here in the theater room closet, and I got the outlet done. It does stick out a little bit, not sure why. It's just the way the box is. The box pokes out a little bit, but you can just always caulk around that. But this is how it came out. I put 4 power in here, and then let's put our electrical tester in. And you can see we have a middle light, and that is just a ground warning. Other than that, there's no reverse polarity or anything. I just got to hook up the ground on the other end. But yeah, this side is done on the electrical. It just pokes out just a tiny bit, and I don't know why. Back into the old charging station, and our next step here is to get everything disconnected and get this existing huge power strip off of this table and bring it into the other room and do our planning. So let's get that done. All right, this is my temporary layout I came up with, and then over here on this side will be the tripods and the lights. I'm actually about to order a light set, so I'm going to put that right here. I've got power over there for anything I need to do now. I've got the huge power strip. This is looking good. Now we got this big old mess to clean up and get everything reorganized in here. So let's get moving. Hey guys, welcome back, and we're out here in the beautiful 4K production studio for Supercar Street Racing. And as you can see on the video right here, I got a new outlet installed in the closet today, moved all the charging stuff over to that area, and now there is also space for the tripods and lights that I'm about to order. And I will cut to the video of this finished product right here, right now. But yeah, we got all this done today, and I really encourage you guys to subscribe and like the videos. And please buy everything through our affiliate links. It helps us out so much. We appreciate you being here. We hope to see you for the next project on Supercar Street Racing. I'll see you guys later. I'm out. Guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here. You got Brad. And today we are in the Supercar Street Racing sunroom here with beautiful not sunny Florida behind me in the background. And we got this camera that was donated so graciously to us from the company MubView. We're gonna be taking a look at this camera today, get it unboxed, check out the app, and see if this thing is worth buying. This is an indoor pan tilt zoom from MubView. I promised those guys I would take a look at this and help you guys decide whether it's right for you or not. So we're gonna open this up today, take a look at it, and it's probably gonna start raining here soon because we got another storm coming to Florida. So let's get this thing unboxed real quick, see what's inside the box, and go from there, guys. Welcome back. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We're out here in the beautiful SCSR sunroom to show you this MubView pan tilt zoom indoor camera. This is a good look at the box right here. We're gonna get this thing unboxed in a few minutes, but I wanted to go ahead and talk to you about this. Outside of this box, it has a couple of things on it that are interesting. So it says it has two-way audio, so I guess you can talk back and forth to the camera. It has motion detection. It has warning and playback, whatever that means. It does have night vision. It does panoramic views, uses Wi-Fi, and does cloud storage. It has an activity zone, so you can mask off where you want the camera to actually check for activity. It says something about ONVIF. I'm not sure what that is, but we're going to dig into that today when we get inside of the box for the MubView Smart PTZ indoor camera. So let's get this thing opened up now and figure out exactly what's going on, and I'm so happy you guys are here today. All right, a few things on the front of the box also that we didn't check into before. It says it's good for home security, for baby care, for elder care, or for pet care. And now let's get this thing opened up and see what's inside. All right, directly in front of us is the MubView Pan Tilt Zoom indoor camera. We're gonna go ahead and take a look at that now. And there's a better look at the front of the box there that you didn't get to see before. It actually has a code to scan for the app, and this is the model PK320. And I guess what a lot of these companies usually do is they just clone other companies' apps, and they sell the same camera with multiple different apps, the exact same camera. And then there's a good look at the front of the box. Open it up now and see what's inside. And on the top it says PD. I don't know what that's about. And inside of the box, the MubView camera that so many people clone and copy and use their own names on. Let's see. There is an instruction manual right here. And that's it. Inside the box they have this little cardboard condom with the cord inside of it. And then if you go further, you do have some drywall inserts to install it with. You have a standard USB 5-volt power adapter here and the mounting base right there. And inside of the box with the MubView, you can see that it does have a wooden base, which is interesting. The other ones I have don't have that, but check out the Pan Tilt Zoom MubView camera, 2.4 5G. It does say it supports 5G, which would be the first camera that I have had that has 5G connectivity, as far as I know, unless Wise has integrated it, which I don't know if they have yet, but most of these devices will not work with 5G internet. They only work with 2.4 gigahertz. They have issues with doing anything other than that. But yeah, this is the indoor MubView, so I'm curious to see. And I think it's interesting that they chose a wooden bottom. I've never seen that before on any of the cameras that I've had. And this is how you mount it. So you basically screw this to the wall, put the camera on it, and you are done. And that is how you set that up. Here are the drywall inserts. So you have a place where you need to put this when you have. So here are the drywall inserts. If you have a place you need to put this, take a screwdriver about the same size as this, push it through the wall, stuff these in there, and then you have mounting for your MubView. And inside of the manual here, we can see that it has some information about the warranty. You can register it right here with this barcode, this QR code. They do have a phone number here and a website, which I will put in the description of the video. On the next page, it does show you that the camera has the lens right here. There should be a status light somewhere on here as well. There is a mic on this part, it says. There's a reset button on the bottom along with the SD card. So it looks like you have to put the card in right here, which is kind of hard to get in probably, but I don't know. But there's the reset button right there as well, right on the bottom. It does say that the back here is a speaker. So there's your speaker right there. This is your charger or your power supply. Okay, the next step here is to download and install the app, but we want to go look at the rest of the features. It looks like you have to sign up for an account with MubView. There's instructions on getting the camera connected here, which we'll get to in a minute. And yeah, connecting the camera to the app is right here. And then more instructions on how to get the camera connected, which when we go to the phone, we'll be able to see that. And there's ways to share this with people. If you want your family or friends to have view rights on the camera, or they could also control it, you can do that right here. That's inside the app. And then there's a bunch of facts. So if you have issues with the camera, read through a couple of these, see how that works out for you if you have any problems there. 2 pages of facts. That's about it. So I think what we need to do right now is get this camera set up. So for that, we're gonna get to the phone here momentarily. Let's do that now. All right, we're back with the MubView Pan Tilt Zoom camera. And the first thing we need to do today is go ahead and download the app. So to do that, they have a QR code right here. So let's go ahead and scan that QR code on the phone, which we are also recording on. And we do see here the app is called Cloud Edge. And if we were to search for MubView, so Cloud Edge comes up, but it doesn't say MubView, which is interesting. So let's go ahead and install that. Go ahead and open up the app, Cloud Edge, and we have to sign up. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and sign up, Supercar Street Racing. All right, so now we are ready to add our camera, but it is not plugged in, but I do have my trusty battery pack right here. So let's go ahead and power the camera up. All right, the camera came on and did sound. You saw that. It is still going crazy. It's doing a little dance for you guys. All right, let's add device. All right, went ahead and added device. It did find the camera, and it looks like this camera can be battery charged. So it does have a rechargeable battery in it. You can see right here on the screen, we found it. Hit next.
Please reset the device by holding the reset button for 5 seconds. Wait for the indicator light to flash red.
Okay. It's flashing already red. You can see right here. Let's go ahead and hit next.
Select the 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi network and enter your password.
All right, it is successfully added the device to Wi-Fi. Let's click next. Let's rename the camera. Let's call it MubView. All right, we're done with that. All right, now we're looking at the management for the MubView PTZ. You can see it right here on the screen. If we hit play, it is showing us how to work the camera here. All right, we're back in front of the MubView now. We do have a 128 gigabyte SD card to go ahead and put in the device. The other device, the other card would not work. We are ready to put the SD card in the MubView. Let's go ahead and press that in, see what happens. All right, it's fully inserted. Let's go into the app and see if it recognizes it or if we have to format it. We got our SD card formatted on the computer, and when you format this, you should do exFAT for the format. SD card is inserted. Let's back out and go back into recording management. It's saying, wait a moment. It's trying to figure out the SD card. It is doing something, 10%. It's getting the SD card ready now. You can see it right here on the app. All right, it sees that the SD card is 128 gigabyte. It has 117 gigabytes free. I'm gonna set it on all day recording. All right guys, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing office with the MubView camera, and I just wanted to give you guys a little update. I was able to use BlueStacks on the PC and successfully look at the video live on the PC. There should be other ways to do it with this new open standard. It'd be a way to call it up on multiple programs with this new open standard. It is called ONVIF, Open Network Video Interface Forum. So that gives the ability to use a lot of different types of programs to monitor this camera. Now I did use the camera on a live stream for about a day and a half, and I am gonna put some of the video from the camera up right after this and let you see what it looks like both in the daytime and at night, pointing out at my backyard. Now, our sponsor would love if you would go check out the MubView camera. I'm gonna put a link in the description to that. And make sure that you buy all your Amazon products through our links. It helps us out greatly, as the channel doesn't make any money. So it just helps us get by a little bit and bring better products to you to review. But like I said, the MubView here, it's a nice camera. It does come with a little mounting plate on the bottom there. You just screw the mounting plate in somewhere and then you turn the camera onto it. It comes with a USB brick, a 5-volt USB brick, plugs right in there to a standard USB Type A port as well. And the quality is about 2K is what it says on the box, and that's what we observed. And we will show you that now. And then right after that, please go click through the links in the description. We'll see you next time.
You ready? 1, 2, 3.
And stay to the left. The right to Landing Boulevard.
1, 2, 3. One, two, three. One, two, three.
Guys, in the next video.
Awesome. Woo. First time I ever took it to 8,000. Oh my god. Took it all the way to 8,000. Second gear was worthless. I know they had to do that.
We absolutely 100% have a shoe fetish, and we are shooting this video in 8K 24p. Not sure if we're going to upload it in 8K, but we're going to find out. We're going to play around with editing and see if we can even edit at that high amount of data rate. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, where today we absolutely 100% have a shoe fetish, and we are shooting this video in 8K 24p. Not sure if we're going to upload it in 8K, but we're going to find out. We're going to play around with editing and see if we can even edit at that high amount of data rate. But today we do have that shoe fetish I was talking about, and I am hyped about getting my brand new On Cloud 5 sneakers here, because On is one of my favorite things to own. They are very high quality shoes, not cheap at all, and I have a ton of them in my closet right now. But today we've got a brand new pair of On Cloud 5s right here in this box for the channel Supercar Street Racing. We have stepped into the Supercar Street Racing amazing closet where we have all of the shoes here. This is my side of my favorite and nicest shoes. It goes from some very nice Huck and some very nice flip-flops here from Cobian. I've got two pairs of Cobian here. Very nice flip-flops. And then we move down to my favorite tennis shoes of all time, and we have some On shoes here. We have a set of Rogers here. It says Swiss Engineering on the side. We have a set of Rogers here, a set of Rogers here, a set of Rogers here. We have my Puma sneakers and my Puma Ignite golf shoes. And today we are taking a look at my next set of On shoes that I ordered, and I did finally decide to order some On running shoes, and they are the On Cloud 5s, and I got them on sale. And so we got a fresh brand new pair sitting in the box right over there for my everyday running. For example, on the treadmill, I do have my ASICs here. I will not be using the Cloud 5s to actually exercise. They are going to be just to floss in and walk around in public. And we will add them to this beautiful thing if we can find another place to put them. And let's go outside right here, right now, back to the box with the Cloud, and see what they look like coming right out of the packaging. Back in front of the amazing On Cloud 5 running shoes, and you can see that right here we have a fresh unopened box. And online, these go from anywhere from $159 to $205 on it. All right, guys, we got the mini shots, and nobody knows how to make them on Earth, but you get the Liquor 43, you get the heavy whipping cream, you put the Liquor 43, and then you put the heavy whipping cream on top, and you got the mini beer shots, right?
Damn, can't
My sister
wait.
knows. Oh yeah, that ain't gonna work. Guys, in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen, and we have this amazing RC boat that we bought. And we did buy two of them, one for me and one for Joe. And we are going to be unboxing this today and having a blast with this. I know it's going to be fun, and I am super hyped. Let's get it done. We got the JoySpot HJ808, I believe is what the number is, and I love that it says JoySpot. Just the best name ever. I love the Amazon names, but here on Supercar Street Racing today, we're gonna have to get this JoySpot open. Check out the JoySpot, but to do that, we need a knife. Let's get it done. We have unboxed the JoySpot here in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen, and we open it up, and this thing is fly and cool. And I love it already. Check it out, guys. The 2.4 gigahertz remote control transformer here should have 2 batteries. Has something right there. I don't know what that is. The charger. It does not have a camera or an SD card, but I am going to mount the GoPro to the top of it and rip this thing in the pond. As much as it sucks, it's going to happen to not have a camera. But I looked everywhere. They don't have cameras on these things. But that is the JoySpot boat ready to be charged. Just with the batteries on the charger. Deeper into the package for the JoySpot boat, and we did find the boat stand. We got a boat stand, guys. I'm hyped. And we got the battery plugged in. And I don't know why this indicator light's on the bottom of the USB, but it is. And there is the battery looking so fly plugged in, and the boat stand. And now you take your boat and you simply place it onto the stand, and it looks bad to the bone. Guys, check that out, man. This thing's cool. Look at the propeller on the back and the rudder. Thing looks awesome. I wanted red, but they are out of red at this point. Now this boat also came with an instruction manual right here. It came with something to remove the propeller and a replaceable propeller. And then here is the remote control, and I'm assuming it just uses regular batteries, and it does use AA's, it looks like. So we will get some batteries and go ahead and get this guy loaded up right now. All right, let's go see if this thing works with a GoPro attached to it, or if it's gonna flip over and not come back. Oh yeah, that ain't gonna work. Nope.
Got him!
It's not gonna work, it's too heavy. Too top heavy. I thought that would be the case. It does not work. It just flips over. I'm so mad. I wanted to do GoPro video. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, and it's been a while since we went live from the Supercar Street Racing studio at the end of a video. We are back after testing the JoySpot remote control boat, and it is so cool. I have to say, this is one of my most favorite things that I've ever purchased on Amazon. I'm super glad I bought it. I have nothing but good things to say about it. Just to give you a brief overview, you can see it right here on the screen. It does have a 4.4 star review, and there are a lot of these boats on Amazon for you to choose from. So let me blow this thing up so you can take a good look at it. But right here you can see the RF remote control. It does use 2.4 gigahertz for its transmit signal, and it says it can go up to 600 feet. And right here in front of me you see the JoySpot boat. It does come with 2 battery packs, and they are 7.4 volt battery packs, and they are lithium ion. And you can see also in the picture here the USB charger that does come with it. My only complaint is the USB LED light for the charger is on the bottom, which makes no sense. You can't even see it. And you do see right here and right now it does come with a case as well, which is very cool. You can take your boat out to the water in a case, and it does come with a boat stand for your boat. Now this boat actually will right itself if you flip over in the water, and honestly I never flipped it over, but we did get it. We may have flipped it over and right back over without knowing it. If you do flip the boat over, all you have to do is push forward and backwards a few times on the stick, and supposedly it will just right itself. Now it also does have trim controls on the remote here for you, and it does take about 2 hours to charge the battery on the boat. Now this boat will actually do 20 miles per hour. It is very fast. Here are the few pictures of the boat here from customers, looking pretty cool. I do love the red one, but unfortunately it is out of stock and not available for a while. I did buy 2 of these boats so that we can go race them, me and Joe. And taking a look at the reviews, it has mostly 5-star reviews. Says speedy, says kids and husband love it, long range, very fast. Blew the motor though. Quality's about 3 in this one for the quality, but I disagree. I think this thing is very high quality. And let's see what some of the 1-star reviews say. 1 didn't work and 1 stopped working after the first run. Now back on the main page here of the JoySpot RC boat. If you look down at the bottom, you can see there are a variety of different types of boats for you to choose from, and they are likely all kind of the same thing. but the JoySpot boat is very cheap at only $65 right now. Now, I highly recommend the JoySpot boat. I hope you go pick one up soon. And when you're shopping, please shop through my links. You don't have to buy my specific product that is in this video. You can buy anything you want through any of my product links, and it does help the channel out greatly as it gives me a few dollars. Also, please like and subscribe, and we will see you guys on the next one, and we will put some more video up when we actually do some boat races with me and Joe Dukes of Duval. Now we got to get out of here. I got to go get my captain's license. See you later. We got this gift from Greg and Danielle, and this gift from Greg and Danielle. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we have this little project which should be fun. I'm pretty hyped. It's a HP all-in-one PC, and it says some model number back there that I can't, H3, H4, I can't read it, but we're gonna get this thing all cleaned up today, get it torn apart, max out the RAM, max out the CPU, max out the solid state drive by replacing the regular spindle drive. My thoughts are all over the place right now, sorry. Yeah, we'll rip out the regular spindle drive, we'll put in a solid state drive, rebuild this thing, put Windows 11 in there, and see what we can do. But for now, the first step is cleaning this mess up. Alright, I found a solid state drive, and so we are going to be replacing this drive in this computer, and I have no idea how to do it, so we're just going to go for it here, people. So I have a towel here for protection. Always use protection. And let's clear the table off of all this other garbage. So first thing first, we are going to replace this drive. And there are a number of screwages. So I'm going to grab my little lithium-ion screwdriver. We got our Kingston SSD now, 120 gigabyte drive going in here, and I don't know really how we will secure it, so let me figure out if I've got some double-sided tape for this. Okay, I decided just to do a little hot glue action here, just letting my glue gun warm up here, and then all we have to do is put some hot glue here and just hot glue that boy right there, that hot boy. So I'm really curious about the RAM in here. This is some kind of shield that doesn't need to be there. And if we can just eliminate this completely, we will. RAM. So there's little symbols here that say RAM. Ah, here's the third one. That was it. Might have some RAM for this. Don't know. Could be maxed out. I didn't even check. I say screw it. Pull it, check later. Alright, it's got a single SODIMM. And I'm gonna have to take a picture of this to see it. Yeah, this is an 8 gigabyte PC3 12800, and I do not have any other RAM for this. So I have nothing to replace this with. Okay, I'm pretty sure I wasn't that aggressive, but I had to bend the memory module clips back together to get the memory to seat correctly and get no beeps. But hey, if that's what you gotta do, that's what you gotta do. So it's probably going to reboot now, would be my thought. I'm going to go ahead and click restart. I don't know if I need to take the stick out, but I'm going to see if it'll boot off the drive this time. I'm assuming it will. That's what it's supposed to do. There it goes. Good morning, everybody. So we are back at it with the HP all-in-one, and we have an issue. That is, every 3 seconds or so, the video freezes up and the mouse freezes up. And did some research online, and apparently it's the graphics driver. I did try a solution that someone else suggested that worked for them, but it did not work for me, and that is an older version of the AMD driver for HP. So now I'm just researching, trying to figure out if this is going to be fixable or not, or if I'm going to have to back down to like a super old version of Windows or go to Linux or whatever. But for right now, I'm just kind of playing with different versions of AMD drivers, trying to see what I can do to get this working. I'm digging around on Reddit, and I found graphics driver 17.4, I believe it was, and there is a good chance that that worked. Oh yeah, look at the smoothness. Heck yeah, I'm hyped. All right, now we can get some software installed on this beast. All right, a little status update on the PC. We got it all working now finally with the AMD Radeon drivers that we downloaded that I got off of Reddit. And now we are just waiting for the 8GB module to arrive later today, and we will give an update after that. All right, we got the memory module for the HP all-in-one right here, so we will be doing a little installation on that up next. All right, we're back here in front of the HP all-in-one. We got to take the back off again, and I forgot to shut it down. Let's go ahead and shut this thing down. And before we shut it down, we have 8 gigabytes of RAM. And right here we have, hopefully, another 8. Thing comes apart pretty easy. Really takes itself apart. And there is the extra RAM module spot right there. Let's get our RAM opened up. SP power RAM. And hopefully this will work with this board. If not, it will be returned. So it goes in this top slot. I was having a lot of problems with the other one. Interesting. That should be it. That easy. See if she'll boot up or if she gives the dreaded beeps or doesn't see the RAM. Power lights on. Aha, we have HP. I didn't see anything about memory. Maybe it just goes right to Windows. We will see. Let's see if we even have 16 gigabytes. We don't have video. We do now. Let's go to system information. $16 gigs of total RAM. Right here. Awesome. Let's open up Task Manager. This should be substantially faster. And we'll go up here to memory. $15.4 gigabytes, 16 gigabytes of DDR3 RAM right here, and 12.7 available, which means more disk cache, more memory for applications, and just all the way around better. Guys, I hope you enjoyed getting this PC back to life. This was fun. I really enjoyed hanging out with you guys once again. Please like and subscribe and buy all your products through my links. It helps me tremendously. We'll see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. Okay, so
it's rumored that you couldn't sneak in liquor or anything in a bottle on your checked-in bags, but on your carry-on you can.
So let's see.
Waiting.
Is it in there?
We've been waiting.
Is it in there? Is it in there? That's the key. Let's go! They stole it.
They took it out.
They took it. They took it. 100%. You're running out of time. You're running out of
The
time.
dude was like, I can make that happen, but hope it's not too late.
You're running out of time.
You fucked up.
You're running out of time to open this.
Brad, you fucked up.
You got 15 seconds.
You should let me
Come
go.
on, hurry.
God.
Hurry.
Where am I going? This one right here?
Zipper, hurry. Oh my God!
We got one through. How is mine not in here?
You got gypped, dog. Let's. All right, we have. I have to eat bacon, cream cheese, mustard, macaroni and cheese, and bacon. Let's go.
You're definitely gonna be sick. That cream cheese is.
It's two parts. It should slide in, but it is a tight fit.
That's what she said.
All right, in front of me, you see the whole home audio, and then we have our power cable right here. You can see, guys, here that this is coming from my phone. I'm putting the LED strip through. The last piece of the wiring puzzle did come in. Now, this doesn't mean that we can crank it and do everything because our WIM has not arrived yet and it won't be here until the 24th to the 27th, I think is the delivery date. We have the wiring ready for that. However, everything else can be wired and hooked up right now. This stuff that came in is two parts. One is for the output of the Behringer Ultra Bass to feed the distribution amplifier to feed sub down to the subwoofer in the closet and also to the subs in the house. So basically, we're gonna come out of the Behringer here. It's got a single output. We got a male mono 1/4 inch phono plug to dual female RCA, but we have male to male RCA couplers right there. So let's get this connected up real quick. On this guy, we basically come out of sub out. All these professional products either have XLR or phono. And then we're really just going up here, literally right there to audio in. So I don't know if I'm gonna tie it up yet. I'm gonna look real quick. We got our cable plugged in. We do have a zip tie ready to go, and we got our male to male adapters on this. This plugs into our distribution amplifier where it says audio in, and then we'll tie the cable up really nicely right here with this little zip tie that I put in. Okay, we got our cable all connected up. We're coming out of our Behringer Ultra Bass. It's mono here. It splits to dual mono to go into the distribution amp. The distribution amp's going to feed the sub down here and also feed the wall plate to both of the other subs in the living room for whole home subwoofer audio. That part is done. The other two male to males are for feeding the WIM, which then in turn outputs to our Juke multi-zone audio amplifier here via this cable right here. The input to the WIM will be either DOT or any other number of things. It can be anything really. For now, to test the audio, we won't have subwoofer. We don't have our sub out connected yet from the WIM. We can't test the sub. We can connect all of the speakers up though, and we have everything else ready to go. We can put our sub down there, slide everything in, and see if it is going to actually work like it's supposed to. So let's get this thing slid in there. So this thing barely fits. Barely fits. It does not fit unless you take off the base shoe and the trim completely. The base shoe has to be gone from both sides. The trim has to be gone from one side and the base shoe. It should slide in, but it is a tight fit. And once the trim goes in, it's not coming off. I want you to see how close this is. That's how tight it is. Look at both sides. And it's even tighter down here because of the trim. See, the trim's on the way right there. Otherwise, this thing would slide right in. Oh, it's still touching. That's how close it is. Oh, look at that. Fit. Oh, let's go, dog. Now, all we have to do is plug our stuff in. We have everything tied up really nice, right? So the subwoofer will hide this. We have power. Now this is network. Our switch is not on, so let's fire up everything. Make sure our switch links. We got power there, we got power there. Switch is booting up. Looks like we have 2 out of 3, which makes sense because our WIM is not connected. Now this is our house sub. We have some extra cable here we can put underneath. Just like that. Sure, just goes right underneath and you can't see it. This is the LED power for the LED strip. And then this is sub in for the sub. Let's go grab our subwoofer and get it in here. Actually, before we do all that, let's see how close we are on our speaker inputs. 1 and 2. So these just do plug in just like this. So I kind of guessed where these were gonna go. And I'm just making sure they were in and they weren't in all the way. Now I'm firing up the juke. All right, so that's all the wiring going into the walls. Now there's still an LED strip that's got to go in here. It goes on the trim, it goes around the edge here and faces into the closet, but that's what it looks like without. And then the WIM will go right on top here. Okay, I just tested everything. I probably plugged something in wrong because a couple of the zones were wrong, but I just remapped them in the software. No big deal. It doesn't really matter what zone goes where. They're all labeled correctly. I probably just put one of the plugs in where it wasn't supposed to go. So all that's working and it sounds awesome. Next, subwoofer. I'm gonna go ahead and move this in here and install it. The Polk Audio sub installed at the bottom. The only thing I'm worried about is rattling. I don't know what I'm going to do if that happens. Maybe put it on some sort of soft cushion. I had no choice. I didn't want to put the bottom shelf in, but you can't not put the bottom shelf in. You have to put it in. There's absolutely no way around it. It's part of the base, so you can't take it out. Other than that, it's great. Everything looks good. After I test, this thing's ready for action with the WIM, but right now I tested Bluetooth from my phone to the Juke amp and it works perfectly. Looks pretty good too. I like the way it came out. The closet came out awesome. Very clean, white. It's gonna look so cool when these LED strips are around the trim. It's gonna go all the way around the trim right here, where that lip is, right there, and down this trim here, and it should light up the closet really nice along with that LED strip right there. Guys, we got the WIM Ultra in front of me, and I hope it's pronounced WIM. It looks like WIM or WIM. And this is a digital hub for all your music. It is a preamplifier only. This does not have any amplification in it. It does high-res audio, Spotify, Tidal, Chromecast, and of course, if I say this, it'll wake up, but you know what that is from Amazon. And then on the side, it says it looks good, sounds great, your magic home theater, and it's simplified, and it does effortless multi-room audio. I am super hyped for the WIM Ultra sitting right here, so fresh and so fly in front of me on the table. And on the back of the box, it just says Dolby Audio and HDMI, and then tells you what actually is included in the box. Now, this is for the whole home audio closet to wrap up that project right here. I've been waiting on this, but this deserves its own video. It will have both. It will be in my audio closet video, and it will also go into its own video for the WIM Ultra. So let's get this thing unboxed and see what's inside. I am super duper hyped for this. Unboxing the WIM Ultra is as simple as just pulling on this little plastic tab right there, and the box is now open. Now, I have pre-wired everything for this, even power, so that I don't have to pull my audio shelf back out. I will show you that, guys, that momentarily, but this box should just lift off now. Let's see. And now the WIM Ultra is looking so fresh and fly in front of you with no box on top of it. It is completely naked. It is gray, as you can see right here with the peel sat. It is inside of a entire condom here. Let's get it out. First thing I notice is the weight. It does have some weight to it. It came out of the box just like that, and you can see how stylish it is, and the connections on the back and on the front there looks like a headphone jack. a control knob, and there is a screen there. But anyway, that is the WIM Ultra. You can see there on the bottom it says Dolby and HDMI. There's nothing on the side. It's just a nice, I think it's called space gray. And on the back we have input, output, just regular analog RCA cables. We have a phono input, a phono ground. We have a subwoofer out, which I'm super hyped about. We have a coax out, so this is digital coax. We have a trigger out, not sure what that is for. We have optical toslink out and in. We have HDMI ARC in. This is an input, not an output. We have a Ethernet jack here. We have a USB jack here, and then we have our power right there on the back. So that is what the inputs all look like on the WIM Ultra. Deeper inside of the box, there is a WIM Ultra manual here, pretty thick. It is also available for PDF download. And then right here, they give you some sort of cables. We need to open up and see what's inside. Now, they didn't even have to do this, but they provided an HDMI cable, a very nice one actually, a nice RCA cable as well, and also a Toslink cable. Unusual for them to include an optical cable, but it is right there. Now, this is labeled power cable, voice remote, and phono ground adapter. Let's get this thing unboxed as well. We are here in front of the whole home audio closet. You can see that we are pre-wired here for our brand new WIM. All we have to do is plug it in, and we have everything we need right here for it, sitting so fresh and fly right in front of us. These two little male-to-male RCAs are for our analog adapter on our Juke amplifiers. Those go directly here, and that's the output of the WIM. Let's go grab the WIM and get it set up now. Okay, we did get our WIM connected. Everything worked perfectly. We have our output of our WIM feeding our Juke whole home amplifier. We have our output of our dot here feeding the input of the WIM in case we want to use that. We have the subwoofer output going to our distribution block right there, which feeds that sub and also the house. We have our Ethernet plugged in here. It is a Cat 6 cable, and it goes to a 2.5 gig switch right down there. And then we have our power cable right here. This thing is connected. All we have to do now is hide the wiring, and we're good to go. We can test it. The WIM is fully booted up now. You can see the screen cycling with the nice screensaver in the back. You can see the button lit up there. Look how good it looks. It may not be quite centered there. It's just as deep as the Juke. So there's a good look at the finished product here with my shelf all done. This is the remote for the RGB lights that go there. And once this trim goes back on, there is smart Govee LED strip to go around the trim, which should look fly. But now we need to go into the app and see if we can look at our WIM on the app. All right, we're back in front of the WIM, and you can see right here that we are playing Soma FM Sinfera. And I love this station, but I can't play it for you guys. I will get a copyright notice. So we're listening to Sinfera, and we do have an audio volume control right here. We also have our remote that we can work with to raise the volume and do other things, or command by voice. We could do voice commands if we want to. But yeah, we can't play any of this music because it's copyrighted. We will have to play some no copyright music for you guys. Okay, when I start the video on the camera, it does mute the volume on the playback for Bluetooth, but you can see, guys, here that this is coming from my phone, and it was playing the audio in the house from my phone. So that's how you do Bluetooth, and so far so good. I'm going to show you guys a lot more of the features of the WIM when I have a few more minutes to keep videoing. I got a little update for you guys now from right behind me in the audio closet. I've been doing a lot of work on this, and I am proud to say that the end is near. Now, I took a lot of extra time to do everything I wanted in this closet, and I spent extra money to get premium audio cables and all the gear that I wanted to make this thing look fly. So let me show you guys where we are right now with this. So last night I did put in the WIM and finished all the wiring on the audio closet, and you can see right here from top to bottom what's going on, and we will go over all that separately. But right here at the top we have the WIM, we have the Juke Audio full home amplifier, we've got our Behringer Ultra Bass, a audio distribution amp for the subs in the house and down here. We've got our DOT, we've got our Ubiquity switch, we got our power conditioner here from Panamax, and we have our Polk audio sub. We have our power right here for our LED strip that's going on the trim, but right now our next mission is to get all this trim reinstalled and painted and touch up the closet walls where it did get messed up. So we're going to be doing that next right here on Supercar Street Racing, so hang out with us. All right, today we have a couple of things to do. The trim is not all the way in. We're going to be putting the trim in. We did mess up the paint on the walls a little bit, so we're going to be patching that. And we have to caulk and paint this trim as well. We're going to go ahead and paint this whole section right here. Since we're going to paint this one, we might as well paint that as well, I think. Go ahead and get this trim reinstalled, get it nailed in with my brand new nailer over there, my finishing nailer, and then see how we touch this up and make it look good again. All right guys, a little update. Someone recommended wood putty for me for these holes, and it's absolutely awful. I hate it. It doesn't dry for 7 to 14 days, by the way. So I went ahead and used caulk, and then I used regular drywall mud on top of that, which I will then try to sand, but I put that putty, painter's putty in there, and it was terrible. I'm gonna let that dry, but while that dries, I'm gonna go ahead and do my Govee LED strip. So the LED strip is gonna go right behind here. So super easy to put in. Let's go ahead and get that, because there's a slip all the way around, and I put power right here. So we'll have our little controller right here, and then it'll kind of be hidden. So let's grab our LED strip. So here's our 16-foot LED strip. The first thing I want to do is get it out and see if it actually is big enough to go around this whole thing. And if it's not, I need to start higher. So I want to see where the start point and the end point is. Let's put it at the very bottom. Oh my God, we got plenty. Putting the LED strip through the side of the rack so that I can hide it behind the rack. Okay, here's my plan. Power's right here, so strip's on. I'm gonna put the controller at the very bottom, tie the wire up nice behind here. All right guys, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing amazing living room. The compound is fresh and fly today because we have finished up our project for the audio closet today, and I want you guys to take a look at what we did. I just finished painting the wall after I painted the trim as well. All this trim was painted, and all the trim was painted around my home theater curtains right here. And now the project is done, and I'm thinking of a fly sign to go right here above this. that displays something. What? I don't know yet. Maybe something related to supercar street racing or audio or something like that. But you do see inside of the theater closet that we do have our WIM at the very top, the WIM Ultra right here, the remotes for the LED strips that run along the side, the Govee LED strips. We have our remote for the WIM. We have our Juke Audio 8-zone amplifier, which supplies audio to the whole house. Down below that, we've got our shelf. There will be a link in the description to the shelf. A little bit of a pain to put together, but once we figured it out, it was probably operator error. Underneath that, you can see the shelf comes with its own LED strip that is circulating into different colors. We've got the switch right here, the Ubiquiti switch. We've got our DOT. I don't want to say the name because it'll wake everything up. We have a 4-port audio splitter for our subwoofer signal. One goes down here and one goes to the rest of the entire house. We've got our Behringer Ultra Bass EX1200. We have our Panamax power system here, though this does do conditioning and keeps the voltage steady and all that. It has some cool lights on the front as well. And we've got our Polk sub down here, and that rounds out our project for the audio closet. It came out awesome. The closet looks so much better. It's so clean. There's room to do, if you wanted another shelf up here, you could do a shelf. There's a lot of room left in here to do whatever you wanted. But I am so thankful to have you guys on Supercar Street Racing. To support our channel, you have to do a couple of things. You need to like and subscribe, and you need to also buy all of your products through our Amazon affiliate links. And there'll be links to all this. Look at this, it's touchscreen. How cool is that? We'll do a whole video on the WIM, but this is awesome. Like, I love this thing. It's a preamp. It's high quality audio. It's very nice. It does Bluetooth and internet streaming and all that stuff. And so you need this in your life ASAP. Guys, please like and subscribe. Buy all your links through us. And we're going to have to get going now. We have a lot of stuff to do today. We got to watch football. Jags are playing today from Las Vegas, but we got to get out of here. We're going to go straight out that front door and just keep walking as far as we can. Just came out and look what I found. Oh, they're upside down.
Got him!
Denied.
Got him!
All right, we are back out here in the SCSR garage, and we have everything we need to change these wheels out. We have our Pittsburgh jack, we've got our 4-way lug tool, we got our nice anodized sockets, and we got our puck kit, and the only thing we don't have right here and right now is our impact gun. And of course my dryer wants to go off, and now I can't reach the impact gun. It's too far back. And I got the impact gun now, and it has a battery ready to go, but it will not break these free. I tried last time, you have to break them free with the 4-way, and now we have to get our adapter set out for our impact gun. Unfortunately, these sockets do not fit my breaker bar, so that's where we are right now. And we have our brand new wheels over here, and we will be putting the rears on first. So we have a 295 on top right there. That's the one that needs to go on first. In the back, I believe that's a 295. Yep, so this is the first back that will go on, so we'll get this over there and unpackaged right now. Oh, they're upside down. Denied. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at these. Holy crap. Amazing. Unreal. These things are amazing. I am so hyped. Are these things unidirectional? I think they can mount like... These tires are not unidirectional. So now we can move to getting this thing out, but we got to get this car into jack mode first. And let's see if we can figure out how to do that. All right, we got to get this car into jack mode first. First thing we did was unlock it, remove the charger, put that back on our charging stand here, and the little charger door has closed. We have to go into the car. I've never done this before, but I think you go into... Get that music turned down before we get a copyright. You go into service, and you go into... It won't go into jack mode. Why? It won't go into jack mode. Door has to be closed, maybe? Will not go into jack mode. Why? I gotta figure that out. Park. Okay. Won't go in jack mode. Not sure why. I gotta figure it out now. Alright, I cannot figure out why it won't go into jack mode. But I also can't change the suspension either. Advance. I can't do anything to jack mode. So, not sure what's going on here. So, service. Will not go into jack mode. What the? All right, we figured out how to get the car into jack mode. We're ready to rock. And we have Dukes of Duval here, assisting temporarily. And so he's got to pull the little plastic cap covers off first, which we will be reusing temporarily until we get new lugs. They pull right off. And we gotta get this thing mounted somewhere.
For your look. You didn't get aftermarket lug nuts, did you?
He ordered them, so I gotta put them on later. They didn't come in yet. Alright, so we have our 4 thing right there. Here's all the plastic. I gotta go back on after, it'll look ugly. That's what to do. And then we are 21. And we are adaptive.
This is stalker big.
All right, so we are going from what? We're going from 285 40 R19 to 295. Forgot. 295 35 21 ZR.
So we're screw up anything like with the electronics in regards to different size.
It does not, because from the factory it comes with 21s, but you can order them with 21. So that's the new big bad boy. Let's call this. Let's sit in some battery acid here. Guys, in that one house. Oh, how fire is it? Really good?
Oh yeah, it definitely looks good. You can see that red break 2 caliper really good now.
Get a couple of these in. Not doing anything, dude.
It's because what the problem you're going to have is that it's not going to go on.
Why?
It's just pushing the nut back. Oh, you got it. Okay, to go real slow because it's a deep well socket.
Oh, so it's just pushing it inside the thing.
Exactly, yeah.
Yep.
You can counteract that by putting a couple in at a time. If it'll sitting up, but no, hold on, it doesn't. I'll take it back because it's not going in all the way. Because it's got.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
I take it back, yeah. Because it's got this lip on there.
Fire wheels. Fire. So scared to like do anything. Every mistake is a $1,200 mistake. You mess one of these wheels up. $1,200 in 2 months to get them. Where's my torque wrench?
Probably safe to impact them on real quick.
You think?
Yeah, and then go back with the torque wrench. Did you get the?
I've never even used it. I'm scared to even impact.
What pound?
Don't know. Can you Google it? Can you phone it for me? You have a phone?
No, I don't know.
All right, we got our ratchet here and our torque wrench. I mean, we got our torque wrench set to 129 foot-pounds. Pretty tight. I'm gonna go ahead and let this thing down. Need extension. Not looking good. It's not clicking. Got the wheels on, put the cap kit on, and we are done with this wheel. Now we have to do is clean this wheel off and dress it. Move. Guys, we are out here with the Tesla Model S Plaid with the brand new BC forged wheels. Looking so fresh. The car's still on medium height, so it won't go down into low while it's parked. So I still have to put it in low to show you what it looks like. But oh my God, this is my song. This looks so good. What a difference this makes. The BC forged wheels on the Model S Plaid. Now I got to dress the tires and clean that all up. All right, we just finished dressing the wheels and tires and cleaning them, and this is how it looks on the Model S Plaid. We're about to go down to a good spot and do some sunset pictures, even though there's no sunset. The weather's kind of crappy. But check this out, guys. The BC forged wheels came out so hot on this car. Now the suspension's still in medium, so it will drop. When it gets into low, it won't let me do it while it's parked. But that BC forged wheel, oh my word, guys. This car looks so hot with the tint and the matte wheels. Oh, I can't even tell you how good this is. That thing is a missile. Look at it. Oh, best car ever. Love it. Guys, in the supercar street racing bedroom right now, and today we've got Keener providing us with this eye protection desk lamp. They have asked us to take a look at this, unbox it, check out all the features, and then let them know what we think. So today we're going to get this thing unboxed, see what you think about it, see what I think about it, and then let the company know how we feel. On Supercar Street Racing. Ladies and gentlemen, the company Keener has provided us with this eye protection desk lamp. So today, right here and right now, our mission is to get this guy out of the box and basically see what it's all about. And then get this thing maybe in your hands if it's something you feel like you can use at your house. Let's go ahead and take a look at the box right now. Okay, so the front of the box just says eye protection desk lamp, and it makes your light feel softer. Not sure what that actually translates to, but I guess it means that the light is easier on your eyes. And then down here at the very bottom, it says it has product functions of 5 color temperatures, the brightness is adjustable, it protects your eyes, and it does have a timer. It's got a few modes here, also study mode, work mode, video mode, fill light mode, and night mode. And on the side of the box, it says do not get it wet, keep it faced up, and don't break your wine glass either. Moving to the back of the box, we see the product model YX01. It is made out of ABS and aluminum. It weighs 2.4 pounds, and it is 8 inches wide and 43 inches tall. Now it uses 100 volts or 240 volts. It has an 18 watt total light output, and the color temperature is variable from 3000K to 5600K. Now, if you don't know what that means, 3000K is going to lean more towards warm, which is what these lights are right here. And 5600K is more what this ring light is right here, which is a cooler. And this light is 5600K, and when you start moving up in the Kelvin, the light gets cooler and more bluish. Now, you can adjust this light from 10 to 100%. And then it shows you that you can clamp it up to 2.2 inches, so we'll have to check out what exactly that means. We got the Keener eye protection desk lamp here that is ready to be so fabulously unboxed and shown to you guys. And the first step is obviously to open the packaging and see what's inside. We do have some instructions here from Keener. And we also see the desk lamp here in pieces, so it looks like we do have to assemble it. Now let's take a look at the instruction manual. So the Keener lamp does need to be installed, and here is the installation process. It actually should be called the assembly process. So that's the first thing in the instruction manual that you see is the assembly process. And then checking down here, it has the operating instructions after that. And then basically after that, it goes into other languages like German, which we do not need. Now let's take all the pieces out of the box one by one. And the first thing we have is this lamp head here. And it does look just like that. Same on both front and back. Next thing in the box it looks like is the actual arm for it. We'll get that unboxed and unplasticed right now. And here's how this part looks out of the plastic, and there is a wire connecting these two, so those go together. And that is all for that part of the unboxing. Let's see what is here. It looks like the power supply. Let's get that out as well. And taking a look at the power supply, it is just a standard power supply. There is no USB connector for this. You have to use the power supply. And Keener was so gracious to also give us the screwdriver along with the screws in case you don't have a regular Phillips head screwdriver. Now let's go ahead and move to the assembly of this lamp. Okay, now the first step to assembly in this is connecting the hard rod joint to the soft rod joint. That's what she said. So this is the hard rod joint. It has the switches and everything on it. This is the soft rod joint with the curve. There is a screw that goes right in here to keep it from coming out. You just put a screw right there. So let's get the small screw out. So we're supposed to use the pan washer head screw. So that is this. If they say pan washer head, it has a flat washer on top. All right, so what you want to do when you assemble the hard and the soft rod is you want to line up the screw holes there. There's a screw hole in both. You line those two up. You take the pan washer head screw and then you go ahead and put that right here. It's a little tight. All right, so the next step here is to align the holes of the lamp head with the holes of the rod here. So that would be on top. And your next screw is a pan countersunk screw. So it will be tapered like this. It is tapered off. And let's go ahead and get this put on the lamp. And you can see that just goes right in like that. Okay, so basically this is flexible, so you can turn it back the other direction, and you want to have your controls facing forward there. So this is completely assembled now. Okay, the next step of the installation procedure is the lens hood. So this thing says there are 3 buckles corresponding to 3 notches in the lens hood. So here is the aforementioned lens hood, and there are only 3 places this can go. It's these 3. And then it can be slid around like that. There you go. The lamp hood is installed. And that is going to do it for the installation procedure or the assembly procedure of the lamp. Okay, the lamp did come with this remote control here, so let's go ahead and take the peel off the battery. And on the front of this remote here, you can see it does have controls for the brightness, a timer, the mode of the light here, which color temperature you would like, and we will test that out momentarily. Now, clamping the lamp to a desk is as simple as just opening up this clamp here, and we are clamping this down. Let's go ahead and add power. So we have our adapter here, and there is a power connector right on the back. We have convenient power right here on the desktop here on the, and we have convenient power right here on the end table. And now the desk lamp is powered. Taking a step back from the Keener desk lamp, you can see it is quite large. You could potentially put it on the back of your desk here, and that would kind of alleviate, but this is kind of a big lamp. If you see here, I don't know if you can tell, but this is a very long neck here. Now let's go ahead and power this thing on. All right, we did power it on there, and it did come on kind of a bluish hue there. Now let's go ahead and use these provided remote control to crank up the brightness. And you can see there that it gets pretty bright. Okay, so this is an idea of what the light looks like, and it is kind of a bluish green tint right now, more blue-green. Now let's go ahead and change the color temperature. It did get a little bit warmer and warmer Every time I press this button on the remote, it gets slightly warmer towards yellow. And that is full brightness there on the desk lamp, which is pretty bright. It is kind of an interesting design here, and it does also light upwards to the ceiling. Now let's change the mode here to reading. And it did go back to a cooler type of hue. This is the computer setting. Dimmed it a little bit and it's still kind of a cool blue. And this is the night setting. And it dimmed it almost all the way down, as you guys can see. And that is all the settings on the Keener desk lamp. Now taking a look at the controls on the actual lamp, you do see on the back of the lamp you have the timer function, you have the brightness function, you have the color temperature function, and the power. So if we do press the bulb on there, it does change the brightness. If we press the little sun symbol, it is changing the color temperature there. And then the last function would just be the timer. Now I am enjoying this lamp immensely. It is pretty cool. I'll probably leave it right here, honestly, or put it over my work desk back here. But for now, let's go ahead and go online and see if we can find this online live from the Supercar Street Racing Studios. Guys, welcome back to another Supercar Street Racing product review. And today we've got the Keener iCare desk lamp for you guys to check out. Now this was so graciously sent to us by the manufacturer to check out with you guys. Now they did want to let us know that they are having an event on April the 15th. They're going to drop the price of this lamp from $89.99 to $44.99 for this special event. So make sure that you order this through my link in the description if you are interested. Now this lamp is pretty cool. It clamps to your desk. It has 4 or 5 different color temperature settings, and it does have an adjustable brightness and a remote control. Now if you see right here, it has 17 reviews, and it does have a very good 4.7 out of 5-star review. And let's take a look at some of those reviews right now. So for the 5-star reviews, it says it easily clamps on the desk, perfect for my workbench, highly adjustable position, highly adjustable high quality workbench light, outstanding task light. It does have some 4-star reviews, nice light, wonderful desk light, innovative clamp lamp, good quality, versatile, although pricey. So make sure you get yours when it does go on sale. Now back to the main page of the Keener lamp. You can see the lamp right here. It does have a little shade that clamps on that you can spin. And then right here it says that it's really good if you are watching a monitor. It will help with eye strain. And here is a look at the dimensions and the control panel on the actual lamp itself. Now the thing is telescopic, so it can move and bend and twist wherever you need it. And it is also very bright. Now we want to remind you to please support Supercar Street Racing the best you can. Please click through our product links to buy anything on Amazon. It helps us out so much. And make sure you go back and watch all the other videos you haven't seen on the channel. Guys, we got to get out of here. It's so dark in here. I need to go get 50 lamps. Guys, today we're going to take a look at what is under these aero covers on the brand new 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. We're going to do that right here and right now on Supercar Street Racing. Stick around. Alright guys, this is my 2023 Model S Plaid, and we are going to be taking a look at what is underneath the wheel covers, but not before we clean it, and then we will pull these right off and see what is underneath. And here is the Model S Plaid aero cover, sitting here so beautiful. Under this cover. So much better. So much better. Just needs hubcaps. That's all it needs, and I wonder if these will fit it. Don't think they will. Guys, that is such an improvement. My hands got dirty. Let's get the rest of this clean. Guys, here is the Tempest wheel from Tesla. Right underneath this cover here. And what we are going to do now, right here, is clean this wheel. right, so we have successfully uncovered the mystery of what is behind the aero covers on a 2023 Model S Plaid. I just ordered the wheel cap cover kit from Amazon. I will put that up on the screen right now and link it in the description. And here is a look at the car without the aero covers, and it is a humongous improvement over stock with the aero covers. Of course, it looks way better. So I encourage you, if you're not doing long distance on the highway, to take off your aero covers. If you're going on a trip, you can throw them back on. They do nothing in the city. They don't help you in the city that much. I would say negative 20% or more. But, and I'm making a joke. But yeah, the car looks awesome. I am going to get a picture of this and tease it in the thumbnail. And man, I'm hyped for some better wheels for this car, and that is coming in about 2 months after the car gets the special treatment from All Set Auto. And that wheel that we are getting is a surprise, and it is going to take a while to get. So this is how the car looks now. I'm going to step back and give you guys a view. It's too bad they're not black, but they are gunmetal, like a dark gunmetal. They look great. They will look even better with the center cap kit that I just ordered. And I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and we will see you for the next thing with this amazing 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, today we've got the Bauer 12-inch white RGB ring light kit that I scored from the thrift store, brand new, for $20, and it does RGB and lighting for doing YouTubing. So let's take a look at this today on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we have this thrift store find Bauer 12-inch white RGB light kit. Now this guy is designed to be an extendable tripod with RGB and LED white and like warm and cool white lighting, and also switches back and forth to RGB LED. You mount your phone right on the thing, and it is actually on right now, and I am talking to you through this device right now. So let's take a look at what this thing can do. Taking a little deeper look at this Bauer 12-inch RGB ring light kit. Basically, it has a 360-degree head and a 62-inch tripod system that comes with it. And the cool thing about this guy is that it has a remote, and you can see on the back here, you can go through 12 different RGB colors with the ring. You can go through 7 RGB special effects. Now I already saw one and it was pretty cool. And also you have white light mode. There is a white, a natural, and a warm light mode. This is the actual phone clip, so this is designed, you can rotate it, turn it, and it also stretches out so it will fit my phone, and mine's an S23 Ultra 5G. And also this is the ball head for the actual light itself, and that moves. Here is the remote that came with it. I haven't even pulled out the little battery condom yet, but boom, there is the battery condom out, and you can see the remote right here with all the features that this thing can do. There is also a wired remote on the actual wire, like most of the lights have. It works on USB power, and this is a look at the tripod on how it will fold up. Now let's take a look at how this thing is actually assembled. Alright guys, in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen now we have the Bauer tripod, and you can see the setting on warm white right now. And here is the actual phone clip that it was connected to for the clip you just saw last. Now how this thing is assembled is you will get the tripod right out of the box like this. You will go ahead and extend the tripod out. This ring will be packaged separately, as will this phone clip, and will this ball joint right here for the ring light. So you basically put the ball joint onto the top of the tripod first. Then you screw the ring light onto this ball joint here and tighten this little disc. Then screw the phone clip mount inside of the ring of the Bauer tripod system. And you can see right here, right now on the remote, that it does have all the controls here. And if we hit this control here, that changes, it says right here, mode. That changes the actual color temperature of the white light. So there are 3 different settings: light, warm, and natural. And this bottom button here, when we press it, we get this awesome LED effect, which is great for like a background shot if you need like background effects. There's the next color effect, and the next one. This thing is very cool. And then we got flashing, of course, fading. That looks like it's like dissolving between colors. And then there's your little ring effect. This thing is very cool. This thing might end up on the wall in the studio, or I might buy another one because that's awesome. And I'm just here going through these lights. RGB effects, those look like solid. And there is back to the beginning of the RGB lighting effects. And then also on this remote, you can control the brightness with the up and down button. And maybe you can't do it when it is on this effect here, but that is for solid colors or maybe the white light. Let's see. Yep, that's for the white light only. You can't do it when it is in RGB mode. Alright, taking a look at the instructions here and the remote up close. There is the remote control, and we can take a look at how this remote operates here. And if we look right here, the middle button does not do anything. Huh, okay, so the remote doesn't work at all? I take that. The remote doesn't work at all. Battery must be dead. Got the battery out of the remote, and it just so happens that I have a CR2032. I can't even believe I have this battery, but I do. I have one left right here. And it is in the hardest package in the world to get out. Got the CR2032 finally out of its protective condom, and I'm putting the brand new one in here like this. And then it just proceeds to slide directly in like this. And then we will see if this actually works or not. Let's try it. Does not work. Interesting. Very interesting. Alright, so I got one with a broken remote apparently. And I don't know, just does not work. Oh, that's okay though, because we have the wired remote for this thing, I guess. So yes, the remote is not working on my thrift store found Bauer ring light. Got this all figured out. Basically it is infrared, and there is the infrared sensor. So that's why it wasn't working. Now if we press RGB, it works just perfectly. Awesome. Working fine. So stepping through some of the light things from the remote. Do we have white? We do have, oh, that's purple. Okay. Let's see. That's purple. Let's see. That's red. And then the center button steps through all the colors. How do we get back to white? I'm not finding how to get back to regular white. It looks like it is on purple right now. White should be this. So I don't know how you get back to that. When I push W on the remote, it goes to purple. So here is green. And it just does not want to act crazy. It wants to act crazy. Yeah, white turns it to purple. Not sure about what on the remote is white. I'll have to look that up. All right, here's why that looks purple. The W is actually RGB white, so it's white with a blue tint. And RGB button in the center turns on RGB mode, but it doesn't say anywhere how to get, let's see, here we go. On button turns on white light mode. Let's try that. So now it is in the RGB white. Let's see. Ah, there we go. And then you keep clicking the on button and it goes through the different white modes there. Nice. Okay, cool. All right, guys, welcome back to the SCSR 4K production studio you see right behind me here. And we have the Bauer 12-inch RGB light set up right in front of me, and I wanted to set it up so you could see it in the shot. It is currently lighting me on the warm white mode, and now we're going to take a look at what we can find on Amazon about this light. And I'll tell you right now, it is not available on Amazon anymore. So when you go to Amazon, all you're going to see is this page here that doesn't give you any buying options. Let's see if it says see all buying options. All right, so there are some available here. There's brand new from $32 here. And also if you go over to walmart.com, it is available here for $39. So actually the 12-inch version here for $32 brand new is it probably doesn't include free shipping here. So there is some available on Amazon, but also if you just go to 12-inch ring light, there are some here that aren't RGB, but here is one that is RGB for $36. So it is available from other companies, and this one does have really good reviews. So $36, and it's got a $5 coupon as well. So that might actually be a better deal than you can get on Amazon. And clicking on here, this is the Toady. I'll put this in the link. Toady, I love the names on Amazon. Sometimes they're just hilarious. The Toady 12-inch RGB ring light with a 63-inch tripod, and what you do is you can put your phone right in the center here. It does have the same kind of remote here, but it looks like it also comes with a wireless remote to start your phone. I actually already have one of those. It came with one of my other tripods, so that's pretty cool. It just allows you to start and stop your recording on your phone. You can see right here, you can put the RGB LED ring into RGB mode behind you. And there's kind of the white light mode for the RGB LED ring light. And I'm sure that all these ring lights are actually made by the same company, and they're rebranded and put back on the internet. But right here on walmart.com is this exact one that I have for $39.99, and I will actually link that up in the description of the video. Back to amazon.com, and we have a few more down here. Here is a 10-inch, and there is a few more 12-inch here that are just RGB, or just white LED, not RGB. But here's another one, Willisi 12-inch ring light with stand, $39. Does have the wireless remote as well, it looks like. Yep, does come with the wireless remote, but I don't see the handheld remote with that. Looks like maybe it doesn't have that. Let's see. Maybe not. So this one doesn't have the handheld remote, but does have the little clicker to start and stop your phone. And you have several other options down here. There's the Erdai, which I actually have done a review on their tripod before on the channel, so make sure you go check that out as well. And looking down, there's the Sally 12.3-inch RGB ring light with stand. It does also come with the different type of remote and also a clicker to start and stop your videos. So that's kind of cool, where you can set up on the other side of the room and use the little clicker to just hit go on your phone to record. And I'm sure there are plenty of other options on here. They're pretty much all the same, and they're made by different manufacturers, and people just buy them and repackage them and just resell them like that. Guys, I want to thank you so much for being a supporter of Supercar Street Racing. It means so much to me when you click on my videos and when you watch them all the way to the end. Anytime there's a link in the description, and it doesn't matter if it's a link for this product here or for another product, if you can click through one of my links before you buy anything on Amazon, it will give me a small commission and help support the channel. I don't make money on the channel, I actually lose money. So please buy anything on Amazon through one of my links. Click my link, then look for whatever you want and purchase it, and I will get a commission. The channel would be grateful. Please like and subscribe. Check out all the products and the links. We'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing.
You need salt on your fries.
Oh, no. Too late.
There you go.
Bubba loves Cat TV. He can't stop watching it. Right, Bubba? It's Cat TV. Look at the tail going. He loves Cat TV. Why? That's corn. Somewhere in there are cows. And we are in Mississippi today. And I'm going to show you guys my sister's unique house and some of the cool features of this place on Supercar Street Racing. Come along and check this out. Now you can tell already stepping on the porch of my sister's house that she has some unique things out here. Very unique taste in art and furniture, and she collects some really cool things. But I've spent some time on this porch playing guitar with the corn right across the street and the beautiful plants. And you can see here, this is just the beginning of some of the coolest things you'll probably see at a house. Now let's go inside. Hey dude! What are you doing, dude? All right, we step inside the house, and of course there's some really cool older vintage pictures here. I don't know exactly what they are. That says Guadalupe, so that's Mexico. So yeah, some really interesting old photography here. And then of course we are from New Orleans, so down here we have some very cool Mardi Gras stuff there, and we have Bo the cat. And then moving up here, there's some very cool antique lamps here. A very old antique, it looks like an armoire, or I guess you would call it a dresser, more like, and not an armoire. And then on top of that, some vintage photography, and I don't know the significance of this, probably isn't one. The cat is trying to open the door. You're not getting out, dude. Some interesting palm leaves here, a candle, and then some shawls adorning this, and some more old photography back here. But a very cool old dresser here as you enter the front door, and some older looking ornate lights. And then on my right here, some pretty cool artwork. As you can see, it's multi-leveled. Might be hard to tell on camera, but this is levels of paper or some kind of material. This is one of my friend's artwork, Andre. So he painted this of a local artist. Okay, so my sister is really into Day of the Dead stuff. So you're gonna see a lot of skulls and things related to Day of the Dead. And up here, we do have a cool picture. Looks like painted by Anthony Hart, and then a picture of my sis and her boyfriend there. And then down to some interesting artwork here. There's a diver's bell here. There is some kind of old, I think that's a trombone, old cigar, a Puerto Rico tiny ukulele there, and then knickknacks on the top. And to the left of that, a old vintage microphone with some Mardi Gras beads, and an old, looks like a Mardi Gras trumpet, honestly, is what I think it is. And then a cool old piece of furniture underneath this. Looks like it's just like some sort of chest, and that is part of the living room there. Now let's move over. And this guitar is Paul Thorne. It has tickets on it, and it's autographed, and that is pretty cool. If you guys haven't heard Paul Thorne, go ahead and check him out. And there is his Catfish Alley poster, and then a picture of him and my sister, and some other Paul Thorne stuff here, and then cool little poster here, artwork by Paul Thorne. It is signed by him. And then a lanyard from his concert and some other cool rock and roll related. Maybe he played in Clarksdale at the Deep Blues Festival. And then down here, there's some Eddie Hodges stuff. Looks like an Eddie Hodges record autographed, and a old resonator guitar, which I have played this several times. It's kind of interesting to play. Some kind of, looks like a ray, manta ray or stingray skeleton there. And then we've got an interesting little table right here as well. On this table, there's a bunch of knickknacks, a bunch of automobile-related stuff, some airplanes and stuff like that, some more Day of the Dead, picture of my sister's boyfriend with the president, and just a lot of cool little knickknacks. And then some art up top, looks like Mary art. Down below, a dog and a suitcase and some old antique, looks like antique buckets and an antique suitcase right there, suitcase. And then some walking sticks over here to round out this wall of coolness. Okay, over here on the side by the antique fireplace, you can see some more cross-related art. She really likes crosses and the Day of the Dead stuff. And an antique piece of furniture down there. An old antique chair, so a vase, an old phone here. Some really cool artwork, some more religious artwork. More cat interference. And then up here we've got a nice big painting, and on top of the mantle a bunch of cool crosses and candles. And then down here in front of the fireplace, a bunch of cool little candles on a metal antique table. Very cool. Some more religious artwork there. Another cross here, which is pretty cool. You guys can see that. And more candles. And some more art in the corner here. There's a corner shelf with some interesting things on it. Few little knickknacks here and there, some more crosses on the wall. And then over here in the window there is a case full of antique cars, a Buddha here, another old piece of furniture with a cool candelabra thing in front of it, and another really old antique chair there with a chandelier above the window. And then this ornate piece of iron here with some things hanging on it, and this couch with these nice pillows. You can see this really old cool suitcase here, an antique book on top, and then here is a signed Meatloaf autographed microphone, a cool Eminem dude with a saxophone, and then an Elvis. And you know, we just visited the birthplace of Elvis yesterday, and there's Elvis with his microphone chilling on top of this old piece of furniture here. And then another old table with some things inside the top. And a skull on top with a Mardi Gras hat of some kind, it looks like. Side, there is a pretty cool piece of artwork up here, a bunch of candles, a bunch of old dishes, antique dishes, all the way down this, I guess you call it an armoire or a cabinet of some kind. And then on this side, some really cool, colorful curtains, another Day of the Dead type skull, old bowling pins too, which is very cool. And then in the corner, on the corner shelf, miscellaneous. Looks like a glass skull from the Skull vodka. Really, really cool artwork here. Really cool antique tables. Another pretty cool hanging mirror with some, and she's also a cat lover, if you couldn't tell. The cat's staring at Patricia. And then this, another cool little skull. And these hanging cat ornaments are awesome. Look, these are cool. And then rounding out her cool living room, she has some more neat artwork right here. And then, of course, more cats right there. And an awesome shelf. I like this piece of art here. It says odd on it, and it's got the little Barbie doll head. More religious stuff there. And then all the way down the shelf here, some interesting books. And a really old vintage guitar here with some signatures on it. Okay, in the kitchen here you can see some really cool antique stuff here, a dulcimer or a dulcimer, some artwork up there, a neat old phone, and then of course a bunch of skulls and random. There's a llama here for your mama, and then grouper legs. We're in the foyer area, and this whole foyer has a lot of cool things in it related to rock and roll and some cool artwork, bunch of wine bottles, really old wine bottles, and then up there, signed guitars. They are Charlie Daniels, ZZ Top, Glenn Campbell, Eddie Hodges, BB King, and the Greg Allman signed guitar, all up above the door here, along with some old glass bases, old wagon wheel. Up there, there's a Christopher Cross signed guitar and some Elton John artwork down. But yeah, just a really cool collection of signed guitars. Top of the steps here, some more. But yeah, just a really cool collection of signed guitars. And more music-related stuff. And that is a Vince Gill signed guitar right there. And let's take it on upstairs where there's some really interesting artwork. A couple of signed guitars right here, along with a cool metal guitar guy and a bookshelf. And then an old music stand. Right here we got this rock and roll guy that used to be a suit of armor. Now he's all dressed up for Mardi Gras, and he's got his rock and roll record. Some old books over there, a really cool old guitar with a bunch of stickers on it, just some more random cross artwork, and then of course this cool doll, which is so fascinating. It's like a doll in a wheelchair. This is what happened to baby Jane. I like it. I think it's awesome. And then here in the chair, nice old metal chair with an old helmet in it and another skull. Really cool old door with a voodoo thing on it, and of course more cats. And I love the horse decoration here. This is Love and Spoonful's signed guitar here. This one is Reba, James Taylor here, and then next to my mess over here, because we have taken over the upstairs. We love this thing. It's like a frog body with a doll head with a foot in the mouth. It's so cool. Over here, Star Wars memorabilia, drums over here, an alligator head, some cool books and dolls, Curious George stuff, Snoopy stuff. And again, I've taken over this area with my suitcase, but very cool mirrors and a shelf here with different types of kind of Day of the Dead stuff. Interesting artwork here. The top here, that reminds me of The Oldest View. If you don't watch Kane Pixels, you should watch The Oldest View. He is very talented. And then interesting baby head inside of a thing. And then again, we took over a lot of this area, so it is messy because we have a blow-up bed chilling in the back here. I thought this probably makes some interesting lighting. And then below it, there's a candelabra here with some cool old candles with the fleur-de-lis, because we are from New Orleans. And some interesting artwork here, an old telephone, some art. Same over here, some art there. Some more art up here above on the wall with the disco ball making interesting light in the background. Okay, going out into the backyard of my sister's house is kind of where craziest backyard happens. This is one of the most tropical backyards I've ever seen. Take a look around here at my sister's backyard. She has this place all decked out with flowers and plants of all kind. Beautiful flower beds and the pool. Every square inch of the backyard has some kind of cool flower, plant, or art. And we actually are going to be installing some LED curtain lights out here today. Moving to what we came here for, she does have a pool here with plants all the way around it. You can see how beautiful it is. They take care of this with a lot of attention and care, and it's a lot of work to get these things taken care of and watered every day. It's an oasis back here. Check out this array of plants, flowers, trees. It even goes all the way back here. There's a big space back here, and they have the banana plants. Every flower you can think of, and then this beautiful pool here. Artwork, that one is missing its head, but still. And so yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a little insight into one of the coolest places I've been to. One of the most beautiful backyards I've seen, and this is in Mississippi. Check out that, guys. Just amazing. And I hope you guys enjoyed this, enjoyed the look into this beautiful house, beautiful backyard. And we'll see you guys again soon. Thanks for joining us. Like, subscribe, please.
Yeah, she's out of town a lot this month. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Have a good one.
Good morning, everybody. It's Saturday morning, and I spent the entire day yesterday going to get the new car. And I know you're curious exactly what I got. So I am going to walk out there right now and show you what it is. A big reveal. Dun dun dun. So there it is. I'm just kidding. That's where I pulled out the Honda. The new car is, surprise, surprise, look what's back in my garage. That is my old car. So what happened was I picked up my old SL65 again. It all worked out. So what happened was the guy who had my vehicle, he wanted to go a different direction. I also spent about 6 months looking for a car. I couldn't find anything really that I wanted or the colors that I wanted. So he made me a deal that was really sweet. I went and picked up my car yesterday in Virginia. There it is. Came back pretty much like I left it, except for one thing. He had curbed one of the wheels. Wasn't too upset about it though, because the wheel was already peeling, the chrome was peeling on it. So yesterday I did order wheels and also a lightweight brake kit. This car has very good brakes from the factory, however, they are super expensive, and a company makes an aftermarket two-piece lighter weight kit with replaceable rings on the hats. Ordered that yesterday. Also ordered my wheels. He said that will be in a different reveal, so you'll know soon what I got. But there is the R230 SL65 back, and it's about to get worked on right now. Stay tuned for what's about to come soon.
Hey, you're doing what we're doing.
Yeah. So pop it over in sport now and let it shift itself. And then see how you like that.
Let's get video guys out here.
That guy hates us.
What do you think the horsepower is?
375, maybe to the wheels. Close 360, 370 to the wheels, since it's on E85. It'll feel better with the new intercooler.
Yeah. This thing is nice. It's fast too.
Relatively fast.
Got a little shudder in the brakes. You feel that?
No.
I feel it in the steering wheel.
Broke it hard.
I think a lug nut just fell off.
You feel how it rev matches?
Yeah.
When you downshift?
Burnouts everywhere. Oh, that sounds good.
It says so.
Speed limits in the pits is 20 miles an hour. I mean, on the return road is 20 miles an hour, and the pit's 5 miles an hour. Here we go, well, something happens on the Napa lane, and motor blade with a speed of 87.27 and ET of 16964 to losing speed of 73.58 miles per hour, ET of 176. And the naphtha lane wind with a speed of CS1. 219.34 miles an hour.
I've been putting off this project for a very long time, so I'm going to be painting All right, we're in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen this morning, and I've been putting off this project for a very long time, so I'm going to be painting the inside and the outside of this door today. I have the kitchen paint for the outside to touch up around the sides here where they messed it up when they put the new trim in. I also have to caulk this part in right here. They left some caulk for me, so I got to do that as well before I paint the trim itself. But I figured I would touch up the outside first, then go to the trim second. Okay, on the outside of the garage here, we can either paint this black or red. So I got to figure out what I want to do. I do have the red white here. Yeah, I'm going to need the black as well to touch up the black part of the wall. I don't have much black. It's gonna be red. So I need to go ahead and get my caulk gun ready. They left me a little bit to do this door with, a little bit of area right there that needs it. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that, but I need to get all the rest of the supplies out of the shed. All right, the first thing we're gonna do here is fill a bowl up with cold water. This is for when I am caulking around the door and using my finger. I can wipe my finger off after I just run it down. I'm gonna do a smooth, small line, just like what he did right here. He was showing me how to do it. So just gonna get that done right now. That's all the water you need, really. You don't need a whole lot. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and load up. I got the caulk gun loaded right here and go ahead and start around this door. I am currently fighting with trying to figure out where to start and stop the red. Definitely not gonna paint the door black. I don't have enough paint for that. Almost makes sense that we stop red right here at the weather stripping. So I think that's what I might do, is just all this red, and stop right here. But I do have to prep the window first, which is going to take me some time, but I'm gonna go ahead and tape this window up because it's gotta be done. And then I gotta remove the locks and all that. All right, everybody, I got my door completely prepped now. It was a royal pain. I had to do all the hinges. I could have probably just taken one hinge off at a time and painted that. But I decided just to go ahead and try for the first time in my life to prep it, and it worked. I used a razor knife to get around the hinges, and then I also prepped the glass on the door, put some paper towels in here so paint can't go in here. And now all I have to do is paint. I'm gonna tape those up as well before I start painting. Tape around this one and this one so I don't have to pull the screws out, because these get weak every time you pull them out. I might pull this one. This one I'm definitely taping up. All right, guys. That was a crazy long day. I spent the entire day from about 9:30 until now. It is 4:30, 7 hours to paint this door and the trim, but I just got finished with it and it came out. I give it an 8 out of 10. Some of the lines aren't perfect where the red meets the white, but nobody will ever notice it. Someone already told me it's fine, but you know, I'm a perfectionist. So I got the locks put back on. I got the window cleaned. I got the window paint scraped off. There's a little bit left right there that I need to take care of, but pretty much not bad for doing a glass door, if I may say so myself. This is my first time to ever do it, and you can see out here, I do need to clean the hinges off just a little bit. There's some red or whatever you want to call it, but that is the red door going into the house right there. See, one touch-up area I need to touch up, but other than that, guys, what a project. That was more than I wanted to do for sure. But yeah, I got the locks back on. So yeah, guys, I hope you enjoyed it. I'm gonna leave the door open so the paint doesn't stick when it closes to the weather stripping, and that's gonna do it for this project. There's a lot of video to edit. I shot 8 hours worth of video for this. I'm gonna go dump this all on the computer, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for liking and subscribing, and we'll see you next time, guys, on Supercar Street Racing. Let's go. Our mission for today on Supercar Street Racing is super simple. We have this Adams matte detailer detailing the car. So what we're going to do right here and right now is get outside, get some sun, because we're going on a cruise soon, and test out this matte detailer spray. So hang out. Today on Supercar Street Racing, we are testing out the Adams matte detailer spray. We already had the All Set Auto interior protectant, so we need all this stuff, and we do need a bunch of rags. We'll set you guys up here, and you can watch me do the full detail on the outside of the Tesla Model S Plaid. Let's do this.
nuts. Got him! Got him! Oh! Whoa! Whoa!
to my channel. And also press this bell icon.
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we are on the search for the perfect matte detailing spray. And this Adams Polishes Matte Detailer sort of looked like it might be what we were looking for. We did go ahead and detail the whole Tesla Model S Plaid with the Adams Matte Detailer spray, and it did a pretty good job. It wasn't any better than any of the other sprays that we've tried. It does leave a slight streak on it, but you can buff it out if you keep on going with a dry rag. It is a good product. It has a 4.5 star review. I'm not going to say any negative things about it. I wasn't provided the product by the manufacturer, but yeah, I did detail the whole car and it came out fine. So I can go ahead and say it's a safe product to use on anything with a satin or matte finish. Go ahead and check it right here on Amazon. I will put a link in the description. Please order through all the links in the description, and it helps me out so much. We'll see you guys on the next one. We got to get out of here. I got to go detail the car 100 times. Let's go. Hey, Supercar Street Racing here. I found this cool director's view setting on my S22 Ultra 5G, and it shows both the front and the back camera at the same freaking time. Can you believe it? All right, so this is part 3 of the pool remodel project, which you guys can see the pool right there. The thing's about to get remodeled in about 3 weeks, and the project that we're working on now is the LED pool light. And so I am going to have to pull new wire, because here's the thing. So our goal is to hook up the existing switch box for the light. We're not going to use the switch. We are going to use the box, and we are going to run this new pool light that we got the other day, and you guys saw that video. We're going to use that, and we're going to pull new wire from the electrical panel over by the pool accessories to that electrical box where the switch is. But here's the thing. The new pool light has 4 wires for feeding the actual light. It has 2 wires for AC. There's only a hot wire in the box outside. We need neutral as well. So we need 6 wires total. We need 2 for AC and we need 4 for DC. So that's where this comes in. We have ordered a 6 conductor wire here, and I just opened it, but I haven't pulled it out of the box yet. You guys are the first to see it. And this is a 50 feet of 6 conductor wire. Gotta get it out somehow. Let's just dump it over, whatever. Not that I want you guys to see me that close and personal, but here is the spool of wire. I think I ordered 50 feet. That's expensive. And so this will allow us to run both AC, so we'll have a hot and a neutral from the pool area, electrical area, over to where the switch is. And also we'll be able to mount the control box for the new light right above the old switch, and it will get AC from this guy here. So let's see if we can open this wire with one hand. Probably gonna be difficult, huh? So I got my trusty scissors. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pause down, open this wire, I'll be right back. All right, so I got this thing unboxed, and this guy had a note on it that said, if double stacking, please advise. Hey, I'm double stacking you. Hey. Okay, it didn't respond, so I guess it doesn't really have an opinion about double stacking. But as you can see here, we have 18 gauge 6 conductor wire, which is plenty for this. This is going to be, might be 16 gauge. Let me see. Yeah, it's 16 gauge actually, which is actually more than enough for 4 amps of current that's running from the switch for the pool light to the actual pool stuff. So I'll show you guys this now. So basically out here we have a switch for this guy. This is a pool light switch. Inside this box is only a hot wire. They did not pull a neutral from the pool pump area. They did pull a ground. So there's actually 3 wires. there is obviously a hot wire, and it returns over there. So there's two of those. One's blue, one's black. And there's also a ground. The issue being that the control box for the current light has a 12 volt DC output with 4 wires. Those 4 wires have to go to the pool pump over there. Pool light, sorry. So this is the box where the pool light feeds. So the wire from the pool light comes from way over there. It goes underground in a conduit. It comes up right here into this box, right there. From that box, we have a hot wire. There's 2 wires because you need 2 to control something with a switch. There's a blue and a black. Those run down this conduit in the ground to the switch box over there. And so we are pulling a new 6 conductor wire from this guy over to there, and we are pulling a new 6 conductor wire that came with the pool light from there to here. When we get inside this guy, we will tie off all 6 wires. Most likely we will solder and crimp them, and then they will go from here to there, along with AC, which is already in here, to there. So we will actually pull a new wire through this conduit all the way over to there. See that conduit that goes down to the ground? That only has 3 wires in it right now. It's got a hot feed, a hot return, and a ground. We are going to use those wires to pull a 6 conductor wire right through there. 4 wires for DC, 12 volts, 2 wires for AC, and we will leave the ground in there. That's what we're going to do. Shouldn't be too hard, okay? And once we get over here to this guy, we will probably wire nut the 12 volt wires, but I'm not 100% sure yet how I'm going to secure that connection. Wire nuts should be fine. I don't know. I might order some of those solder crimp things, but I kind of want to get this done and I don't have any wire nuts. Is what's in there now. I use wire nuts for AC all the time. Usually use like crimps or whatever for DC, but it doesn't really matter what you use. But yeah, inside this box here, that's where the pool light existing 110 volt wire comes from the pool light, and it ties in here to the switch over there, and it ties into the electrical system as well. So don't forget, when you have a switch, all you really need is a hot wire. One in, one out, goes to the actual device. The neutral wire goes to the device, and that's all you need. So the next part of this video is going to be us actually trying to pull this 6 conductor wire from way over there to way over here. And now I'm kind of pleasantly surprised about how thin this wire is. I was a little worried about it getting through this conduit here, but I can see now that that's not going to be an issue, because there's only we really only need to keep the ground wire. We'll pull out the existing 2 neutral wires, and we will actually leave the ground wire in there, so we ground everything properly, and that will be the next step. So we're going to turn the power off to this guy here, and then we are going to actually tie our 6 conductor cable to the 2 hot wires that are in here now, and go on the other end of this, disconnect the wiring, and get a pair of pliers. I have a big set of pliers. We're going to pull that wire right through. In the process, I'm going to have somebody here helping me on this end to feed the wire down through the conduit, and then we're going to go from there. Hey guys, good morning. Supercar Street Racing here, and today we are working on our pool project, and we got in the wire which I showed you on the previous video here. So this is 6 conductor wire. We're going to be pulling it through the conduit today, and 2 of the wires will be for AC current, and the other 4 will be for DC connection to the pool light. But first things first, we have to turn off the breaker for the pool equipment, which is behind this shelf here. So I am going to move this shelf a little bit, enough to open the door. That's the one bad thing about having the shelf here, but I put it here for a reason. So here is the breaker panel, and pool is down here in the corner. Hopefully that shuts off all the power. Let's go ahead and do that now. It says pool right there. Let's go outside and make sure that there's no power getting to the pool equipment anymore. Heading out to the pool area. It's supposed to rain today. I'd like to get this done before that. So here is the pool pump. Let's make sure that that can't come on. All right, there's no power there. So we should be good with no power down here to this power box. So there is the wiring for the actual pool light. So this connector right here is where the wire comes from the pool light itself, and then these two and the ground are to the pool light switch over there. So we are going to be tying on to those and pulling in this new wire all the way over to there, which I haven't decided yet which way to pull. But here is here's the wire. We want to try to keep the ground, but these should be dead now. There shouldn't be any power going to these now, but I'm going to get my wire tester real quick and check that out. All right, guys, we got our electrical tester here. Oh, there's still power going to that wire. That is interesting. Okay, I got to figure out why. Be right back. All right, guys, so I went ahead and pulled the ground wire out because there is not enough room in this pipe for 3 wires to go through and the bundle. I'm going to attempt to tie off to these guys and pull this wire through, but it is going to be close. If it won't pull through, if it gives me problems, I'm going to actually put some lube on the wire to get it to go through, hopefully. But if it gives me issues, then I am probably going to have to take the outer insulation off of the wire and feed the wires through individually, because even with this and electrical tape, I don't think the wire is going to fit through there. So I'm going to go ahead and try that now and see if I can tie off the wire. So I'm going to grab the bundle. I honestly thought that there was enough wire, enough room for all the wires to go through this, but it is borderline almost the exact same size as this wire. Now, it's not going to go through with these other two. It's way too, yeah. I mean, maybe, but this last little edge here, there's a little lip in there, and that's going to be difficult to get through with all 3 wires. I mean, I can try to push it through, see what happens. I really would like to keep these 2 wired, but when it hits the turn, I think I'm going to have problems. Well, maybe not. You know what? I'm going to try it like that. Be right back. I'm going to grab some lube. Alright guys, I got my PB blaster oil here and put some gloves on because it's going to get messy. That's the other bummer. But I really am going to try to push this through with these 2 wires still there because I want to have 2 extra wires if I can in case I want to do something else. So I'm going to spray some of this down into the spraying this down into the hole. Try to lube up these wires a little bit. And this is pretty stiff cable, so I'm going to attempt to push it through. And if it works, it's a miracle. Definitely going in better now with the PB blaster. There is a couple turns that it may not make it through. Yep, not gonna happen. It hit the turn. Oh. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Now, of course, the wire is all slippery, and I gotta put tape on it to pull it through with this other one. Need to grab a rag real quick. I'll be back. Alright guys, I got some Windex now to clean the wire off with because now I have to tape it and oil all over it. I thought for sure I could get around that turn, but it's not happening. So I'm going to clean this off. I think I might be able to leave 1 wire in there. I'm really going to try. This is going to be painful though. I can tell already. If I can't get this wire through, that means I have to mount the control box over there. And I'm not looking forward to that at all. So I'm gonna tape this off and hope that I don't need to pull one of these other wires out to get this through. I mean, there's a distinct possibility that that might be the case because once I start wrapping this wire, it just gets thicker and thicker. And there's barely enough room in this conduit. So usually you leave a good amount of overlap so that you can get tape around this guy. But my worry is that it's going to be too thick to go into the box. Oh yeah, and don't pull too hard on this side because you'll pull the existing wire out. So it might also help to wrap it around a couple of times, the big cable, and just hope that you can get your wire through. And hope you don't pull off the other wire. I'm leaving the blue. I'm going to go ahead and pull the black through, I think. I really need a second person for this, honestly. Shot at this with all that tape on there. Okay, I'm going to go to the other side and pull just a tiny bit, see if I can get the slack out. So we're pulling the black wire through. Move. I don't know if that's going to go in there, guys. It's really tight. gonna have to pull the other wire back out. There's no way that's going. Pull the blue wire through. Interesting, the wire's wet. There is moisture in that conduit for sure. All the wires are wet. All right, I'm gonna give this a shot now. If this doesn't work, like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. That first little bit is tough. Okay, wow, I need a second person for this so bad. Man, I don't know if that part's gonna go through. All right, here I go. I'm gonna try to pull. I'm actually super worried about this. So guess what? My wire broke. Came right off. So if this won't go through, I'm gonna have to get a fish tape because I'd say about 15 feet it came apart. And that kind of blows my mind. But there's plenty of room in here now. If I wanted to, I could pull this wire back through with extra. Hopefully it got around the curves, but if it has to make a turn upwards, we might have a problem. Unbelievable. I think I see it over there, which is good. I think it's right at the top. I think I see the wire. Guys, you might be lucky. I saw it, but there's definitely water in the conduit. It's really tough. I should be close, guys. Go see if that went through. Okay, there's water coming out of the other end. So this cable's definitely right up against the walls. It's hurting my hands really bad, by the way. There was water almost to the top of the other side. So I'm getting close. Let's go see if that went. Alright, so there's actually water coming out of the other side now. I believe I'm getting there. Just hope I don't have to make another turn. I don't remember how much cable I pulled out with the black wire. It wasn't very much. Should have put the gloves on before. It's going somewhere. Good thing it's a stiff cable. Aha! Yes! Guys, I can't believe this. So stoked. This just saved my life. I didn't think I was getting this through. Now the only bummer is I don't have a ground, but that doesn't mean it's not grounded to the pool light, because the pool light's gonna ground right here. But there is our wire, and there's the tape that pulled right out. So got some extra here. We're gonna leave. Look at the water that came out. So that conduit is actually full of water, which tells me it is leaking somewhere underground, is would be my thought. But yeah, we pulled all this wire out. We got this guy right here. Now we need to finish the wiring on this side and mounting the control box. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna mount the control box right here. We're going to drill a hole, because I don't think I'll be able to get this top cap off. I can try. Let's see if I can get that off. Oh, I don't even have my screwdriver. Alright, got my screwdriver. So the plan is we're going to come in from the top into this box. Yeah, there's no way that's ever coming off. I'm going to have to drill into the top of this. We're gonna go into and the box is also mounted crooked, which looks like crap. But we're gonna go drill a hole in the top of this. We're gonna mount our controller for our new light right up against this and run the wiring through there. Silicone seal this up really nice. And that's where we're gonna hook up our light. So we can go ahead and cut this guy here. Let's leave a little extra. You never know. Alright, got my working pliers for this, guys. There's the 6 conductor. And now let's grab the drill a hole through the top here, and then we'll work on everything else. Alright guys, I got my step bit here. I'm going to go ahead and I just need a hole big enough for this to go through. Wow, so easy to get through. So what we're doing, actually no, I take that back. We need a hole big enough for both of the wires of the controller to go through. So it's gonna have to be fairly big. So I got the torque too low. So that might do it. I'm gonna go grab the controller. Alright, we got our controller box here. Here's the 2 wires that come out of the controller. One of them is for AC, the other one is for the light itself. But notice on the back of this guy that they come out on opposite ends. We want to change that. We want them to come out on like the center. So hopefully this wire comes out. Can't get this. Okay. Guess it comes out. Oh, no it doesn't. Well, that's a problem. Bummer. So I can't get the wires disconnected. They're permanent right here, so I don't think I can push this through. Wait, yes I can. Okay.
Alright, so hopefully I didn't just break this wire, but I did crimp it. So first step is pulling the wires through their existing holes. Now we need to drill right there to let the wires come through the center. So let's grab our step bit. So basically we're gonna drill right through here. Right in there. Hopefully you guys can see that. Just a hole big enough for the wires to go through. Alright, so we got our hole drilled. Now can we get the wires fed through it? That may not be big enough. Let's test. So I'm trying to feed this power wire through and the insulation's getting caught. Alright, so we got our power wire mostly fed. Let's see if I can get it all the way through. I think that's gonna work, guys. Until I start breaking the wires from bending them so much. So I've got the power wire through. Now I'm feeding through the DC voltage wire. Alright, success. So this is what I did. Drilled a hole in the center of that so that these wires could feed through. Now we need to put these into the box. So we're feeding these into the electrical box. And just so you guys understand exactly what's happening here, this is how it's going to mount. Now, actually, there's a lip in the way. That's a bummer. The mounting lip is in the way, so I think I'm going to get a small piece of PVC to put between there. So I'm going to go grab my PVC, take you guys with me, and we're going to cut a little piece of PVC off to make a little conduit for the wires to travel through. So we're out here in the garage now. I already pulled some PVC out, and all we need is a piece of PVC to go between the control box small piece, so see if I can kind of straight my hand. I don't really have a vise or anything to hold it on, but really my miter saw would be perfect for this, but I have to break that all out. You don't need much. Wow, solid. Go. Yes, I'm cutting my gas cans. Seconds with my miter's off. Quicker too. Yep.
Just bust out the miter saw. Guess why be lazy, huh? Maybe we'll just do it right there. Try not to be lazy like I am. Saw. We're gonna have to redo the end of this because it's. I'll just use this end. It's better. It's a very short piece. That ended up to be a disaster. So let me reposition you guys so you can see. So I'm just going to trim the end off of this. I only need like maybe two, not even 2 inches, maybe like 1.5 inches. All the block. Alright, so I got my piece here, and we are going to use this clear caulk when we put this, when we mount this. We're going to also need mounting screws. Let's find some mounting screws. Some wood screws. It's a nice one. Got my screw assortment here. Kind of wish they weren't all just like everywhere. I'm gonna find 4 screws. I'll be right back. All right, guys, we got our mounting screws. We got our silicone sealer. Let's head outside. You guys are with me. We are gonna mount this guy come heck or high water. Yeah, that wire was like $70 by the way, and I only used half of it. So here's what we're doing. So we are going to use this here and mount the controller right above it, run the wires through the conduit. This is wood, so I can use wood screws on that guy, but I want to get a level. But I probably don't need a level because, well, actually this guy's crooked. So if I level the top guy, it's, if I put it up against this at the bottom, it's going to be crooked. So I'm going to level the top one. It looks stupid without it. But basically this is how it's going to work. So we're going to put this conduit here. Just like this. These guys are going to run through the conduit, the PVC. It's going to go all the way up against the bottom of the unit, like this. And we're going to feed these wires through. We're going to mount our controller to the wall, like this. Just like that. And then we are going to silicone around this to seal up the gaps. That's what it's going to look like right there. Yep, you guys can see that. I'm going to raise the picture just a little bit though. So I can eyeball this. You can see how bad off this guy is. It's really crooked. This is going to be straight, that's going to be crooked. So Yeah, got my bit here for this guy. So I'm going to change out my drill bit here to my actual, whoops, I dropped the wrong thing. It's hard with one hand. Alright, I got my drill bit ready. I'm just eyeballing it to the edge of the wood there. So it should be perfect. Hopefully I can get this screwing. Okay, so it already tried to lock on me. It has a little bit of play in the mounting tab. There's a hole, the hole is elongated, so you can probably move it just slightly if you mess up. But man, these things do not want to go. They just want to walk all over the place. Oh, it's not good. These guys suck. Screws are not trying to start. Ah, seriously? Oh my gosh, okay. I'm about to lose my temper here with this junk. The little sleeve thing. Dude. Yeah, you can blow up on this thing. Oh man, are you serious right now? Well, I guess that's fine. It looks level. Yeah, this one didn't go in all the way. Okay, that's fine. Off a little bit on the tube, but that'll work. This screw didn't go in all the way. I'm going to end up having to put a different screw in there. It doesn't need bottom screws, it's not going anywhere. Now we're going to take our silicone. Yeah, that screw didn't go in. Not sure why. But this side is giving me a problem. So I'm going to try the bottom screw down here. There might be like metal in there or something that it's not liking. Ugh. Okay, it's still straight. Okay, that one went in good. Let's see if I can get this guy to go in. Just so it looks better. Alright, it went in that time. So I'm going to go ahead and put the fourth screw in here. Just so it looks normal. Boy, it hates this. Yeah, I don't like that one. like at all. Yeah, it's not liking that one for whatever reason. But we got 3 out of 4 in there. I can probably drill that out and get that one in there. Now let's take our clear silicone. Here's a tip, by the way, when you have these reusable ones, if you put tape over the lip, it will not harden up on you. It comes out white, but it dries clear. So I'm just going to put a good bead around this pipe. Also, I didn't do this, but I can do it right now in the pool. If you wet your towel, it makes working with this stuff way easier. Okay, it moved a little bit. So paper towels work better. Run your finger around that. Probably come back later with another little layer of this stuff. Pipe is wanting to move. So once that's cured, I can come back and put another layer so the pipe doesn't move on me. Oh, that's perfect. I just can't get right up in the back. So what I'll also do is when I'm done wiring, I'll put some silicone like on the inside of this pipe as well. So in case water runs down this guy, which it's going to because it's exposed, then water can't get in at all. Yeah, there's nothing on the back here that worries me a little bit. I'm going to try to put some back here. I don't know how I'm going to do it. Can't get back there. Got some back there. I don't think I got it all though. So I'll do that later once this first step dries. So don't forget to tape your silicone sealer back up when you're done. Just get some tape and wrap it around the opening here so it doesn't dry up. Wrap the top of it. You'll be able to reuse this stuff for a while. Just like that. And then we have our wires hanging. So the next thing we need to do is strip this back. But we don't need that much. We're probably going to have to take a lot of this wire. We'll just push it through to the other side. Can't use all that wire. We have to have enough just to get into the box laser knife here. We're going to try to slice open the external sheath without breaking. Woo, almost got myself. Would have been good. When you're doing this, I mean, it's hard to not get the wiring inside. So, yeah. So we need enough to wiring nut it. And so take off your, make sure you guys can still see this, yeah. Take off your so that should be enough there. Should have 6 conductors in here. Now we're gonna have to design our own wiring code if the wires colors don't match from the control unit here. But I haven't looked yet to see really what we have. So we need to know this also on the other end so we don't wire it incorrectly to the actual pool light. So it looks like we need, alright, so they have, yeah, this isn't gonna, the colors aren't gonna match. So we're gonna design a new color code for this. We don't have a lot to work with here. I don't want to take too much of this out, but at the same time, we need to put a switch in this box. So we can't have too much extra or the switch won't go in. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Alright, so red, black, red, black. These actually are for AC power. We can't use them for the DC red and black. Totally different. So the red and the black for our wire we ran are actually going to go to AC power here. So we're going to use that. And we're going to try to ground this inside this box if we can. May not be possible. Alright, so we got yellow, orange, blue, and brown to match up with basically red, black, green, and blue. So the only one that really matches is blue. So I'm going to design a map for this and I will be back. Alright guys, I got my wire strippers here. Beware, these suck for solid wire. They're only good for stranded wire. I got my wiring nuts. These would be perfect for this. So if it turns out we don't have enough room in here to put in a switch, then we will just not have a switch. But my plan was to put a smart switch here and leave this on, and I could turn the smart switch on with Alexa. Because this guy is not controllable with Alexa. So first of all, I need to probably cut some of this wire off. Honestly, I hate to do it. Oh, I don't like doing this. It gets me nervous, but there's plenty of wire, so whatever. So keep in mind, after this, I've got to strip some section back. And so this is, I'm really literally cutting the wire off the thing right now. The wire that came with the actual box. I left a little pigtail here. I'm going to try to strip this back now without cutting through the individual wires and without cutting my hand off. So that can be tricky, but I'll try the old circle it with the razor method and see if I can get this sheath off of here. So there's what's inside that bundle. That's the 4-wire bundle that feeds the actual pool light. So Still got to get this inside there. And these wires are very small, by the way. I think they're just signal wires, and I think red and black is power. So I got my strippers here. Let's see how they work. Oh, they work great. Okay. My automatic stripper. Okay, didn't work so good on that one. Or that one. Okay, there we go. These things are a lifesaver when you work with speakers. Yep, so strip those 4 back. Go ahead and twist those up. Now normally I would solder or crimp or whatever, but in this case, I'm just going to use wiring nuts. I built my map, by the way. Here's my map that I'm going to use for the wiring codes. Go ahead and strip this guy back here, and the rest I'll pull through the other side. Yep, it does not like this wire. It worked, but not very well. Yeah, so it's breaking the wire down there. Strippers just don't like this, whatever this is. And it broke the wire, it broke the insulation like down a little bit. So I'm gonna go ahead and strip it manually, I guess. This wire has some kind of like plastic coating on it. Yeah, see, it broke the insulation down here. Probably take that up after. But yeah, it doesn't like. It's ripping the wire further down the chain, which I hate that. It's this coating on the wire, it's like slipping. Maybe I can hold the wire. Yeah, that worked. So I held the wire, didn't let it slip. That worked. All good installers use their teeth, by the way. It's slipping. Okay, so I got all those stripped. First things first, red, black are for AC 110. They're a little bit thicker. Those are mapped to, this is the power wire for the controller. So this is actual AC. I have to cut this to make room in the box. I don't need a lot, but I don't want to leave myself with not too much. Scary, 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 scary. Now I gotta strip this back. So, got my, really, you can strip it as much as you want now because the rest is inside the box. So here's our AC power for the controller. And I think my wire strippers will knock this out because it's braided. Yep. And that one had a little bit of problems. Yep. Need a little bit more on the white. And the white kind of short. Okay, that works. Got that stripped. Hopefully you guys can see this with no problem. Let me zoom in a little bit for you. Okay, wiring. Remember, we got to fit all this stuff back in the box too. So I got my wire nuts here. First things first, we know red and black from our wire that goes over to the electrical box goes to red and black. Let's go ahead and get that wired up. Actually, I almost did that wrong. This is for AC power, so I had the wrong one. Push this down as much as I can in the box. Okay. All I need is enough room to work with. Right, so don't forget, red, black is AC power. We'll call red the hot wire. So red maps to our new wire. So red goes to the neutral wire. And that's the one where there was some insulation that got stripped off. Take one wrap of tape around this bad boy. Probably don't need that much. Okay, we're not gonna do the hot or the hot because we don't have a switch yet. I gotta order it. I'm gonna do a smart switch. So these two guys will go through the switch. That will turn this on. We'll leave this power on. These two guys will switch it. We will be right back. We're back, guys, with the wiring of the switch. We got our map. Let's try to blow away in the wind. It's way over here now. We need this for when we wire the opposite side to the pool light. So if we look at our map here, we're gonna map red from the controller. Oh, did I just do that wrong? Yeah, I think I did that wrong. Yeah. Yep, I did that wrong. I gotta redo that. Nope, I was in panic mode. I don't have to redo that. Now so this is the controller to the pool light. So we map this red to the yellow in our brand new wire. So let's get that done real quick. Gonna need a wire nut. Yeah, I started freaking out because I thought I did it wrong. FYI guys, the wire from the controller's smaller than the wire that I pulled, but it doesn't matter. I could have probably gotten a smaller, you know, like extension wire for this and save some money. This is going to be a lot in this box. Oh man. Alright, so we got red done. Let's do black to orange. Black from the controller to the pool light goes to orange. Got that. Got our wiring nuts. Works great, man. Those are perfect. Green is going to go to brown. Green to brown. Grab our wiring nut. These are all saved wiring nuts from like when I buy ceiling fans and stuff. I have like about 20 of these guys. That should be good and tight, by the way, when you do the wiring nut. Alright, now blue goes to blue. That one was easy. Blue's got a little bit of extra, a little bit of a long pigtail there. We might have to trim it. Let's see. This wire nut goes on good. Nope, that's fine. Drop my wiring nuts, and then the last wire is nothing. We're done. We just need to tape these up. So, make sure you save your map of the wires because you're going to need that on the other end if you do an extension like I did. Let's get some. This is ground, so this is going to go to the ground on the box. Some of this stuff out of the way. So I'm just putting a little piece of tape over each one of the wiring nuts. You don't need much, like less than an inch. kind of a little assurance that I like to do when I wire electrical switches up. I do this, I wrap tape around the outlets too and switches when I install switches. I go around the perimeter of the switch. Just assures, like, if something slips out, it won't short out. And you know, this is an expensive pool light, so you definitely don't want that guy shorted. Now that we're all wired, all we have left is a ground. We have a ground and we have a hot wire for our switch. So this will go to the switch. I gotta order it. This ground, we need to ground right there, even though there's no ground coming up through the wiring anymore because I had to pull it out. I don't think I can get a ground through this. Let's see if I can get a ground stuffed back through there. Maybe. Let's see what happens when I hit the turn. If I can get this ground wire stuff back through there, I will definitely ground this box. But I think I'm going to hit the turn. And... oh, maybe. Well. No, I think I hit the... nope, it won't go past that part. I'm not gonna worry about it, honestly. Pool light's gonna be grounded over there. Yeah, I can't get the ground through. So, I will ground this controller off to the box here. I gotta go get my bit set for that. Alright guys, so I got a terminal. Forgot to get the crimp tool though. I'll be back. This time, for real. I got my little terminal here for the ground. It's pretty small. These terminals suck, by the way. Generally don't tend to stay on. But I got the wire in the terminal. We'll try to crimp it. If it doesn't stay on, you can just go on with bare wire. Alright, so I crimped on the ground. Seems pretty legit. Screw. That was on it before. Go ahead and screw that back in. Couldn't find my... it uses like a cabinet type screw bit, but I was able to get a flathead to just do the same thing. Alright, I got my ground attached, guys. So this is the old switch. I mean, I hate to use this because it's a dimmer. I think I'm just going to order like a regular switch. But for now, we can actually just put these wires together. The neutral, I mean not neutral, the hot, just until we get the switch so that we can test out the power to this guy. So we got neutral to black. We got, sorry, this is hot, black is hot. We got the hot wires together, black. We got the neutral to red. So over on the other side, we need to hook up the red wire to the neutral. And we need to hook up the black wire to the hot. We're gonna do that right now. So we have literally this much over here to deal with. We have to cut it like pretty short, which scares me to death. But I'm gonna pull as much wiring as I can where I can put you guys to watch this. Alright guys, we are over by the electrical box for the pool. Well, believe it or not, that didn't break the camera. Wow. The thing fell straight down into the rocks and it didn't break. Good video, right? So we got this wire and stuff in the way down here. Sorry guys, I'll edit this out. Alright guys, we are over here by the electrical box. I'm sorry if this thing's in the way. Now we need to cut this wire. It's actually pretty greasy. I'm gonna go grab the Windex. Alright guys, I got the Windex. This conduit is full of water, by the way. So yeah, it's still greasy from the oil that I put on it to get it to come through the thing. So we got this clean. Now we're going to cut it. I don't know. I'm going to leave some extra, I think. We got to get this inside the housing too. So I don't know. We got to do a lot of wiring nuts and stuff. Yes. We only have this much room. Try this. Strip back our wire. Now we can only hook the power up for the controller. We don't have the pool light yet run because the pool needs to be refinished first. So this last step is just making sure that we have power to our controller. We will reseal this up until we can get in the pool and then pull our pool light wires. So we're stripping this back. All these are going inside the electrical box. This wire's really stiff, man. Probably need more than that. I got a new knife. Hopefully you guys can see it when I cut my hand off. All this has to go inside of the housing. So for now, we only need to strip back red and black. Remember, black is our AC hot wire, red is our AC neutral wire. So let me grab our strippers over here real quick. Make sure we do this correctly. This is the wire that doesn't strip very well. That worked pretty good. It took some of the wire with it. Okay though. So here is our neutral and our hot wire. We need to put red to neutral. I always tap it because I'm scared to death. So we're going to put our neutral wire there. And make sure that that is nice and snug. should not be able to pull that wire out when you're done. Now we put our hot wire here. Make sure that's good and snug. I'm gonna go grab the wire nuts so I can cap off the other ones for now. I'm just putting temporary caps on these four for the pool light. Now remember, we can't do these because the pool light is not yet wired and the wire is not yet pulled. So actually, yeah, I gotta look at something real quick. We'll be right back. Guys, I made a mistake in the wiring. We're no longer having to supply a switch to the pool light, so I had that wired incorrectly. So this hot wire here doesn't get wired up at all. That's going away. And this neutral wire for the pool light actually can come out. We don't want that there. This is the feed to the old pool light. It doesn't work that way anymore. Now the controller is what supplies the power to the pool light using DC instead of AC. So we no longer need any of these pool light connections. And actually, this ground wire for the pool light can come out too. We don't need to do that right now. This is the wire that feeds the pool light. So this thing's ready for power. As soon as I cap off these other ones, we can test the power. Those guys are good and capped. So these are the four that are going to feed the pool light wire once it gets pulled, but the pool needs to be resurfaced first. And then we'll pull the new pool light wire using this guy. So let's turn the power on and see what happens. All right guys, so I turned the breaker back on. We are going to go over here and check out if we explode the planet and hit this button. All right, so it looks like we have power. Manual control, white, red, yep. So this thing's working fine. We are good to go. I just need to order a switch for this guy. I'm gonna get an RGB switch like I have all the other ones, and hopefully it will fit inside this box with all these extra wire nuts here. But yeah, we are good to go. So that's gonna conclude the second part of this pool light installation. However, it's the third part of the pool project videos. Hope you guys enjoyed it. If you guys need help with this, let me know, and I will hook you guys up. Have a good day, guys. These are the Mica Media Series M8Cs, $49 each. I want to show you guys these as I unbox them. I have them in the bathroom. These are the Mica Media Series M8Cs, $49 each. I want to show you guys these as I unbox them. I have them in the bathroom and one in that bathroom, but now we are going to be putting them as our front left and right and our rear left and right. Right out of the box you see, I think these are to hold in the speaker grill. And then there is our instruction manual, and here is our actual speaker. Now, what we are going to be doing, I figured out really fast that you probably can't cut a circle with that insulating tool, but I want to Google it and see if anybody can cut a circle with it. If not, I'll use the handsaw. But basically, I got these out so I could get out the template, because I have to make a trip in the attic. We want the center part. The other part of this is a paint shield if you want to paint the speakers. The inner part is a paint shield, the outer part is your template. Now what I will do is go up in the attic, find my 4 locations when it's early in the morning and nice and cool, put this on the ground as close as I can to the wall, and also have to account for the lip. So I have to add an extra little bit on there. So the lip is 3/4 of an inch. So I have to be at least 3/4 of an inch away from the ceiling walls up here. I'll need 3/4 inch of clearance in order for the grill, the protector, the edge to fit. And in the bedroom, I got really, really close and I got very, very lucky on that. When I go upstairs, I'll take my template up there with me. So I'm gonna put a small hole in the center of this, and I'm going to take a screwdriver up with me. And what I'll do is once I'm gonna go 1 inch from the wall, from the nearest wall stud. And then I am going to punch a hole through the ceiling with a screwdriver to mark the hole. I'm gonna do that 4 times. Then I'm gonna come back downstairs and I'm going to get my drywall saw out, and I am going to cut some speaker holes. While I'm up there though, I am gonna go ahead and drill out the cap on this top wall here. Right up there, I'm gonna drill through that cap with a 1 inch or bigger paddle bit so that I can run the speaker wires through it. So that is the plan, probably tomorrow morning. But I can definitely get the speakers holes cut and mounted ASAP. Probably first thing in the morning around 6 a.m. when it's nice and cool out. All right, guys, I did just get up in the attic and I poked the holes for where I need to cut the speakers for the surround sound. There's one there. I wanted to be further down, but it's almost impossible to get down there, so I just did it right there where I could get to it. And then up here in the front, we're gonna have one, because also I can't get up here to get wire to it. One over here above the fireplace in the corner, and then one up here by the skylight, right next to that light. As close as I could get to the light. So now what I have to do is take my template and get the ladder out and cut some holes. This one I hate.
That's.
I gotta be
I'm scared.
all the way up on the ladder.
I'm scared.
Whoa.
I'm scared.
Whoa.
I don't like this at all.
I have finished prepping the wires to pull up into the attic for the surround sounds. And so now I have to get up in the attic and feed the wires through the hole that I created and then pull a couple of feet out to connect to the receiver here. I got that long string of wires there. Hopefully it doesn't get tangled up. And yeah, I'm gonna go up in the attic and feed this down through. This end is taped up, so it should fit with no problem through the hole. No big deal. And those are the 4 that are going up, and then I'm going to wire them up to the speakers while I'm in the attic. All right, guys, I just got done crawling in the attic and pulling all the wires and connecting them to the new surround sound speakers. Now they are all coming out of this wall plate here. I'm just using a brush plate this time on the bottom. I'm not going to do a complicated setup because I don't have that much space down here to put another box in and it's getting cluttered. So I'm just using a brush plate. The wires will pass through this brush plate, all of them. There will be 4 speaker wire, actually 5. I haven't run the center channel wire yet. I need to cut that and get that run. There will be 5 speaker wires, 1 for the center channel and then 4 up there. Yeah, there'll be a Ethernet cable, which will be hardwired. The TV will be hardwired. It will not be using Wi-Fi because the router's right here and the switch. And what else? That is it. HDMI, Ethernet, and 5 speaker wires. So now I'm just waiting for the television to be delivered and the HDMI cable. I have the Govee, the DreamView backlight for the TV here. Uses a camera, really cool. Ethernet cable over here. They sent me the wrong HDMI cable. They sent me a 4-foot. I need an 8-foot, so that is wrong. Actually, no, I do need both. I need both. They did not send me an 8-foot. Okay, I might have. Oh, I'll just keep this one. Another piece of the puzzle did come in, and that is we have our banana plugs for the ends of the speaker wires, and we have our long HDMI cable. Now this will actually go from the back of the wall box to the receiver, and then from the TV to the wall box, we have a short HDMI cable for that. But the next thing we are waiting on is our wall box and our TV, and both are scheduled to be here today. We are back in the Supercar Street Racing Compound Kitchen, which are now appropriately sized for my appetite. And we have another package here from Walmart.com. We're going to open it right now and let you guys see what's inside. And fighting all kinds of issues today with overheating on the GoPros doing projects outside. But here is a package again from Walmart.com full of the worst possible things in the world. And we have more mainstays, LED globe lights to install. And I tell you, I looked everywhere for replacements, but my plan is when they fail to return them. So I'm keeping the boxes. They will fail within a few weeks or a month, and I will return them and get new ones. I used to buy protection plans on these, and now, right here, right now, you can't get this with a protection plan because they don't trust their products enough anymore to offer it because they know how bad these are. So I ordered 4 to replace the patio lighting underneath the patio that goes around to the side of the house. I don't know if that's enough, but we're going to go from there and see if we have to order more of these. I would like to go all the way to the other side of the house, if possible. So that's our mission today, guys. We're going to do this today. Let's go. Here are the mainstays, 35 count LED Edison string lights in their glory from Walmart.com. About, I don't remember how much they were. At one point they were about $6. They went up. I think they might be $11 now. I will put a link in the description. But I'm going to warn you right now, these have terrible reviews. They are awful, and they will fail eventually. Now, the only good thing about this, these are all going to be under an overhang, so they're not going to get wet. They might get a little wet from the side, but they're not going to get like super wet. My hope is they last much longer, and so now our only job right here is to install these in place of the old ones. So let's do it. All right, the first set of bulbs is run up and around there and to the back of the TV where it will get power. It comes down this gutter and the pole here, and it connects to this lamp that has Govee smart bulbs. Our next job is to replace this set here that runs all the way around the house. So we're going to be doing that next. Let's get to work. All right, guys, we are all done running our lighting, and we ended up running it around the gutter right there. You can kind of see where they changed the gutter, where the house was pink before, but we ran it up around the gutter there, across the top, through there, where it probably could have been a little bit closer to the house. I think I'm going to end up fixing that. I just don't know how. Actually, I do know how. I got a zip tie over there. I'll grab a zip tie and I'll pull it over and put it on the zip tie. All right, as I was saying, we ran this right across the bottom of the sunroom there, around the top here, to the television back there, and then over on this side, we ran it across, down this pole, and then it connects to this lamp. So when all of the smart lighting comes on, all this will turn on, and we were gonna show you that tonight when it gets dark. We'll be right back. Echo, turn on the patio. And we are back, guys, with a wrap up to this video on replacing the lighting on the patio. It's not quite dark yet, but I have to leave in a few minutes, and I wanted to get this shot. And there is the new LED globe lights along with the Govee sconces running and the two Govee smart bulbs. And if we walk out here, you can see that the lights look really good going around the sunroom right there, and then they wrap around so nice right here. And that is how this turned out. They come down the side of that gutter. Very cool project. Finally got these replaced, and you can see it's raining right now, but yet the lights are not getting wet. So there's a good chance these will last longer than they did before on the other places, like the fence. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Have a good night. We'll see you guys tomorrow on the channel. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. And once again, we have something to take a look at here. This is the Logitech LitraGlow. We bought 2 of these for the studio. And today we're going to be opening these up and taking a look at them on the channel. Hang out with us. It's going to be fun. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again, and today in front of us we have the LitraGlow light, and this is a light designed for creators like myself to light up your face, and it literally mounts directly to the monitor there. So I did buy 2 of them for the studio because our ring light did go out and we needed something so we can do content from inside of the studio. Now, taking a look at this, we're going to unbox it today, actually set one up and use it and see how it performs. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. We're here in the 4K production studio, as you can see, and today we have this Logitech LitraGlow that we are going to be checking out on the channel. Now, this light is designed for creators like me because you need some sort of front lighting source when you do voiceovers, exactly what we're doing right now, and we are actually being lit by the LitraGlow right now. And to give you an idea of what that looks like, check this out. So right here in front of me, we have the LitraGlow, and we are recording in OBS Studio, and that is lighting us up from the front. And behind me, of course, we have some interesting LED lighting. Here's another view of what it looks like from inside the studio, but not really much there you can see on me because the camera is tilted down a little bit. This is kind of the environment that the studio has, so that's what we are dealing with. Now, the light that we were using before, the ring light, did die, so we went ahead and got the LitraGlow. We actually ordered 2 of these. We are currently being lit by one. There will be one on this other monitor here. If I go ahead and show you one more time, the view here. We're gonna put the other monitor the other light right on this monitor here, so we have 2 of them. We're back here again in the front camera, and we have the LitraGlow in front of me, and we have not opened this one yet, so I wanted to go ahead and open it with you guys. Let's do that now. Right in front of me, we have the Logitech LitraGlow, as you can see right here. We haven't opened this one. I wanted to do it on camera with you guys so you can get a look at the packaging and everything. And on the back of the packaging, it just says it has an adjustable mount, TrueSoft technology, and adjustable brightness and color temperature on the back as well. There are controls on the back for all of that. You can make it either warm or cool light by pressing buttons on the back of the actual LitraGlow by Logitech. This is how the packaging looks. This is how it comes right from the factory. There is the Litra Glow looking so fly inside the box. And when you pull it out right here, you can see that it does have a long stand to keep it pressed up against your monitor. And then this part is like draped over the top. It does have a USB Type-C connector here for power. So when you guys power this up, you can power it up with any 5-volt USB adapter, that as long as it has a USB Type-C. And they do give you a USB Type-C cable here in the package as well. And to use this, you simply do like you use any other USB device. You can plug it in any USB outlet that provides power. And then on the back of the light here, there is the USB Type-C. You just plug that in. And this is a look at the Logitech Litra Glow and how it attaches to the monitors. It will not stay on for some reason, and I'm gonna have to test this on another power outlet. It's not staying on. That's live video for you. So interestingly enough, my receiver's USB power would not power the light. It did fine on my old ring light. For whatever reason, it doesn't like this one, but here I have it plugged into the actual PC power source, and you can see there it is very bright. So I'm gonna lower the brightness on the back and show you that's lowering the brightness. And then this here is the color temperature. You can see it go cool there. And now what we're gonna do is put this up on the monitor stand and see how this looks with actual video. All right, guys, we do have both of our Logitech Litra Glow lights pointed right at me, one on the left monitor, one on the right monitor. Let me show you what that looks like from above. Now you can see how I'm lit on both sides, which will prevent shadows from happening on my face here. And they do just mount right to the monitor stand so easily and kind of rest on it like a webcam does. Right here in front of me, guys, we have the instruction manual for the Logitech Litra Glow light. And in the instruction manual, it simply has pictures such as an IKEA product would, and it literally just shows you putting the light onto the monitor, and then that you can tilt the actual top of the light forward or backwards as well. And then also it says that it can spin on its axis as well. You can put the light wherever you really want to and turn it in any direction, so it could be on either end of your monitors. Now, giving you a better view of what it looks like here, you can see right here we've got one almost on the end of this monitor and one over here on this monitor. We actually need to rerun the USB cable because it is kind of tight back there, and it is showing. Guys, right next to me here, we have the Litra Glow from Logitech. Premium LED streaming light with TrueSoft, an adjustable monitor mount, and it does adjustable color temperature as well. And if we see right here, it has 4.5 star reviews, so not a bad rating out of 2,200 ratings. Some of the 1-star reviews say ruined by a few critical flaws, and it's not a camera. I don't know why they put camera. It is not one. Soft and very bright, but lacks appropriate controls. I don't know. All you need is brightness and color temperature, in my opinion. There apparently is a software for it, so if you want to use that, it's called G-Hub, and somebody was just talking about it right there. You don't have to use the software. And it says right here that it makes you have natural skin tones, a radiant look, and it is a full spectrum LED light, and we knew that already. And it's safe for all-day streaming. It doesn't get hot or anything like that like big, large lights do. Says it's got a freedom of light placements because basically it's really easy to place anywhere on the monitor that you want. Now they're fully customizable, it says, with your keyboard and mouse, which I have not looked at that software. Maybe we can take a look at that. And it is plug and play. It just literally plugs in for streamers and content creators with absolutely no drama whatsoever. So right here in front of me, you can see the Logitech G-Hub software that you can download and install. And this lets you be able to program the light and control it from the keyboard. However, I did notice in one review, someone was saying that to really control this the proper way, you need the Logitech keyboard, and you can't really do function keys or whatever on a normal Windows keyboard. So just be aware, it's not easily controlled unless you also have the Logitech keyboard in front of you. All right, so you can see right here, there are a lot of other options for lights if you so wish to. There is one here for $17.99 from Letwing. There is a Nexaglow right here as well for $37.99. And there are plenty of other choices available on Amazon that have okay reviews. Alright guys, right in front of me here you do see the Logitech G Hub download available from Logitech. Let's go ahead and download that for Windows. And we do have it. Let's go ahead and install that right now. So you just click install. It says please wait while we install the G Hub. Now we want to see what kind of functionality we're going to get with our lights when we have the G Hub software installed on the PC. Alright, we got the G Hub software open in front of me right now, and you can see that you have 3 different options here. Now if you click this edit button, you can name them, and you can see I've renamed them right and left. It will not let me drag them into the appropriate positions like you can a monitor though, unfortunately. But if we go here and double click the right one, you can see that we can change the color temperature, and it did change to a yellowish hue right there. We can also change the brightness. You can see it can go from no brightness to quite a bit of brightness. And then on this side here, we can go to the other one, change the brightness. And those are about the same color temperature. You can see I'm oversaturated here, so we don't need that much light. Let's go back and lower the brightness a little bit. And that's better, but still a lot. The camera seems to be oversaturating the brightness levels when I crank up these. Now you have this activation with camera here. You can turn on the lights whenever you get your camera turned on. And it does say camera depth tech webcam. We can choose which camera we want this thing to bring the lights on when we turn it on. And then you can change the tile view, or you can change to a list view here. And then you can actually create an account with Logitech to go ahead and log in. So there's no way to set this up with a keyboard or anything like that. You can see if you double click it, there's some manual adjustment here where you can just pick your colors instead of using a slider. But you can see there's no way to associate this with a actual keyboard shortcut, so it just does it automatically. So yes, the camera is in use with another application, which is actually why we can't see it. So yes, the camera is in use with another application, which is actually why we can't see it. Guys, next to me right now, you can see the Supercar Street Racing channel, which is growing greatly, and I really appreciate all your help and your viewership. But I just want to ask you for one thing, if you could please like and subscribe and click the bell icon so you get notified when I put out a new video. I do try to do daily videos. It doesn't always happen. Sometimes there's not enough content, but I really strive to do daily videos. And do me a favor, when I give you an Amazon link, go ahead and click through it. Let's give you an example. So if we go into YouTube Studio here, and we just go to one of my videos, and inside of my video link here, there will be a link to something like these Hexaglow lights. Now you don't have to necessarily buy the Hexaglow lights. Buy anything through that link, and it does hook me up with just a tiny amount of money to keep the channel going and to keep bringing you guys great content from Supercar Street Racing. I'm really happy you guys joined us today, and we will see you next time. We got to get out of here and go find something to do on Christmas.
Yeah.
All right, this guy's trying to shoot me with a salt gun. Let's go.
No, that's too close.
Oh, fuck!
I told you.
Shit, that hurt. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up?
She didn't even jump for my video. You did?
I asked if you wanted me to go back to public, but you didn't answer.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm busy.
Wow, what are you doing?
Hey, everybody. It is Thursday. I got a long extended vacation right now for the holidays. So I'm just chilling out here in my sunroom, and as you can see in Florida right now, it is raining. It has been raining for a couple of days now, so I've been making the most of that and working on the car and getting things done around the house that I need to get done. So we are waiting right now for some parts to come in from Italy. I'll show you a snapshot now of that tracking information from the courier coming from Italy, and this package sat in the exchange office for literally 10 days. So as soon as this package gets in, here's a look at what we'll be doing next to the car. I bought all replacement interior pieces in carbon fiber for the car, and my one pet peeve about the car always is that it has wooden interior pieces. Should look a lot better, honestly. I think the the wooden pieces are more luxury, and the car is definitely not a luxury car, it's a sports car. So I'm gonna overlay pictures of the carbon fiber interior pieces while we're talking about them, and also tell you a little bit about them. So inside of the car, there's basically three carbon fiber pieces, or sorry, three wood pieces that come from the factory. You've got, on the doors, you've got strips of wood. It's not cheap wood, it's really expensive, the actual stock pieces I'm hoping to sell and make some money off of. But you've got the door pieces, you've got the center console piece. Total of 3 pieces. As you can imagine, making these out of real carbon fiber, not some cheap stuff, but actual laying carbon fiber for these pieces is expensive. So you can expect to spend on the pieces, depending on where you get them. There's a good shot of outside there, the rain. Depending on where you get them from, brand new, they run about $1,700 US for just the 3 pieces. So they're not cheap. That was one thing that I was not too sure about if I was willing to spend $1,700. And also, coming across the pieces used is not very common. So I did get lucky. I found a guy who had actually 4. He has the shift knob too. Now the only thing about the shift knob is it's keyless go, and I do not have keyless go, the one option that I really wanted in the car. I don't have, but the car had a warranty, and that's what made me buy it over everything else. So I'm getting the keyless go knob, which looks way better than the factory knob, but it will not start the car, unfortunately, with the push button on the knob. But it is a full carbon fiber shift knob. Now I got all of these pieces for under $1,000 used, and they are lightly used. The guy who has them actually got brand new pieces fit in a red carbon fiber. He has red interior and it looks ridiculous, but now he's selling these to me for under $1,000. Of course, the only drawback being that they are coming from Italy, and it is taking forever. And I'm hoping that they get here before the Cars and Coffee event in 3 weeks. Second Saturday of January, there's a big Cars and Coffee, which I will be documenting. So that's what's going on with the car now. As you can see from the pictures I overlaid, it's going to look pretty sweet. I'll also show you, actually I'm going to hold off on showing you how it looks completed. You can easily find that online, but I want you to see how it actually looks when it's done. So as soon as I have an update on the carbon fiber interior pieces, you'll see me again. Have a good one, guys. Make sure you thumbs up and subscribe. Thank you.
What's up, everybody? Supercar Street Racing here on a beautiful Tuesday, and today we are going to be doing an oil change on the 2011 Honda Accord. This is the daily driver, and it is due for an oil change. This car actually has really low miles on it. I bought it with 13,000 miles on it a year ago, about a year and a half ago, and currently it's sitting at 24,000 miles. So 2011 Accord with 24,000 miles, the car was hardly ever driven. So what we're going to do is go over the steps to changing the oil in this car, some of the tools that you're going to need, and how much oil and oil filter type you're going to need to get. Now your best bet is obviously going to be to check the sale papers, because your local auto parts store is going to be putting out a flyer probably once every couple of weeks with oil change specials. Those specials are going to have 5 quarts of oil usually with a oil filter, and usually you can get a full synthetic oil change for around $30 if you do it yourself. If you compare that to going to Jiffy Lube or one of the other establishments, they will charge you up to $50 or $60, and that's only up to 5 quarts. If you hold more than that, they charge you a ridiculous amount per quart. So definitely doing an oil change on your own is the way to go. You're going to need some basic things to do that. We'll go over that here in just a minute. But the first step is going to be, let's head to the auto parts store, see what they got. over here at Advanced Auto Parts because their stupid website will not allow you to add the coupon or actually add the oil change combo from online. So we got to go in here to get it. So I missed a 25% off coupon. Let's go see what they have in here. That's the one right there. See if we can get this going now. Got everything we needed for the oil change. Got some 0W20 oil, which is recommended by Honda, right here. So I can not cover up the screen. Got the oil filter and also got some engine degreaser. I'm going to go ahead and detail the car today. It's going to take me a while to change the oil and detail it, but this car needs to be washed and detailed today. It's been too long. And I never let my cars go this long without oil change. It's a shame to say that it's been probably 5 months, probably a little over 3,000 miles, but I never let them go that much. I usually do 3 months max. So when we get back to the house, we'll go over everything you're going to need to change the oil. Alright everybody, sorry for the cluttered up workbench here. I still got this roll bar I'm trying to get shipped out for selling, but here is everything you're going to need for your oil change. I actually have some leftover oil, so I'm going to use leftover oil rather than the brand new oil that I just got. I'll put this in the shelf over there for safekeeping for later. You're going to need your oil filter here. It's a brand new Purelator oil filter. You're going to need an oil filter wrench. I bought this specific wrench for the Honda. Fits right on there. Uses your socket right on top of there like that. You're going to need for the Accord 4-cylinder, and I believe the V6 uses the same thing. It's a 17mm socket. This might give you some issues because it hits the oil filter, but I think you can still get it on there because it's a deep well. So that's all I have. You're also going to need towels. I recommend a good dirty towel plus some paper towels to clean everything up. And most important thing is, right underneath my Sawzall here, you're going to need this drain system. Now keep in mind, these are terrible and they leak like crazy, and that one appears to be almost full, so I don't know if I'll actually get all of it in there without it overflowing. But yeah, see this part? It leaks no matter what you do, so that's why it's in this bin. So these are all the things you're going to need for your oil change. Oil filter wrench, 17mm socket or wrench, ratchet, and 4.2 quarts of oil for the 4-cylinder Honda Accord, and this is a 2011 Accord. So you're going to want to make sure you have a good set of ramps and jack stands. Trust me, you don't want to be caught under your car and one of these bad boys collapses, even though it's very unlikely. This is your safety net here, these jack stands. So what you want to do is run these jack stands up under the car after you roll the car up on the ramps. Take your jack stands, push them all the way up against the tire as far as you can get them under there, like that. It's right in the center though. Give them a good push so they stick. Right in the middle, like that. Make sure they're straight. Align straight with the tires. Go ahead, get in the car. That one looks like it might be a little bit off. Double check. Yep, that one's off a little bit. Put it back that way a little bit. Looks better. I think that's better. Go ahead, start the car, drive it up on the jack stands. Car is up on the jack stands now. Put your emergency brake. That wheel looks good. And that wheel looks good. Next, take your jack stands, put them up under the jack point there, and just perfect. That way if something happens, it'll fall on the jack stands and not you. Same with the other side. Up front as close as you can. It's about as good as it's going to get right there. Go ahead and pop your hood. Let the engine start cooling off. Got the hood pop now. The motor is very hot from driving home from work. Gonna let this cool off for now. Take off the oil drain plug, let it fall right into the top of this drain bucket, and of course you're gonna have to adjust your drain bucket. This is why I have the pan here underneath. Look at that dark oil coming out. This little pan's kind of hanging down, or a little cover, engine cover. So it's going to take a while to drain out, and as it drains, it's going to really be straight underneath the flow. So I'm just going to pull that back. It's going to take a good at least 10 or 15 minutes to drain. It'll help if you take off the engine cap, oil cap, as then the engine can breathe better. Go ahead and take off the oil cap. Let it drain a lot better under there. So that's going to drip for a little bit. I'll let that go ahead and drip, and then I'll take off the oil filter. Now you want to prep your new oil filter for installation on the car. A lot of people fill this with oil before they put it on. I never have done that in my entire life, but you want to make sure that you put oil around the O-ring there so that it, the gasket, so that it seals good. If you feel like it and your oil filter is in a position where you can do this, if your oil filter is not straight upside down, you can't do this because it'll dump all over you. But you can fill your oil filter with some oil if you feel paranoid about that getting to the motor. A lot of people think, oh, it's going to dry start. I've never had an issue in 30 years of oil changes with not putting oil in an oil filter, knock on wood. So that's how you get your oil filter ready for installation. Alright, as you can see, there's no more oil draining on here. I'm going to get this drain plug out of here, right there. I'm going to clean that up, put it back into the drain plug, and tighten it fairly tight. Don't use a torque wrench on it, but you'll know how tight is tight. Get it snug, and then maybe like a quarter of a turn if you can after that. Alright, I got the drain plug all back in right here. Drain plug is back in place. Going to clean that area up. Make sure there's no oil left on there to burn off. Now I'm going to remove that oil filter. About to take the oil filter off. Got to get your oil filter wrench. Get the new oil filter. Got the oil filter wrench right here. Got my drain vat ready to go. Goes right on the end of this ratchet like this. Now it's not going to be very tight because when you put oil filters on, you hand tighten them. But oil is going to come out of this when you remove it. Don't have your face underneath it. Get your drain ready for it. And it's going to get on your hand for sure. And it's very hot. Had a little spillage over here on the driveway. So I'm going to try to get that up ASAP before it soaks in. So yeah, it's going to make a mess when you have these like this. Go ahead and let it fall into your drain. And just know that you are going to get dirty doing this part. That's what I got the old towel here for, so I don't get oil all over the driveway. Although I did spill a tiny amount, I usually don't. But I super failed that time. Oh yeah. I did get it everywhere. Just go ahead and wipe it up as soon as you can so it doesn't seep into the concrete, but pretty much it'll stain once it's on there. Yep, I got a little bit on the driveway. I can get that off with acid though. Now it's continuing to drain out, so you want to get your new oil filter in there. Now, your new oil filter, just remember, it's supposed to be hand tight. I'm using this because it's so slippery, but that's plenty right there. That gasket seals everything. You don't need to go crazy on it. Okay, don't forget to retighten your drain plug. So this one needs to be quite a bit more tight than your oil filter. Just like that. Good enough. Still some oil dripping. So I'm going to go ahead and wipe off everything up here that got coated in oil. Go ahead and keep your vehicle as clean as possible. Keep the underside of this looking brand new like mine is. Some oil got all in here. Go ahead and wipe all that off. Next step is to fill the car with oil. I don't recommend this, but I am using different kinds of oil and different weights of oil. It's your call. I don't have an issue doing this at all, never have. I'm going to be using 2 quarts of this and 2 quarts of Mobil 1, but they're both full synthetic. Helps to have a nice funnel. So like I said, hate on me, flame in the comments, whatever you want to do, but I'm going to be mixing oils for the sake of using what I have left over. Here's my funnel. Those funnels are really cool that screw into the top of the oil thing right there. They make a threaded funnel, which is awesome. So, be back to pour the oil in. Got the funnel in there. The Accord takes 2.4 quarts of oil, and here comes the fire truck coming by. Wow. So this is 2 quarts. I can see in the marking here that it has 2 left. Go ahead and put this 2 in. There's 2 quarts there. So the recommended oil for this car is 0W20. This is all full synthetic oil. There's 3 quarts. Also helps to have a nice trash can handy for all this. Mine is actually in the back. And here is the 4th. All right. Go ahead and put your oil cap back on. Next thing we're going to do is run the car off the ramps. Go ahead and remove your jack stands. Key to a good clean shop is always replacing your tools so you have them for next time. Of course, this one's being a pain. I'll get stopped 1 sec. Have to pull on that lever to get that one out. Now, go ahead and take the car off the jack stands. Sorry, off the ramps. Doing this, check for an oil pressure light or anything irregular. Everything looks good on the inside of the car. Just gonna quickly look underneath for any leaks. That is the air conditioning system dripping there. I don't see any oil leaks, but that pan is really hanging down. I'm gonna have to fix that. Next thing we're gonna do is check the oil. Next thing we're gonna try to do here is make sure we got the correct oil level in here. This is supposed to hold 4.2 quarts, and I put in just about 4. Let me grab some napkins real quick, some towels. All right, got my paper towels here. Gonna check this oil level. See what's going on, if we got enough in here. Like I said, I put in 4, it calls for 4.2. And doesn't look like there's enough oil in there on one side, but I'm gonna go ahead and double check that and I'll be right back. Okay, it looked like it was a little low, so I went ahead and added 0.2 of a quart, and I think that's going to do it. Go ahead and clean up any spills you have here so it doesn't burn off the engine. And of course, very important is your cleanup effort. Get all your tools together. Make sure you clean all your tools. Put all your tools back together in their right places, and that should do it for the 2011 Accord oil change.
Hey guys, Brad here for Car Street Racing with another video. Looks like we got our Anchor Cosmos Max 4K projector here. We're doing a little unboxing, setup, reaction, crying, sadness, all that stuff. So let's get this thing unboxed. Hopefully I don't get, well, I can't get demonetized because I don't make money on my videos anyway, so who cares about the music? Alright, so this is a refurb. The projector was actually on sale for $200 off, but even with that it was $1,500, so I elected for the refurb. Here it is, right out of the box, has not been touched yet. Let's give it a little look-see. See, it says Android TV, does use Android TV, don't care, because I am going to be using my 4K Fire Stick. Does support 4K. It has a 4K, native 4K projector. I believe it uses pixel doubling, but it's 1500 ANSI lumens. If you're used to 3000 from a regular bulb, you might be disappointed with this guy, but this is why I am getting the room all prepared to be completely blacked out, because I know that the brightness level is less than my last projector, which was eco mode all the time for 7 years before the bulb burned out. Let's get this dude over here. I'm listening to my favorite internet radio station, Soma FM, Deep Space One, because you know everything's space. So here it is. First impressions, the box is kind of beat up a little bit. You can see the edges here. I read a review from someone who got one that was still logged into somebody else's email address, which is pretty crazy. Kind of like Amazon, hello. So I'm trying to figure out how you open this. The edges are kind of beat up. Yeah, there's no obvious way to open this, so I think it's this side. Here, I'm gonna work on that. I'll get right back to you guys. Alright, I'm an idiot. The thing just literally picks right off the thing like a suitcase, and then this is underneath, and it's got a little open me thingy here. Where's my knife? Let's go ahead and open this guy. Well, this is renewed. This is supposed to be used. Somebody else has owned this before and returned it. Alright, let's see if I got that. Looks like I got that out. So guys, this is a 4K projector with built-in sound, which I'm not going to be using. But apparently it has really good built-in sound, and it also has an LED star field on the top. So my plan is, it's on a glass shelf. Oh, my oven's ready. Time to put the chicken in the oven. You guys can hang out with that too while I do this. So here's my chicken thighs for dinner. And let's set our timer up here. 45. Alright. So look at this presentation, man. It's like this nice, almost like a suitcase, and you open it up and oh, there it is. No, but like, so this has a star field on it when you power it up, so got a little condom on there to make sure you don't mess it up. First impression, size is smaller than I thought. It's actually smaller, probably about the same size as my Epson, but it's way thicker. Yeah, oh, it's got the thickness, look at that, because probably the speakers. So yeah, so this will sit upside down like this and project inverted on my glass shelf, which I'm gonna go tighten that shelf up right now, put this up there, get it powered up, and see if we have issues with the height. But apparently this has an automatic keystone, so you don't need to like tilt it to fit the screen. It should be able to adjust quite a bit for up and down. Let's check that out now. Alright guys, also wanted to show you what was underneath here. Got this little instruction manual, kick-ass remote, batteries, power brick, and power cord right there. Let's get this thing set up. Got the projector set up. First thing was my moon men were casting a shadow. Here it is. You can see upside down, the little star field there is kind of cool. It actually needs to come up just a little bit. I'm not sure how to do that. It could work like that, but it probably should come up like a few inches. And I don't know if I have to manually do that or what. I'm gonna look around, but I just downloaded the update. After powering it on, it automatically focused, it automatically keystoned. So cool, such a cool projector. Let's see, so let's restart this guy. So this is with ambient light. So this is all gonna be knocked down to almost nothing once I get the blinds and the curtains in. So this is Android TV, so it looks just like an Android. Put you guys on hold while it updates. Restarted the projector after the update. It is installing. I love this dark room. Can't wait to get these curtains replaced. I went ahead and took them down because they were ugly. I'm gonna get some regular non-reflective looking ones that are just like straight up black for this guy and for that door. That door is getting a set of curtains, 2 on each side of the door. This is installing. I'll update you guys when it's done. Projector is rebooting, so you can see here ambient light from that window, and it's still pretty damn bright. Now I do see what other people saw. There is a little frame that runs outside of the actual frame. That is actually light, I think, from the projector. The projector is up there on the shelf, chilling. And I am about to try to play some content and see what it sounds like. I'll be back with you guys. All right, first thing is the keystone correction auto does not work well for me, so I put it on manual and then I adjusted it. But the whole thing needs to come up, I don't know, just a tiny bit. So, I mean, you can't see the star field through this glass, so I think I'm gonna swap the projector over so that it's face up and then maybe raise it a little bit. I think it has feet. I'm gonna have to check it out. So I couldn't figure out how to raise the whole image up on the projector. I'm not sure. You're supposed to be able to like raise the whole image, but keystone correction's maxed out to the top. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a couple of little like feet underneath the front to raise it up maybe 1/4 of an inch so that it lines up a little bit better with, oh, what do we got here? Mailman. Lines up a little bit better towards the top of my screen here. But my shelf is perfect. Like, it didn't work out great for my last projector, but it's gonna be absolutely amazing for this one. I just put the, I just painted the rest of this area. I'm kind of thinking about painting the HDMI cable. I haven't tested it yet though, so I think I'm gonna probably just go ahead and paint it and get it over with so it's not white and standing out like that. I do have black paint. Maybe I'll just do black. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna grab some black paint, paint the HDMI cable. Peace out. Be right back. All right, got the projector all finally in its final resting place. Unfortunately, the glass is not particularly see-through, so you can still not see the stars, and I missed some spots on the paint, which you can't see because it's so dark, but all I can say is, wow, this projector is amazing. Like, I am above and beyond. Even during the day with the window open, this thing looks so good. I'm still working on the adjustment. Look, like I need to zoom it down a little bit. So let's go to projector settings, zoom, see how it's off the screen. Now, one thing I will say, it does have some light that spills over outside of the screen, and I saw some people complaining about that. It is true that there is a little bit of ambient light that kind of spills over out of the screen size. So it's really hard to see on camera. Screen stops here, the light spills over to here. So about another 6 inches worth, I think. So let's take a look at some 4K, which has blown my mind, honestly. I like how it says 8K, but YouTube doesn't support 8K.
Cutting your burrito? You're such a Virgo.
Oh, we gotta do ads. Let's see what it really is displaying at. Yeah, 4K. Yeah, you're not playing 8K, liar. So, just off the bat, I gotta say the picture quality is unbelievable on this. I've never owned an 8K, or sorry, a 4K projector. I've owned a 4K television, but oh my god, this is absolute insanity. It is just like a window. And there is the Anchor projector sitting on the little glass shelf. I need to paint the wire black, but I got all my pictures set back up here. I got to move the recliners back in place, hook up the surround sound, move the receiver in here, which I'm going to update you guys when I do that. And so as you can see, this is amazing. Guys, this is the new ceiling fan. Just kidding. This is the new ceiling fan that we were provided to review. And this is from Keener, who have been so gracious to our channel to provide us with multiple types of devices to review. So today, we're going to get this out of the box and install it somewhere, which is going to be difficult because I don't really have a lot of places with standard bulbs, but I do have a spot on the patio I think this will look great in. Let's get this thing unboxed and see what's inside on Supercar Street Racing. Keener makes this E26 base fan for adding a fan anywhere you have a light, and I think it is just very cool. Comes with a little remote here too. We are unboxing this now, and if we pull this top part out, we can see inside we have a bunch of little fan blades right here. This thing is so cute. And we have the base right here. Let's get this thing opened up ASAP. Inside the box with the Keener turn your socket light into a socket fan light fan is this cool little motor right here that is so cute. Comes all packaged up in this styrofoam condom. And then all you have to do after that is take your blades right here and put them right inside of it. And I think they just snap in. We'll get those unboxed. We'll get this unboxed. Get it a nice battery because there is nothing else left inside of the Keener fan box. I got everything unboxed here now, and the remote looks like AAA batteries in there. Got to go see if I have any. Then we have this nice little extension right here as well. And basically, now here's the actual screw-in base, but they gave you a little extension, which we will probably need. So you just screw the extension on right there, and then you screw this into any standard E26 bulb base. Let's go see if I got batteries for this. Back to the Keener fan light. The batteries just go in just like this. 2 AAA batteries replace the cover. And then let's get on to the process of assembling the fan. Back here on the Supercar Street Racing desk with this nice LED lamp light to illuminate our assembly of the Keener fan. Now they do provide you with all these blades, and I'm assuming they're super easy to clip in. It looks like they clip in this way because there's a little indentation right here which I see inside of this, so I think they go this way. Let's see. They do. So you just place them into the fan like this. A little bit harder once you get a few in because you don't have a surface to put them on, and then this just continues to go in with the dot facing towards the bulb socket. Make sure they're in all the way. They will click when they catch on the blade. And this one just does go right like this. And now they are secure, and I believe that's a light, but I don't know yet. We have to check. There's your fan fully assembled, and it does have a light on the remote right here, an on-off switch on the remote, a timer, and then these 1 through 5 buttons here, which might be the speed. We have to check the manual.
We have the manual out now for the Keener fan, and you can see right here, it does do different color temperatures and brightness adjustments on the light. And it does have installation instructions right here in English, and it says, ensure the power supply is disconnected. So basically turn the power off. You install the 5 fan blades. So it doesn't want you to put this in anything that's not solid. I am going to do that anyway because I don't care. Mine's going into a lamp with a neck that can move. We'll see what that does. Might break. You insert until it clicks, and then here is your remote. The upper left on the remote basically is the LED on and off. The upper right is the fan on and off. The middle button here with the power is the LED and the fan on and off. And this is a timer to turn the thing off after a certain amount of time. And then at the bottom here, we do see the fan speeds. It doesn't say which is the fastest fan speed, so we'll have to test that out. So it says if you turn off the wall switch and turn on again within 0.5 seconds or after 5 seconds, the fan light remembers the mode that it was in before. There are also instructions in here for changing the color of the light, and that has to do with how much time is taken between turning the light switch on and the remote. Let's see. And then there's instructions here for making it warm white. And when they're saying the C button, they are talking about A, B, and C, which are also diagrammed here on the page before that. And there's a bunch of safety features right here to think about before you install the fan. Here's a good up-close look at the remote on the fan, and you can see on top here there is a light switch and on-off switch. The light switch for the light, on-off for the fan. This does both. There's a timer right here, and then the bottom here. All these right here are fan speeds. We have to test that out when we get outside. So I was just chilling here with the Erkin LED fan light, and I noticed this might be the infrared receiver for the remote. Let's go. Okay, this lamp is definitely on. I have no place to put this because I have no regular standard bulbs in my house. So let's see. Oh my goodness. Let's go. This thing rips, dog. All right, so it is on. Let's turn the light off. The fan is on, so let's see what 1 does. 1 is the lowest speed. 5 is the highest speed. And this thing is ripping. I wish I could use this on. The light on, works perfect. Light off. You push it, it changes the color temperature. Every time you press the light button, it changes the color temperature. Let's try to find another place to put this. Is it going to twist the cable? Okay, what happens when you install this fan on a cable? I believe the cable is going to twist up. This is so cool. This is high speed. This is low. So that's how you install the Keener light fan. For now, this room gets really hot. Basically, I think this sliding glass door and the lack of enough ventilation from the AC system gets this room hot. So what I'm going to do is install this fan right here, right next to this AC vent. And I'm hoping it will pull air out of the AC vent and pull it down towards the ground. Let me get that installed now, and we'll see what happens. Let's go. So this light is pushed out. That's cool, man. How cool is that? Oh, let's go! Let's go! Let's go! And then we have this remote here so we can do the light. Check that out, guys. Now this fan will blow the air coming out of the vent around and circulate it a lot more. And then we turn the light on with this. And we can change the color temperature of the light with the light button right here. The fan speed's down here at the bottom. This is the highest speed. This thing rips, dude. I love this thing. Now let's turn the AC down and see if it actually circulates some air. Okay, we have the AC on now, and I can feel the vent, and it is definitely pulling air and dispersing it around the room. You can really feel the cold air over here now where you couldn't before. Behind the camera, you can feel the cold air being moved around the room from the tiny fan. And you have that extra light if you really need it. Legit, and I feel it way across the room over here. All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed the mini fan light as much as I did. This thing absolutely rips. It's putting out so much air. I'm so happy with this for my office because the AC is on right here and it is pulling all the air down into the rest of the office, which gets hotter than the rest of the house. All right, guys, we did review the Keener light fan. It screws into any standard E26 socket. You can see right here and right now that this thing is absolutely cool. It totally rips. It would be so good on like a patio where you don't have a fan and you just have a light switch. You can go ahead and plug this right in and it will work for you anywhere. I just don't personally have any place to use this because I have no E26 sockets that are mounted to a solid base. And make sure you go ahead and click through our links and like our videos so that we get maximum exposure and grow the channel. I did dent this pretty bad when I dropped it, but it still does work. Look at that dent. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing for another video, and today we have a very special sponsor with us. Rove was kind enough to send us one of their 4K, dual channel 4K dash cams for the Tesla Model S Plaid. Now I thought this would be perfect for the car because I need a dash cam in that car. You cannot access the footage inside of the car unless you have an incident. So this will really help out with that goal. Now this dash cam is awesome. It has GPS, it records in 2160p, it has a 2.4-inch IPS screen on it, it has a 150-degree wide angle lens, and it also has night vision, which is important if you're going to be driving a lot at night. These guys have 37,400 views on Amazon, so you know they've sold quite a few of those. I am super hyped to get into this gift box. They sent us a bunch of stuff for the 4K dual channel dash cam. This thing also supports over-the-air firmware updates, built-in 5G Wi-Fi up to 20 megs per second download speed. It can geotag you with its built-in GPS, and it does support up to a 1 terabyte micro SD card. I think that we have an SD card included with this. When we dig in, we're gonna find out. And I just looked at the box. It does come with a 128 gig Rove SD card. Says it right on the front right here. This guy has an app for both iOS and Android, and we will look into that as well today when we dig into this. Right now on Amazon, this is a $99 purchase. It is 17% off right now. It might be different by the time you guys get this video, but for right now, you can pick up the Rove for 99 bucks on Amazon. Now, Rove was also kind enough to send in their big gift box this 3-lead hardwire kit. This allows you to hardwire your cam into your car permanently without having to use a USB-C port or any other type of wiring. Now, I don't know if we're going to actually use that in the Tesla because of the high voltage system and getting 12 volts, but we're going to look into that. And then there's another thing in the gift box, the Rove Ultimate CPL. This guy right here has a circular polarizer and a microfiber cleaning cloth for your Rove. We got 3 awesome products right here from Rove today to take a look at. So let's go ahead and get these 3 guys unboxed right now. What's up, guys? Welcome back to our other channel sponsor today. PureOx was so kind to go ahead and forward us some of their mushroom gummies. You can see them right here. They are 20-in-1 complex mushroom gummies. Now, these guys are so awesome. They help your brain, your focus, and your immune system when you take these. These guys have a powerful blend, a great taste. I let my neighbors try them. They said they taste just like chocolate, and I agree. Very good taste. I'm gonna go ahead and take one right now. So yummy. Literally tastes like chocolate. Now, these PureOx mushroom gummies have cordyceps, lion's mane, reishi, maitake, and shiitake, all in a 20-in-1 powerful blend. These guys help you get through the day, and they help you keep focus. They help keep your immunity high, and they help keep your brain at tip-top levels. I'm gonna continue to take some of these mushroom gummies every day and let you guys know in about 3 or 4 weeks if I feel a difference after taking them. But these are rated very highly online. I will have a link in the description to the PureOx mushroom gummies. And if you go to their store, you'll find a lot of other cool supplements you can take as well. If you don't want these, please buy something else from PureOx. Get your mushroom PureOx gummies right off of the Levanta.io link that I'm going to provide for you in the description, and let them know that Supercar Street Racing sent you and that you support us. Let's get back to the video. All right, guys, we're back in the SCSR living room now with the Rove dash cam. And the first thing we want to unbox is the main product. This is a Rove R2 4K dual channel dash cam we're going to get into right now. And on the front of the box, you can see here, it just gives you all the features: 4K 2160, Sony Starvis image sensor, over-the-air updates, built-in 5G Wi-Fi up to 20 megabits per second, a 3-inch display, built-in GPS, and it does support up to a 1 terabyte micro SD card. It comes with a 128 gig SD card. You may want to upgrade that if you want to be able to store more data. There's also something on the front here with a QR code that says if you want to meet other Rove dash cam users, you can go ahead and scan that and meet up with other users. Now, on the back, it does tell you all of the box contents, and we're going to dig into this and see exactly what it is inside of this box. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at this guy on the side. Now, on the side of the box, it just kind of tells you the same features here, kind of that it does up to 2160p recording. It has HDR. It does have a screensaver, supports up to a 1 terabyte micro SD card. It does have motion detection also, so that's cool. And it does use H.265 and H.264 codecs. H.265 is the newest and most efficient codec. It does support that. Let's go ahead and use the patented SCSR Smith & Wesson knife to get this Rove completely unboxed. All right, we got the plastic off of the Rove. Let's go ahead and open it up. And right at the top of the Rove, you do see a SD card here, a 128 gig SD card with a micro SD card adapter sitting right on the top, looking so fly. All right, guys, we got the Rove 4K dual channel dash cam right in front of us. We're gonna go ahead and take a look at what's included inside the box now. Now, the first thing we see on top of the box in the Rove 4K dual channel dash cam is this nice SD card. It is a 128 gig SD card with a SD card adapter in case you have a slot in your laptop for running an SD card. And right inside of that, there is a nice thick user manual to describe to you how to use the Rove R2 4K dual channel 4K dash cam. Pretty thick. Looks like it might contain a bunch of good information there. We'll take a look at that later. So this warning here on this card does show you that it wants you to use Rove only SD cards. If you get an SD card error, they want you to choose a class 10 U3 speed. Now, they want you to use a Rove SD card, but I will challenge you that Rove SD cards are probably the same thing as other SD cards, so that is your call. I'm not going to say that until we try other SD cards. They want feedback as well. Once you purchase this, they want you to go ahead and go into feedback and leave them some good feedback. They're also giving away $500 gift cards for big captured moments. So if you have done something on your Rove camera that you think is worthy, you can go ahead and apply for a $500 gift card. There is a little warning sticker here that says smile. You are on a Rove dash cam. So if you want to put that on your card, you're welcome to go ahead and do so. I'm not going to, but they do give you that capability to do that. And now inside the box, everything is labeled very nicely. This side says it is a USB Type-C power cable. Now it does have a rear camera cable for the rear. This is a dual 4K recorder, so it has a rear camera as well. You can see right there on the front, there is the second camera. They give you some nice spare stickers there also. They give you a 1 meter USB data cable as well. They give you cable clips. A wire trim tool, and some wet cleaning pads to make sure things stick properly. Let's go ahead and see what is on the left side of this. All right, let's get the left side of this unboxed now and see what's in this box that we already read here. All right, we got the first box out right now. And the first thing inside this box is some 3M sticky pads and also some cable sticky pads. Very useful for installation. We do have a little trim tool here. These are cool. I have a whole different set of these that I bought myself. We have a super long cable here, assuming this is USB-C. It is. This might be what gets to the rear of the car, so we will check that out as well. We've got some sort of a 90-degree USB-C to USB-A. We have a USB-A to USB-C, and we have another USB-A to USB-C, which is a little bit longer. We'll have to get in there and see what those are for. Now we got a second box sitting here that was on the other side, and this thing says it does have a rear view camera in it, a fast charger, and it looks like a cigarette lighter type charger, a suction mount, and a sticky mount. Let's get this guy open right here and see what is actually inside it. All right, right here in front of me, we do have some sort of a sticky mount. It looks like you have a 3M pad on the bottom of it, and this probably just does stick to the dash if you want to do it that way. That's not going to happen in my car. This is a USB Type A cigarette adapter right here. I already know without opening it, that's what that is. Now right here, we do have a suction mount adapter for the dash cam. And then one final thing in this box. All right, now we do have the rear view camera was just pulled out. So here is the rear view camera, pretty cool. All right, we did get the rear view camera out of the box. It is that small. That's all it is to it for the 4K dual rear view camera. Let's put that in the box too. And all that's left to take a look at now is the actual Rove R2 4K dual camera sitting right here in front of me. Let's go ahead and get that out of the box now. All right, you can see how good they packaged the R2 4K camera here. Let's go ahead and unbox that real quick and take a look at it. We got it out of the box now. It is pretty cool looking. Check it out, guys. The Rove GPS 4K camera looking so fresh and fly. It has a protective film on the back. It wants you to go ahead and read all this stuff. This says it needs continuous power for operation. It wants you to use only Rove SD cards for this camera. It's talking about SD card errors again. And it does say it's merely a recommendation that you can use any SD card you want, and I agree with that. Why would you have to use their cards? You should be able to use any one you want. And there we go. We have the Rove 4K unboxed. It does need continuous power. And right here on the side of the Rove, you can see the USB Type-C connection for power and data. Up at the top there is the connection for your rear camera. So that would be where you would connect USB Type-C to the rear camera. And if we go back in here and look at the rear camera, it also does have a USB Type-C on the side. So we will be using the long USB Type-C cable to go ahead and check out the Rove. And that's all that's in that box. Let's go ahead and open the next box. And this is actually a 3-lead hardwire kit to permanently mount your Rove in your car. Let's get that opened up. All right, we got the Rove 3-wire kit right here. Let's go ahead and slice that open. We do have some sort of alligator clip device here. We have some wire ties and some sticky stuff, another trim tool, which is awesome. And there is our actual 3-wire kit. And it looks like you might have a turn-on wire like you do when you have an amplifier for a car. So it looks like you've got power, ground, and then a yellow. Yeah, so you have 3 wires here. Here you have power, ground, and accessory. The yellow is basically a turn-on wire for the Rove. Then we've got some other stuff inside here. Oh, wow. We have actual fuse connectors. They gave you everything you might need to go ahead and use your fuse block if you're going to do it that way. So these guys all provide you with different types of fuse connectors. They gave you everything. They thought of every possible thing inside of this Rove accessory kit. That is very cool. And that leaves us with one more box to check out. This is the Rove Ultimate Kit. It has a circular polarizer, a cleaning cloth, and a user manual for the Ultimate Kit here. We'll get that opened right now. All right, there is the kit there. There is your circular polarizer filter there, and they give you a nice cleaning cloth so you can go ahead and screw that right on the front of your Rove. Let's do that right now. I mean, that should be it right there. It's screwed directly on the front. All right, guys, that's gonna do it for the unboxing for the Rove. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Now let's get this thing out to the Tesla and see if we can get it connected and start making some video. We are in the Supercar Street Racing garage right now with the lithium-ion 72-volt golf cart. We have everything for the Rove camera right here. You thought I was putting it in this Tesla Model S Plaid, didn't you? Not happening. It's going on the golf cart, and I will tell you why. The Tesla, I have a plan for that already. A manufacturer is trying to work with me to make the dash cam in the Plaid available all the time. So they have a product we are going to be installing. So we're going to be putting this in the golf cart, and I think it's really interesting for the golf cart, and I'll tell you what my plan is right now. This thing can mount several different ways. You have a suction cup right here. That's a standard mount, right? They also give you this little like extra mount thing here that goes with a 3M tape pad, right? Like a shoe. And then this can slide directly into the shoe like this. You just literally slide the shoe right into it, just like that, no problem. So I think what I am going to do is attempt to somehow directly mount this dash cam up here like this. I want it on the roof pointing forward like that. So just like that is kind of what my mission is. So I'm going to screw it from the top, and then what I'm going to do after that is run the wires over the roof. So I'm going to go directly over the roof like that, and you can see right here there is a grating for water to pass through the back of the cart and go down to the ground. It goes all the way through here and down to the ground. Well, my plan is come through here, drill a hole directly through here, and then tap into USB power right here for the cam. Now there's also a rear camera right here. So I'm about to show you what my ultimate plan is for the rear. It connects with a USB-C cable to the camera itself. So it'll go all the way over the top as well. But let's show you what we're doing in the rear over here. Okay, we're at the back of the cart here. So my plan is to also mount the rear camera to the roof. So the rear camera is kind of cool. It can rotate and all that stuff. So I am going to basically take the shoe mount right there. I'm gonna mount it up here, just like this. And then I'm gonna screw it from the backside right through there, right there. I'm gonna screw it right to the roof and then run the cable. I think that's gonna work out perfect if it still works. It might be broken now since I dropped it. Okay, so we went ahead and just used the sticky tape mount right here on the front of the golf cart. You can see right here, it is a shoe mount, and I went ahead and just pressed that hard right there onto the ceiling of the golf cart, the roof, and now you can see that the Rove Dual fits just like that. And here is the power cable. The power does just come directly out of the side. I am going to drill a tiny hole in the roof. It's going to have to be wide enough for this to pass through, so I'll end up like caulking it in with black caulk afterwards. Now here's the power wire for the rear camera, and you can see it's huge. Okay, we're gonna do a little test now with the Rove, but I wanted to show you guys the SD card that comes with it. It comes with a 128 gig SD card. If you need more than that, go ahead and buy one, but make sure you get a high enough speed card that it will support the Rove. I'll put a link in the description to some on Amazon. By factory default settings, your dash cam is ready to go without changing any other settings. You can now utilize the user manual or how-to videos to learn more about the dash cam. Oh, what's up guys? I didn't see you right here, but I'm glad you're here because we have a new sponsor on the channel today. Bakio is kind enough to sponsor us on Supercar Street Racing, and they have something that is very important for your, and you know, the only thing that matters in life is how comfortable you are in your, and so Bakio has sent us 3 of their boxer briefs to check out. And I gotta say, I was able to live with these guys for a week. These are the most comfortable boxer briefs that I've ever worn in my life. And Bakio asked me which ones I wanted to try. I immediately went down into the website and picked their boxer briefs made from tensile modal fibers. Now I'm gonna put a screenshot up here on the screen right now of the Bakios, and you can see they have a spacious pouch there in the front. They have an easy access fly. They are ultra soft, and I can attest to that. I did try them out for a week. I have 3 pairs. I wore all 3 pairs this week. These things also have the best moisture wicking in the industry. They also have tensile modal fibers, which are sustainably sourced, so that's also good for the environment. There's a bunch of different color options to choose from on this 3-pack, so go ahead and see what 3 colors you like the best. Now these tensile modal fibers are supposed to stay soft through a long period of time with these boxer briefs. These guys have a high absorption rate, so they keep you nice and dry during the day. Now these tensile fibers are made from renewable wood sources, so you know that they are worried about the environment when they're going to use products like that. Everything they use in those modal fibers is certifiable as biodegradable and compostable. These are the top end of boxer briefs. If this is something that you feel like you need to take care of make sure you look into Bakio. They are so kind to have sponsored Supercar Street Racing. I wanted to get that out directly to you today so you could check them out yourselves. Now they are priced competitively due to what they have inside of them, the fabric, the brand, the quality, the craftsmanship, all top end. And it is so important that you guys help us with our vendors and our sponsors so that we can keep the channel going and bring you more stuff like Bakio and their amazing boxer briefs. Now let's get back to the video. Back in the Supercar Street Racing garage the next day, and I have a plan. I went ahead and bought some black caulk, got him.
These nuts.
And I am going to go ahead and drill right through the top here, run the wire directly on top of the golf cart to the back. It is then going to come down this nice little thing right here. This is actually a drain. I don't know if you guys knew that. I'm going to drill through the side of this metal thing right here and pull the USB cable right out of the side there. All we have to do right here and right now is I found my sticky things. If they will stick, I'm going to use those to kind of route the wiring in the channel here on top of the golf cart. Let's see if it works. All right, we're back out in the garage this morning trying to wrap up this whole project. And last night we were trying to figure out a way to stick down the wires up here, and we did use our sticky pads and they worked great. So all we're doing right here and right now is continuing that process. We got it all the way down to there, cleaned up. So let's go ahead and finish the process of sticking down these wires ASAP. I have gotten the wire down through the channel right there. I am going to drill a small hole first with a little drill bit, follow it up with my step bit, and I'm going to need to have enough width to get this USB cable through. So it's going to be almost the entire width of the bar here. So I got to get this drilled out now. So let's see if we make things really bad. And I broke it. Let's go ahead and power this on, see if it actually works. It does work. Power did come on. Let's go, son. Let's see if we see the rear camera. We do. Success. That's kind of perfect. So I got to clean this off first and go ahead and stick it here and then drill my hole wherever I feel like drilling. Let's do that. It does have 3M sticky tape on the back, ready to go. And it's perfectly straight because it's hitting the top of the trim. So it's level. I'm just putting pressure on it now. Not enough to break it. Yeah, I can get it from the backside with the screw. But check this out. So I'm gonna go ahead and drill just a tiny hole right here. But my wiring's right in the way, of course. Okay. Let's see if I did it wide enough. All right. Let's go. Got him.
Got him! Got him! Oh! Whoa!
Yeah, so the camera overheated again, of course, and I would say if I had to guess, the garage is maybe, I don't know, 82, 83 degrees, not anything crazy, but I did go ahead and clean up. I vacuumed everything off, and now our only job left to finish this entire project is to put caulk around the holes that we created in the roof of my beloved golf cart. I hate it, but I kind of wanted this project. I want video from golf cart, and I want good video, so we're gonna get our caulk gun here. We got black caulk.
These nuts.
Ready to go. And all we're gonna do right here and right now is seal up 2 holes, maybe 3. Not gonna lie, it definitely took me to another level of challenge. I don't usually have these many problems with a project. This one I kind of guessed on the way because I don't know the actual anatomy of the golf cart, but it turns out that I figured it out in the long run. And basically, we got the 4K dual dash cam installed for you guys, and I'm so hyped. And one of the cameras is right here over my shoulders. This is a rear cam, records at 1080p, front cam at 2160p. So 4K in the front, 1080p in the rear. And guys, it would help me so much If you order all of your Amazon purchases through our affiliate links down in the description, you don't have to buy this. I would encourage you to buy it from Rove, but if you don't, buy something else. It helps the channel so much. But tell Rove how much you appreciate Supercar Street Racing by buying this camera through our affiliate links down in the description. Okay guys, we are right in front of the Rove app for the Rove dash cam, and I just wanted to give you guys a little overview of this. I went ahead and set up Wi-Fi and changed the Wi-Fi password, so I can go ahead now while I'm in the app. I have already added the device, so that's the first thing you do is actually add the dash cam. But you do that by connecting to its Wi-Fi, which the default password is 1234567 But now that we have done that, we can connect to the Rove. It does use Wi-Fi, so it's going to show us its Wi-Fi network here, hopefully, if I'm in range. And there it is. So it is on the default Wi-Fi name. I did not change that, but I did change the password because you don't want people connecting to your dash cam, probably. Now it's going to say connected without internet, and your phone will probably prompt you if you want to connect to it always, and you just say yes. So you back up now. Now we are connected to the dash cam, and you can see right here, we are recording. We also do have a front and a rear. All right, this is the front dash cam here. If we click this right here, we can go to rear, and you can see my garage door right there looking so fly. You can also go into the dash cam itself and look at videos. So here's videos from the front. From yesterday, we have a whole bunch of videos that I will be showing you. And this is how you configure the actual video. So you can set your video resolution here. I have it on 4K in the front, 1080p in the back, 30 frames per second. This is where you set up the loop length. So it's the length of each clip that you have recording. Now, this is the G sensor, and on the golf cart, it is very, very sensitive. I'm gonna go ahead and switch that off because we hit bumps in the golf cart. It thinks we had an accident. HDR is definitely turned on. And this is a default exposure for the camera. You can do time lapse on this setting. I do not use that. This is where you set the video compression. H.264 will be larger files. H.265 will be smaller, but also very good quality. I have the bitrate set on high for the highest quality. Your file size will be bigger if you do that. We did not put the 24-hour kit on. We're not turned on 24 hours, so we can ignore that. This is what you want to be stamped onto the video. I have everything switched on. This is how you change from mile per hour to kilometers per hour. You can hide the status icons on the camera after a certain amount of time. This puts the live speed and the compass on the display. And this allows you to rotate the video. Let's say you installed the camera upside down. You can go into either the front or rear, and then you can flip the camera view over. And that is it. We are connected to the camera right now. We can go to the front or the rear, and you can see right here the garage of the Supercar Street Racing compound. All right, here I am inside the Supercar Street Racing garage, guys. Now guys, that's gonna wrap it up from the Supercar Street Racing garage. The next step, take it back to the SCSR editing studio, Studio B, not the main studio, the secondary studio, and show you guys this on Amazon. All right, let's wrap this up inside with a look at the Rove Dashcam Online. We're back in Studio B in Supercar Street Racing office, and we have the Rove R2 4K dual dash cam right in front of me. It does have 4.5 stars on Amazon, so it does have good reviews. Right now it is selling for $129, and there is a $30 coupon you can apply to it that you can see right there. Go ahead and pick one up from the link in the description. It will help me out so much if you can go ahead and use that link. It just helps the channel out a little bit, gives me a few dollars to keep going because we lose money on the channel. So please buy from our affiliate links on Amazon. And thank you so much for supporting the channel. And we'll see you guys later. We got to get out of here later. There is a hawk or an owl. I think that's a hawk in my pool. That is pretty crazy. He's like, dude, you know why? Because there's frogs in there. He sees frogs. He wants
I don't usually play these tees either. I'll take it. I want you to don't film me, please.
All right, buddy, make it happen for video.
No pressure, right?
Nope, no pressure at all.
Live,
Zero.
right?
Yeah, we're live. We're streaming live. That's got loud. Sure we.
Money. Oh, now that's the shot, dude. That's the shot. Straight down the middle.
That's a good one, Joe.
Better than you.
You performed on camera. That was awesome.
Trying to amp you up.
Guys, welcome back to the channel. On a kind of a bad note, I laid this bike down a couple of days ago, right after the last video we made showing Rich and Trish driving the bike, and subsequently messed myself up pretty bad in the process. And first of all, this thumb is beyond sprained. It looks like a log now. As you can see, it's black and blue. Don't think it's broken because I can slightly move it. Does hurt like crazy. The bike took some damage. This headlight got pretty scratched up. I already touched that up with a paint pen. This fender got pretty scratched. The bike came down on this side and the peg got pretty scratched. This hand grip, this brake handle got scratched, and the tailpipe and seat got scratched. I already touched those up. I think this also got bent inwards, not sure, but I already know what happened, pretty sure. Basically, I took a turn a little bit too sharp and there was tire dressing on the edges of the tire. You saw me do it in the last video. Huge mistake. These tires are slick on the edges, and when I took the turn, there was some dressing on it, and the bike came right out from underneath me, and the resulting picture I will throw up here on the screen. You guys already see this thumb is jacked up, and yeah, so put the bike down. So my first Easy Rider experience, and now I have to work on fixing the bike. I ordered a new handlebar, brake lever for it. I ordered a new grip. I think I just need to bend this back out. And yeah, that is all. And then next I will tell you what the next modification is for this. Okay, so we have this battery, and that is going to be the next thing that we are going to install on the bike. I think it will fit nicely right there up against the motor with some zip ties. And I bought a switch for the handlebars with a little LED light. And then the plan after that is to basically charge the battery when I'm not using the bike with a battery tender. And I don't think I have one anymore. I think I gave it to the guy that bought the cart. Let's see. Yeah, I did. I got to order another battery tender, so we will charge the battery constantly with a battery tender. This thing does have a generator on it, but I don't know if the little LED light on the switch is going to run the battery down when we're not using it, so we'll just charge the battery when we're not using it, and that should prevent the light from flickering, but we will find out. Guys, this is going to be a short video because I am injured and I can't really work on the bike right now. My thumb is pretty messed up. And as soon as we have updates for you guys, we will get back on this. But I hope you enjoyed it. Don't do what I did. Do not armor all your tires and then take a turn too sharp as the bike slides right out from under you. Hey guys, Supercar Street Racing here, sitting in the brand new updated home theater room. And today we're going to be taking a look at the Anker Cosmos Max 4K. We're going to be doing a little bit of looking at the menu system, some picture quality, and we're going to let you know what we think about it. It's sitting right up there, so why don't we get started and take a look at this thing first with a physical look at it. Alright, so we got the lights on in the brand new refurbished home theater room right now to take a look at the Anker Cosmos Max. And the first thing I want to show you is the star field projected on the bottom of the projector. So yeah, my projector sits on a shelf with frosted glass and it's upside down. But this projector is really designed, and it's a pretty cool design. It's probably the best looking projector on the market, and it's actually designed to be portable if you wanted to. It has a 2.1 sound system built in, which sounds amazing, and I'll play that for you here in a little bit. It is true 4K native. It uses pixel shifting, I believe. It's LED. So there's no bulb. The bulb life is about 30,000 hours. Now once that bulb dies, the projector is basically trash. So you're going to have to buy a new projector when that bulb dies. So you just need to be ready for that. It is not repairable. They don't replace them yet. So just beware. Now, stepping up here to the shelf, here's a good look at the top of the projector, which is actually the bottom where you can see the mounts. You might not be able to see them there, but there's mounts for a projector stand or an ANSI projector mount. But you can see here the thickness compared to my hand. It's pretty thick, and I believe that's because it has speakers built in. It's got a sub and 2 speakers with excellent sound quality. Really, I mean, it's probably the best sound I've heard from a standalone device like a projector. It has 2 HDMI inputs, and it does support HDR10 and true 4K video. So let's take a look at this thing from when it boots up. Alright, let's get the light shut off here, and let's power on the projector. Now we are running through a Pioneer VSX 933 receiver, which supports HDR10 and 4K. You can see there we got the Nebula logo. Now that was a quick boot up. Usually it takes much longer to boot up, and I think it's because I didn't allow it to shut down the whole entire way. Usually it takes about 15 to 20 seconds to boot up and you see the Android logo. But yeah, I think it didn't go all the way into power down mode. So let's try that again. Alright, we're going to try this one more time. See if we get a full power up. No, we still didn't, but just FYI, it does take 15 to 20 seconds. You see a animated Android logo, and then it boots right up to this home screen. And you can see right here from the home screen that we are running Android TV. So to get apps, you actually use the Google Play Store. That's where you get all your apps. And notice I am signed into the Google Play Store here. Now, I don't use the projector as a source for apps. I have a Fire Stick 4K that I am using. You can easily use the native apps on the projector to do everything that you want to do. No problem whatsoever doing that. However, I have everything set up in my Fire Stick 4K, and I have Kodi set up there. So I would rather use that. And there is the receiver down there. That's the Pioneer VSX 933. Full 4K, full HDR10. Although it took me some time to figure out how to get the HDMI into enhanced mode. I just figured that out 5 minutes ago, and I've had the projector for almost 4 days. Now, let's take a look at the menus. Alright, checking out the menu here, it looks just like any other real device that we have nowadays. And you can set up personalized recommendations. There's your home screen, there's your search screen, or you can use the mic on the remote. I'll show you the remote here when I get the lights turned back on. So let's go into the settings and check out what our settings do here. First of all, we see network and internet. So the device does not, I don't believe it has an Ethernet connection, but I don't recall. I have to go back and look at that for you. But I am connected to 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi. I don't see wired available, but it might have an Ethernet. I'm surprised I wasn't more aware of that. My accounts are signed in, projector settings. All right, so here in our projector settings, we set the wall color. It is white. This is where you turn on HDR. Now, in order for HDR to work, you need to have HDMI 2.0 enhanced turned on your television. It took me, that's what I was saying, it took me a really long time to figure out that that was off. And my Xbox was not detecting HDR10 available for display. So once I figured out that the receiver was the culprit, I was able to Google it online and find the setting to switch the receiver onto enhanced HDMI. Now, keystone correction is basically how you adjust the picture to pin it to the ends here if it's sort of not hitting the ends of your screen. Now, it says keystone correction off, but that's because I'm using manual keystone correction there. So once I got the projector up on the shelf up here, I then went into keystone. I did auto. I wasn't quite, it was good. It does work well, but I wasn't quite happy with it, so I moved it to manual keystone correction. Actually using the quadrilateral keystone correction, which allows you to adjust each corner to pin it. It's called corner pinning on a lot of projectors. Zoom is basically exactly what it says. If it's too big for the screen, you just zoom it down, and I am at an 88% zoom at, I think I'm at, I can't remember the feet that I'm at, 9.5 feet away or 10 feet away. Autofocus is pretty cool. It definitely works amazing. You hit it, it takes about 5 seconds, and it autofocuses. Projector mode auto. This means if you flip the projector over, which mine is inverted, so mine's rear projection and inverted, you can just put it on auto. It has some kind of sensor inside that knows that it's inverted and upside down, so it flips the picture. So you have to do that because otherwise your picture might be upside down. Let's go to picture settings. So there's our brightness and our contrast, which I have on default. And then you can go into your advanced settings and set everything manual: saturation, hue, gain, temperature, and gamma, which I have not touched, and the picture quality is amazing. Let's go back. So this is if you're using output from the HDMI cable to feed a television or a receiver. This is if you're going to use the optical out to feed a receiver or a television. So this is where I first was trying to figure out how to get HDR10 working. HDMI 2.0 has to be on for that, but my receiver was blocking it because it wasn't on HDMI. Enhanced HDMI. So that's just how you go to the input. Let's go back to settings. And we were on HDMI. Not sure what memory detection is. I just leave it on HDMI. CEC is so that the device can feed back audio to your television and control your television. You can play with those settings as you wish. So this allows you to pair a device with the speaker via Bluetooth and play music. Here's your applications. So any apps you download. Here's all your device preferences. So we see here, if we go to, if you're looking for system update, it's under device preferences, then about, and you click system update, check. And I did update the projector when I got it. You can name your projector, restart it. Here's the status. Shows you all the network information, the MAC addresses, shows you the model number, what firmware version you're on. It's running Android Pie. Shows you the Android security patch level just like your phone does. Shows you your kernel version, and then your build version. Date and time, we're on automatic, Eastern time zone. Language, obviously English US. We're using the Google keyboard. Alright, sound. So you can turn your system sounds off and on. And you can change your device surround sound options if you're using this to supply sound, which we're not. We are using the receiver with a Fire Stick 4K. Tells you how much you have left in your storage for the device, 12 gigs. Home screen customization, you can customize your channels. You can select and deselect which channels you want on. You can enable video preview, so when you're hovering over something it will preview. Same with audio. You can set up discovery, your apps, and then you can look at your licenses for your open source. Now, so this is for your LED on the projector. So if you, this is for the logo. So see, off, on, Starfield, off, on. So your Google Assistant settings, it's actually on. Who wants safe search if you want to try to get porn? Chromecast. So this allows you to cast from any Chromecast device to the projector. Screensaver. You can change it from a backdrop to colors. When to start it. How long to put the device to sleep, or you can just preview it now. There's what's set. Shows you the time. The location services. Uses Wi-Fi. Your usage. Tells you can send your usage to Google, who cares. Security, so you can turn on unknown sources. You can verify apps before you install them, so you don't install malware. Here's your accessibility contrast. You can turn on accessibility option. You can turn on high contrast, do text to speech. You can do talkback services and other services options there. And you can reset your preferences there. Under remotes, you can add a Bluetooth accessory. And I think that's the remote there for the Anker. That's which is in my hand right here. And that is it for the settings. Just wanted to let you guys know also there is an app for the Nebula projector to control it and help set it up, available in the App Store. I did open up the Nebula Manager here, trying to figure out what that was, and I'm not sure what that does, but I have not used it. Looks like it can be updated though. Let's update it. Alright, Nebula Simple Tool to create another app shortcut on your Android TV. And I want to take a look at YouTube now with you guys. Now this is the native YouTube app. And if we go to 4K, HDR. Let's check this out. So if you go here to the YouTube info, you can see that it's 2160p HDR. Now, I want to show you guys one thing here. My receiver is off. This audio is coming from the projector. And it sounds absolutely awesome. I mean, it sounds like it's in front of me, honestly. Now, if you're not used to HDR, you might think that the colors are a bit saturated, which you can change in the projector settings. So again, this probably looks a bit oversaturated to you. This is 4K HDR from YouTube. Native app on the projector. Take a look at some other ones. And the phone is shooting in 4K, but I haven't figured out how to make HDR translate through Premiere into YouTube when I upload my videos. But here's another 4K. Let's see if it's in 4K. It's not HDR though. Let's go find one in HDR. This says HDR. It says in YouTube when it's in HDR. So you got to look at the channel up here. More. See 2160p HDR? The picture quality is absolutely insane. It's I've never seen anything like it in my life. It's better than the theater because 104 inch, this is 104 inch diagonal. Even IMAX doesn't look like this. Maybe 3D might be better, but that's kind of phased out now. Nobody's using it. It's kind of a dead format. So that's 4K HDR directly from the projector, not passing through my receiver. Now let's take a look at some other stuff. Alright, let's take a look at using external inputs on the projector. So we go to the top. We gotta go home first though. And I forgot where the home button is because it's dark in here. Alright, so we get to the home. Go to settings. Oh, sorry, went to the wrong one. Go to inputs. Input 1 is my receiver. And it says no signal because my Xbox shut off. Powering on my Xbox. And my Xbox is back on Let's go to the home screen. Let's go to my games and apps. Well, I thought I did. And let's see all of them. Let's go over to Asphalt. So after I was able to figure out how to get HDR10 working, the games look absolutely crazy amazing. And this is Asphalt Legends. Loading. Now, of course, you can actually use the apps on the Xbox as well. You can use the YouTube app there, and it's the same difference. It just runs through my receiver. So I have 5.1 surround. I don't know why it exited, but yeah, it exited right back out. But yeah, the gaming on the Anchor 4K projector looks absolutely cool. I mean, it's very awesome. We'll be right back when it loads. And here is the game. Of course, I can't play and record at the same time, so I'm just letting you guys get a look until I crash. Sound is actually pretty amazing too, even though this video is not about that. There's a look at 4K HDR gaming. Let's load another game. Here's Halo Infinite. Which I have no idea how to play yet, because I haven't used this Xbox hardly at all. You can only play multiplayer on the demo. Let's see if it'll load. It's looking for a quick play. Connecting. People are going to be mad at me because I'm going to go on there and not do anything, get killed, kill the whole team. Loading. Other players loading. Yeah, so I had this Xbox for a while and I haven't really used it that much. I'll resume when other people get loaded. Alright, it says match starting, which I have no clue how to play, and I can't play with one hand anyway. It shows you the player. Wow. The graphics on this game are absolutely insane. People are gonna hate me in this game. Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to play with one hand, but you get the gist of HDR 4K gaming. It's amazing. It looks so good, right? Gonna get killed. Yep. The sound is crazy too with the surround. This guy can't even kill me, and I'm not even like... Enemies on me! I'm not even playing. Alright, we're gonna look at some other stuff now. Okay, so now we're going to take a look at an external input. This is actually the Fire Stick 4K. I just wanted to show you guys like a little sample without getting a copyright strike or something. But show you a few seconds of like 4K Tomorrow War before I get copyright stricken. Absolutely insane on this. with the overall picture quality of this projector. I came from an Epson 1040 home cinema 4K feature. Taking a look at YouTube now in the Fire Stick, which if you could see the display there, you could see that it says Fire Stick. So now the receiver and the Fire Stick are controlling the projector. Now here is a supposedly 4K clip. Well, let's see if it actually is. It is, and it's HDR. We're looking at a trailer, so there's no copyright infringement here, peoples. Looks absolutely fantastic. Love the Iron Man reference there. Let's take a look at another one. Let's see, we got Matrix Resurrections here. And I can't explain to you how sharp the picture is even on the title screen there. Alright, the phone might have cut off on that last clip, but I wanted to show you guys the receiver here for a second. Now we have the lights on. So this is the Pioneer VSX 933. And I have had this for a couple years now. And I do have one issue with it. If I don't switch the power off, sometimes it will not have audio when I power it back on. I think something is starting to fail in there, and of course it's way out of warranty. Nice receiver though. It's full HD, full 4K, full HDR, does everything. Totally impressed by it. The speakers are JBL studio monitors and a Advent center channel. Have surround in the ceiling up there for the surround sound. And of course here is the Anchor projector sitting on a glass shelf, because I just like the look of that rather than a stand. And then of course there's the logo, which it's frosted glass so you can't see through it, but yeah, so all wired up to the ceiling right there. The Anchor Cosmos Max 4K portable projector, which that's debatable in the sun. You need some kind of darkness for this thing. It's LED. It's never going to be as bright as a standard bulb projector or a laser projector. So if you're going to use it outside, it's got amazing sound. Highly recommend it for its picture quality and its sound quality. Built-in 2.1 audio. It's got 2.1 audio, and I think the speaker, I can't remember who makes the speakers, but the sound quality of this projector alone is phenomenal. The picture quality is amazing. Like I said, my one complaint is the light overspill. Even when you're cropped, you see the light outside of the thing, but it's not annoying. You don't really see it unless you really look for it. So I wouldn't let that stop you from buying the projector. I would get this projector. I would actually even buy it at new price, but I did get this refurbished for $1,099. Had no issues with the refurb at all. As far as features go, well, I'm not using a lot of the built-in features, but there's enough there for you to get by and not have to have an external device. You don't need a Fire Stick. You don't need an Apple TV. You can survive with what's in the projector. You can download all your apps and you can just run everything straight from the projector. And if you have a receiver like that one, you can use CEC and feed audio from the projector back to the receiver with the CEC controls. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask in the comments section. And I hope that you'll subscribe to my channel. I'm enjoying making content for you guys. I really enjoyed the home theater makeover. And I hope you guys continue to support the videos. And if I'd love to help you guys if you want help with your home theater setup or electrical. I do electrical as well. And it'd be fun. So I hope you guys have a good day. I hope you buy the Anchor Cosmos Max. There it is right there. There's the box. And if you do, I hope you click through my link in the description, because I will make $1 or $2 off of it and support the channel. and I'll see you guys again for the next video. This tiny Tesla's charging next to this tiny charger. We got the Alien, and then we got the Peel. Let's go with the Peel. Just looked outside, and my new Greenworks Pro electric lawnmower got here. Yes, I am going to be cutting my own grass now because my yard people have messed it up so many times that I finally said I fired him. So he must have cussed today. I was going to do it with my new Greenworks Pro, but I guess I'll wait till a week to cut the grass when it gets longer. There is the Greenworks Pro sitting so fresh outside the door. Let's get it inside. That is insane. Look at all the bugs. Whoa. Unreal. There's millions of them. I've never seen anything like that. Whoa. Not gonna lie, I didn't expect this to be that heavy, but it was quite a event getting that in here. I rolled it in here, but yeah, it's pretty cool looking, huh? It does come with one battery and a fast charger. I did buy an extra battery as well. So I have 2 batteries for this, and they're both the good batteries. And I have the perfect place for the quick charger to go out in the garage, and it looks like this thing has to be assembled. Let's get it out of the box. All right, the next part of the puzzle did arrive for the Greenworks project, and this is the Greenworks Pro 80 volt trimmer here, and we're going to go ahead and get that unboxed as well and take a look at that today. I did order a blower as well, so I will have all 3, and I can get rid of my gas-powered blower. This is the cover for the Greenworks lawnmower. We're going to go ahead and get that out of the vacuum seal here. Because the Greenworks mower is going to be stored outside, I don't want to keep it in the garage and it won't fit in the shed, so I'm going to store it next to the shed under this nice cover. There's the cover laid out on the floor right now for the Greenworks lawnmower. You can see here that this fits right over the Greenworks. It's got a hole in the back here that you just slide it straight over, and it has some quick clamps there to keep it on. Pretty nice. just came back inside and the light was fully green. Now I did notice that the fan stays on for a while after it's done charging, probably to cool down the battery charger. But yes, it is at the 25-minute mark and this battery is fully charged. All right, we are outside of the house now, and we do have our pattern to go ahead and cut the yard in a diamond. So I have my battery pack here for the phone. I've got my pattern here. There's gonna be a few little areas where I have to make some modifications because there's stuff in the way, but I think I can make this work. I've never cut the grass with this before, so this is a first time thing. I gotta get set up and get my tripod out and all that. So we'll get back to you guys when I'm ready. And it is almost time to cut the grass, and you know what that means. We need a battery, and so we have to come out here to our charger and get our biggest battery out of here. Is that big boy right there is what we're going to use. I'm just giving it time to dry. It's wet from overnight, and also the sprinklers were on briefly because the sprinkler repairman was here replacing my valve, but I have never put one of these in, so let's see how that works. We got the 80 volt lawnmower here, brand new, never been used, don't know how to use it. I've got the deck height set to the second from the top here. Gonna see how low that is. If that's too low this time, next time I will crank it up a bit. So we should be able to just put this battery. Okay, so it goes down. So this insert's basically, this should be facing up in the back. And then it clicks, I guess, and it's in there. And the battery is full. Now we should just be able to push that button. And that is how you use the lawnmower. Now the self-propel functions are on here. Pull it back to go slower, push it forward to go faster, and then you pull. You gotta hold this to keep the motor running. You pull this to self-propel. And you see it is on now, so it will go right now. So my plan is to follow my pattern, cut the outside first. So I'm gonna go to the corner of the yard here, start at that corner, cut diagonally to the bushes over here. That's my first pass. So you always make one pass one way and two back the other way, heading that way in the yard. So I'll start down there, cut one stripe there. You can't go backwards, so you have to go all the way either around the outer edge again to make your return stripes, or get on the concrete right here and go around. So it takes a little bit longer, but it is self-propelled, so we should be fine. But yeah, I'm gonna start on number 6 on the deck and see how low that cuts the grass. All right, I let the yard dry for about 45 minutes. I know it's not completely dry, but I don't have time to wait. So I'm gonna go ahead and start cutting. And we can go ahead and start on the edge here, go around to the corner, and put our trail back, but I gotta get my pattern out here just in case I forget what I'm doing. Okay guys, the final part of the puzzle did come in for the Greenworks project, and that is the Greenworks 80 volt blower that goes with the rest of the kit. It is sitting right here, and I was not able to use it the other day when I cut the yard, but I will be using that next time. And just to give you guys a little update on the yard, this is what it looks like the next day after I cut it the other day. All right, here's a good look at the yard after I did cut it with the Greenworks mower. Looks pretty good. I did also edge it with the electric trimmer, and you can see it came out really good. This lawnmower absolutely rips through everything, no problem whatsoever with it, so I do highly recommend it. Let's take it into the studio now. We'll look this stuff up on Amazon and give you guys a link for it if you want to buy it. Oh, hey guys, I didn't even see you there. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. You're with Brad, and if you haven't been with our channel before, I'm so happy to have you here with us. And if you have been here before, I'm happy to have you back. Please like and subscribe is the first thing I would love for you to do to support the channel. And we are celebrating our first time to get rid of all of the gasoline-powered things at the Supercar Street Racing house. Now we only have electric-powered things at the house, so we can get rid of all of the fossil fuel that we have to store over in the Supercar Street Racing shed in the compound. And right in front of me, right here and right now, is the Greenworks 80-volt brushless, cordless, self-propelled lawnmower. And this thing does have a 60-minute charger. I went ahead and verified with you on the video that it charged in about 31 minutes, but I don't know how much power it had left right from the factory. And you can see right here and right now, we did cut the entire front yard, the entire backyard, and we still had one bar left on the 80-volt lawnmower. And this thing absolutely rips. It's so cool. It does get right through any amount of tall grass. It is self-propelled. It has a slider on the left side that controls the speed of the propel. And on the right side is where you press the start button and you hold down another lever for safety purposes. And then the self-propel lever is back in the back. If you let go of that, the lawnmower will stop going forward. And this thing did rip through the front yard like it was nothing at all. Now this thing does come with a very big, strong battery that did take about 31 minutes to charge, and it was plenty enough power to rip through the yard. Now complementing the Greenworks 80-volt mower, we have the Greenworks Pro brushless trimmer that I did purchase as well. And you could see in the video that I did trim the entire front yard with just the weed eater. Everything looked absolutely amazing. It did a great job. Absolutely no worries about the power or whether it can handle big grass and trees or brush. It has no problem at all with any of that stuff. And it does come with a battery also, the one that I will link in the description. And it's a smaller battery than the one that goes into the mower. It's less amp hours because you don't need that much for the trimmer. Right here in front of me is a Greenworks 80-volt, 170-mile-per-hour blower that I also bought and have not even unboxed yet. I had to go ahead and cut the grass, and I didn't have this yet, so I used the gas blower for the last time. That is up for sale now. If you're in the Jacksonville area and you want this blower, let me know. I'll go ahead and hook you up with it. And this thing I haven't tested yet, so we'll get another video going about that. This is an extra 80-volt 4-amp-hour lithium-ion battery that I also bought from Amazon, and you can get that as well so that you have a spare if you have a larger yard. But like I said, this thing had plenty of power left after I was done to go ahead and cut the entire yard and still have one whole bar left. This is the toe-kept cover that I bought for the mower because it will be stored outside. But don't get any ideas about stealing it because I've got cameras and other things to protect my property. And this thing is pretty cool. It already went through a storm. The lawnmower didn't get wet at all, so it's doing its job perfectly. And guys, this thing sits at a solid 4.4 star reviews, and I can tell you firsthand that I love this mower. It does exactly what it is supposed to do. And I want to thank you guys for supporting Supercar Street Racing. 10,000 subscribers this week. We hit 10,000 subscribers, which is amazing. It's such a cool thing for the channel, and I hope you guys like and subscribe. And I will leave links to all these products in the description. All you have to do is click through any of my links on any of my videos, buy anything you want from Amazon from any of those links, and it does help us out so much, and we do appreciate it. Like, subscribe. We have to get out of here. The yard has already grown up so much, we got to go cut it again.
Recording started. Recording started. Recording started. Recording started.
Welcome back to the channel, and I know we started on this delicious steak, but today we are actually going to be taking a look at the Mission Carb Balance flour. I guess they're just tortillas, more or less, but they're supposed to be carb friendly for a keto diet. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I am Brad. I'm so glad to have you today on the channel. And today we are looking at a keto-friendly Mission Carb Balance flour tortilla. And you can see right here that this says that these guys have 3 net carbs. They're high in fiber and they are 45 calories and they're supposed to taste really good. I have not had one yet, but looking at the back, it does confirm 45 calories. 2 grams of total fat. You want fat in a keto diet and 12 of regular carbs, but that does not indicate total carbs because that would come from your sugars here. So your net carbs here are good. Usually you can have between 25 and 30 net carbs a day in a keto diet, depending on your exercise. I do exercise for an hour and a half every single day, so I can probably have more. But what we're gonna do next is go ahead and fix a nice steak lunch with cheese and mushrooms, and we are going to put that on a Mission tortilla and see if these things can live up to their hype of they're supposed to be great tasting, they're low carb, and we're going to see if that happens right now when we make some lunch. All right, Supercar Street Racers, we have a grilled portobello mushroom here from last night over at Rich and Trish's. We made burgers and we threw 3 of these on the grill. I'm going to go ahead and slice these up now and get them prepped for putting on the nice steak quesadilla. Okay, we are over here at our air fryer now, and what we are going to be doing is creating this delicious steak quesadilla. So the first thing we're gonna do is cook our steak. I'm gonna go ahead and spray our air fryer down. I have our chopped steak here, quick steak. We go ahead and throw it in the air fryer. Spread it out real nice. Make sure you spray everything down. Air fryers need like something on the meat to let them cook well, so just put some fat-free stuff on there. I have some garlic salt here. I'm gonna go ahead and generously coat that with garlic salt. And I like these to be rare, so I am going to go 3 minutes. And at 1 minute, I am actually going to add our mushrooms and our cheese inside of the air fryer. Let's do this. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and pause this and flip over our our steak. And that looks like it's going to need maybe 2 more minutes. So I'm gonna put this back in here for 3 minutes. Okay, that's cooked enough for me. I'm gonna go ahead and add the shrooms. And put the cheese on top of the steak. Actually, I'm gonna add the cheese later to the actual quesadilla. That makes more sense. Let this finish. While this is going, I'm gonna nuke this for, actually no, change my mind on that too. I'm gonna nuke it once we get everything on top of it. That might be better. Looks like it's doing good. So let's go back over here. Okay, we're back over here on the other side of the kitchen now where we're gonna prep our lunch. First we have our steak over here that we need to cut up. So we need a different plate for that. Go ahead and get our steak out, delicious and juicy. And I do like it rare. Hopefully you guys don't mind that. It's actually a little bit overdone from the way I like it. This is not rare. But you guys will probably be happy about that. Most people don't like super rare food like I do. It cuts very easily. Kind of just pulls apart. It's a lot for one quesadilla. It's a pretty small tortilla. Don't forget, these are small, so you gotta weigh that when you're looking at the cards. Okay, let's build our tortilla. That's just from the mushrooms, no big deal. First things we're going to put, there's our tortilla, our Mission carb tortilla. Let us throw some steak on there. So we'll eat most of this not in the tortilla because there's a lot of steak here. We want to make sure we can wrap it. Okay, it's a lot of steak for that small shell, but we still got to put mushrooms and cheese. Let's try the steak. Yummy. Throw some mushrooms on there. Yummy portobellos. And our cheese, which kind of melted. Remember, no fat-free and keto. You gotta eat whole cheese and whole everything, because fat-free has sugar in it. Steak is so good. Some mayo. Mayo is important in a keto diet. It's fat. All right, let's throw this in the microwave and melt the cheese. A little bit more. All right. Here we are back with our Mission Carb Balance Flour Tortillas. And as you saw in that last clip, we just sat down and had a delicious lunch with these guys. And now I'm going to tell you about my experience compared to some other products that I've tried. So these guys are actually really, really good. I was surprised how good they were, honestly. I tried another brand. I actually already got done with that brand. They were more thin and almost would fall apart because they weren't soft. They were just hard. These guys actually look, feel, and taste like real non-carb balance flour tortillas, in my opinion. Now, if you have them side by side, you might be able to tell a difference, but I could not tell the difference at all, especially once you get that delicious food on there. We had steak, mushroom, and cheese and mayo on ours. Completely carb-friendly lunch for keto. Our total lunch carbs was very, very low. These have 3 grams of net carbs. Now, how that is calculated is it has 12 grams of total carbs. You subtract the fiber, which leaves you with 3 grams of net carbs. It is right here on the back of the actual package. Now, going by the list of ingredients here, it has 2 grams of fat. It has no cholesterol. They have 210 milligrams of sodium, 12 grams of carbs, 0 sugar, so that's great, and 4 grams of protein, which is also important for your keto diet. So you can check these out on missionfoods.com. We will go take a look at that here next. But this actually comes with quite a few in the package. Don't know how many actually it comes with. It looks like about 10. And then on the back it tells you, it's balanced high fiber, lower carbs, and 0 sugar, and it matches up well with a keto-friendly diet. As long as you keep what's on top of these keto-friendly as well, you can't go wrong. Now let's go have a look at these on the computer and check out the website. Guys, here we are in front of the computer again, where we can take a good look at this product, these Mission tortillas that are carb balanced and only have 3 net carbs per tortilla. So here is the missionfoods.com website. And if we go on the website, here is the Mission Carb Balanced Tortillas. They have 4.7 reviews. And I would love to see what the bad reviews are, because do not put this in your body because it has this, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned about the taste. And these guys have so many good reviews here. I'm going to go by the good reviews here. They have a 4.7 star rating here on their website. Go back to it. So this thing says they are low carb, great taste, taken to the extreme with these Mission Carb Balanced Flour Tortillas. Okay, so they are 4 grams of net carbs, not 3. I said 3 a minute ago, but they're 4, as I stated earlier. And the full nutrition facts are right here. As I stated earlier, when we were sitting over there doing our actual review of the product, these guys actually have 70 calories. Mine says 45, I thought, on the container. I'll have to go grab that and check and see if I made a mistake over there. I thought mine said 45. But yeah, here we go. Carb balance Mission tortillas with great reviews online. Shows you here how to make some air fryer chicken fajita wraps, which looks absolutely fantastic. It's kind of like what I just made. I don't have any avocado, but that's actually a good idea for next time. Throwing some avocado on there would actually spice up this meal quite a bit. And down